Recorded Books presents Dragonfire, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, by James Swallow, narrated by Graham Winton. Chapter 1. Sahel Region, Burkina Faso, West Africa. Dembe spotted the first of the bodies in the night's long shadows as their vehicle rolled up to the front of the old bunker, and he yelled at the driver to stop. Barco dutifully stamped on the brakes, and they lurched to a halt, and Dembe was scrambling out and across the dusty ground, even as the other Toyota Technical, following, skidded to a stop behind. He heard Amardi calling out to be careful, but ignored his brother's entreaties. Amardi worried like an old woman, and it was the reason why the warlord had put hard-headed Dembe in charge instead of his lanky, morose sibling. Clutching his battered, war-torn AKM assault rifle at his side, Dembe crouched by the dead man. He'd almost missed the corpse, catching sight of a pair of scuffed sneakers peeking out from behind an oil drum as the headlights threw illumination across them. The shoes were connected to a skinny body lying over an assault rifle, still clasped in his hands. Dembe's gut twisted in revulsion. It didn't have a face anymore. A single shot had penetrated the back of the man's skull and killed him instantly. The guard had died, never knowing what took his life. "Another one here," Chidike called out from the other side of the bunker entrance, aiming his rifle at a dark heap in the shadows. "And drag marks." Dembe rose again. A traitorous churn of oily fear turned in his gut, and he forced himself to ignore it. He couldn't show even the slightest hint of weakness, not in front of the others. "They killed them and hid them," he said. "A coward's ploy." A mutter of agreement went through his men. As long as he projected strength, they knew their place. They were his best soldiers, and while they might look like nothing special, with their mismatched surplus gear, aging Russian rifles, and third-hand soccer shirts, they were, to a man, vicious killers. Dembe thought of them as a pride of lions, with him at the head, roaming the dusty landscape and instilling terror in all who saw them. That was why the warlord gave them the bloodiest work to do, because they were brutal and relentless. When the opportunity presented itself, Dembe would put a knife in his commander's back and take that role for himself, preferably before one of his fighters tried to do the same to him. There was little scope for advancement in their so-called army that didn't come at the edge of a blade. But not tonight. There was too much going on, too much at stake. There was a lot of money to be made, and no one wanted to risk it. He made a sharp hissing sound, and the men fell silent. Dembe cocked his head and listened to the land, hearing nothing but the faint chirp of insects, no human noises, no gunfire. The bunker, with its big steel door hanging wide open, was as quiet as a tomb. "We go in?" ventured Barco, pointing his rifle at the black rectangle of the doorway. Silence made the man edgy, and he always talked to fill it. "We go in," he repeated, as if answering his own question. But he didn't move, not without permission. Dembe looked away, off in the direction of the other bunkers lined up and down the length of the valley. He could see pinpricks of light from them, but no sounds carried to him. Every radio call sent to the men guarding the bunkers and the patrols in the valley had gone unanswered. Sometimes the batteries in their aging walkie-talkies failed, and contact was lost. But never all of them at once. If something was wrong, he needed to find out straight away. His fingers clasped the AKM's grip tightly. "Go," he ordered. "Anything strange in there, shoot it." Leaving the others outside to stand guard, Barco was first through the door. Chidike following 2 steps behind, then Dembe and his brother at his heels. "It's dark," Amardi noted, with a grasp of the plainly obvious that irritated his older sibling. "What happened to the lights?" Dembe was about to answer rudely, but then he realized that now they were inside the entrance corridor. He could hear the faint mutter of the bunker's generator. So it wasn't that the power had been cut. Up ahead, Barco's boots crunched on fragments of broken glass. He hesitated, looking down. Dembe saw a mess of tiny shards scattered over the dusty concrete floor, caught in the light coming through the door from the Jeep. He pushed forward and picked one up. The glass was delicate, coated in powder, but where had it come from? He bit down on a twinge of fear. With a crackle of ignition, Chidike struck the head of a road flare into life. The stick fizzed and burned, spewing out thin smoke and flickering orange flame. Shadows jumped around them in the wavering, hellish light. Everyone tensed, aiming their guns into the corridors that fanned off the main path. With this new illumination, Dembe could see up to the bunker ceiling, and he noted that every one of the fluorescent tubes mounted up there had been shot out, methodically smashed to plunge the place into darkness. The light revealed other things as they advanced. More fallen men, each one killed with great skill and economy, never with more than 2 shots, in the chest or the head. Brass glittered among the broken glass, and Barco stooped to pick up a shell casing. "Show me," demanded Dembe, and the other man dropped the shiny metal cylinder into his palm. He rolled it between his fingers, examining it closely. The casing was from a 5.56 bullet, longer and thinner than the 7.62 Soviet intermediate rounds in their surplus Kalashnikovs. "American," he pronounced. That meant whoever had done this was not likely to be from one of the other rival war bands or Boko Haram fighter groups. "They're here for the—" gushed Amadi, but Dembe silenced him with a shove in the back. "Don't keep talking," he snarled. "Find them. We didn't see anyone on the road. That means they are still here." Other men might have balked at the idea of facing U.S. soldiers in the dead of night, but Dembe's fighters had bravery bolstered by bloodlust and a diet of chewed khat to numb any reservations that might arise. Dembe wished he had some of the leafy plant right now. Its stimulating effects would have sharpened his courage. Advancing in a rough line, they passed deeper into the crumbling bunker's echoing spaces. Their rifle muzzles moved left and right, pointing into the depths of the shadows where killers could hide, jerking in the direction of every noise that might have been a hushed footstep. The air of the block-built interior was dense, hot, and leaden. Manufactured decades ago to designs cribbed from the Red Army, the military had dug out these hard points for the storage of munitions and fuel, only to abandon them when the warlords had contested the territory. Dembe didn't like the bunkers. They were like giant stone coffins, and being inside felt as if he were buried alive. He had no desire to join the numbers of the dead already here. "There were no alarms," whispered Amadi, ignoring his brother's previous order. "The ones who were killed. Do you see their guns? No shots fired." "We will not make the same mistake," said Dembe. "I will give a prize to whoever brings me an American's helmet." He patted his shaven head and forced a grin, but it quickly faded when he found another man near the entrance to the command room, lying with his back to the wall, staring blankly at nothing. The dead fighter's throat had been opened to the air, as if cut through by some monstrous talon, and the front of his too-big shirt was soaked through with the dark blood from his wound. Dembe had a sudden vision of some gigantic, black-winged vulture clawing at the luckless fighter, and shook it off. As he studied the corpse, the light from Chidike's flare sputtered to nothing, and the man tossed it away. "I have another," he began, but Dembe put out a hand and touched his arm. "Wait." Without the glow from the flare, he could see a shaft of weak light falling through the half-open command room door, and there was a sound coming with it, an irregular plastic clattering, like the rattle of a baby's toy. "Someone is there," said Amadi. "I've changed my mind," Dembe replied. "I want a live prisoner." "Why?" "For punishment." He nudged Amadi with his rifle. "Open the door." With Barco at his side, Amadi moved up and did as he was told. The door creaked wide to reveal the expanse of the command room. Most of the chamber was in darkness. There were tables and a few chairs in the center, facing a heavy iron hatch at the far end, like something from on board a submarine. Another dead fighter lay in a heap on the floor, collapsed over an unfired assault rifle. A single strip light hanging from the high ceiling threw a pool of yellow illumination across a muscular, densely built white man in desert camo gear and a dun-colored shamag in the middle of the space. He had a heavy beard and hard eyes beneath the peak of a blue baseball cap that were lost in the screen of a battered laptop computer. Wires from the machine snaked away to the iron hatch, connecting to bricks of paper-wrapped plastic explosive that had been jammed into the hatch's crevices. The man in the cap didn't acknowledge the new arrivals, his gloved hands tapping out commands on the keyboard. The computer gave off a negative-sounding tone, and he cursed under his breath. Dembe and Chidike followed the other two men into the room, sweeping the dark corners for other threats. Finding nothing, Dembe grimaced and turned toward the white man. American, just as he had suspected. Although the man with the cap had no insignia on his gear vest and no flag patch on his arm, Dembe knew the type from the pirated copies of Hollywood action movies the others liked to watch. An operator, they liked to call themselves, as if it made them better than regular soldiers. They had fearsome reputations, but Dembe decided that was just make-believe, just more American bragging. This one didn't seem so special. He didn't reach for the highly modified carbine lying on the table next to the laptop. Didn't show the slightest spark of a warrior's aggression. Barco shouted at him. "Who the fuck are you? Who do you think you are?" At length, the American looked up as they cautiously approached him. "Evening, fellas," he offered. His tone was even, almost conversational. "Listen, I'm having trouble getting that booby trap disarmed." He jerked his thumb at the wired-up explosives. "I already tried 1, 2, 3, 4, the usual stuff. Don't want to pull on the wrong thing. Help a guy out? Give me the code, and we can all go home." Dembe knew the 4-digit sequence that would make the bomb safe. The warlord had told him so that when the time came, they could trade what was on the other side of the hatch for a lot of money. But if the American was trying to intimidate him into revealing it, his attempt was a poor one. Dembe raised his AKM and pointed it at the American's head. The man in the cap took his hands off the laptop and held them up. "Easy now, cowboy." "You did this." Dembe jutted his chin at the dead fighter. "You killed the men here? Not just you. Where are the others?" "Not just me, you're right about that." The American nodded. "A buddy of mine did the hard work. I took out your patrols in the valley, then walked up in here." He shrugged. "See, me and my guys, we're the ones who get called when someone wants to start a war, or stop one. But my buddy," the man in the cap smiled thinly, "he'll put you in hell an hour before the devil knows you're dead." Dembe's annoyance surged at the other man's unfazed attitude, and he reeled back to strike him with the AKM's heavy wooden stock. But in the same moment he caught a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye. From up in the deep ink-black shadows, muffled chugs of discharge sounded, and suddenly Barco and Amadi were reeling away from one another, aerosols of blood and brain matter jetting from ragged gunshot wounds in their heads. Dembe pivoted, and Chidike fired off a burst from his rifle in sheer reflex. A tongue of flame from the AKM's muzzle, briefly dispelling some of the darkness. In that flash of fire, Dembe saw something dark as night moving, dropping from a ledge hidden in the shadows. He saw 3 shimmering green eyes search for and find the other fighter. Then Chidike was hit too, stumbling backward, clawing at his throat. The fear that Dembe had been holding back exploded, and he fired too, but the man in the cap was already moving, dropping behind cover as the AKM's rounds sparked off the walls. It was just 5 paces to the doorway and back out into the corridor. Dembe broke into a sprint, ignoring Chidike's last gasps as the other man lay dying on the floor, bolting past him in a headlong rush. He didn't make it. The black shape with the glowing emerald eyes came at him, and Dembe thought he heard the crackle of a vulture's wings. Pain burst across his arm as iron-hard fingers trapped his limb and snapped bone. He cried out and lost his grip on the AKM. The rifle clattered away. Then the blunt muzzle of a suppressed pistol jammed into his cheek, the metal of it still searing hot from the previous shots, burning his flesh. The shape in black shoved him against the wall, and he felt hot breath against the back of his neck. Dembe stifled a gasp and waited for death. But death wanted something from him. "I'm going to tell you the price for your life," said the shadow, his tone flint-hard and uncompromising. He nodded toward the laptop. 4 numbers or 1 bullet. Make your choice. Chapter 2. Sahel region, Burkina Faso, West Africa. Sam Fisher had seen it before. The particular kind of terror that came over a man who wasn't used to being afraid of anything. Soldiers of every stripe liked to believe they were fearless. But the reality was, any man could know real panic when the moment came. The fighter with the gun in his cheek was like that, probably the big dog here, comfortable with being the guy in charge, comfortable with inflicting violence on others, never expecting that there might be a bigger, nastier predator lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. He blinked, his eyes widening as he got to grips with the truth of his situation. Fisher had seen that look before, too. He'd seen it in the faces of the enemies he had fought, the men he had killed on mission after mission, in places no less God-forsaken than this arid corner of the African veldt. "What are you?" The fighter pushed out the question, his body rigid with terror. "Demons," Fisher told him, and then nodded in the direction of the man in the cap. "Demons and ghosts." Then he adjusted his grip on his pistol, pushing the blunt muzzle of the SCIS semi-automatic into the man's flesh. "I won't ask you again. What's the disarm code?" "I tell you, and you will shoot me." "That depends," he replied. "But you can be damn sure I will kill you if you don't tell me." There were a lot of psychological tricks and coercive techniques that an operative could employ in a field interrogation. But Fisher had always found the most expedient to be a combination of honest threats and carefully applied menace. He had the experience to back it up. Most men his age in his line of work were either out for the big sleep in a pine box somewhere or pushing papers behind a desk. Covert operatives of Sam Fisher's caliber rarely made it to retirement, either taken out of the game by someone from their legions of hard-earned enemies, or lost to injury, mileage, or sheer wear and tear. He was a rarity, too long in the tooth to be able to leave it behind, but still fit and capable enough to be at the cutting edge. Fisher had sharp, hawkish eyes in the craggy, granite-hard face of a lifelong fighter. He was older than he looked, but not that you would know it, built rangy and athletic with a close-cut beard and short hair, gunmetal gray with a scattering of faded black. Under his dark tactical gear there was a lean form with barely any fat on it, a body mapped with scars and old healed wounds, each with a tale to tell. For his part, Fisher's personal story was shrouded in shadows, as deep as those around him. Once a U.S. Navy SEAL before becoming a paramilitary for the Central Intelligence Agency, his career in the clandestine black world had finally led him into an organization so secretive that only a handful of the world's elite spies were aware of its existence. Known as Fourth Echelon, powered by the cutting-edge intelligence engines of America's National Security Agency, the group operated directly by presidential order against terror threats, rogue weapons of mass destruction, or anything else that placed American interests, and those of our allies, in direct jeopardy. Fisher and others like him were Splinter Cells, lone wolf agents empowered to keep the world in balance, even in the most extreme of circumstances, and sometimes that meant being able to kill without hesitation. The fighter saw that in Fisher's eyes, and he made the smart choice. "The code is 1984. "The year the country of Burkina Faso was incorporated," said Fisher's companion from across the room. "Somebody's a student of history." Cautiously, he typed the numbers into the laptop. That or a fan of George Orwell. "If you're lying to us," Fisher began, drawing back the gun. The fighter let out a gasp. "It does not matter," he managed, struggling to recover some of his earlier defiance. "You will not leave this valley alive. None of you." On the metal hatch, the crimson indicator lights on the explosive rig went out, and Fisher shared a look with the other American. "We good, Nomad?" The soldier nodded, letting out a breath. "Looks like. Let me make sure." Gathering up his M4 carbine, Nomad slung the weapon over his shoulder and made his way to the door, running gloved hands over the latches, dogging it shut, studying it carefully for any secondary triggers he might have missed first time around. Fisher didn't anticipate any additional problems. Nomad had a keen eye, and he was one of the few people on the very short list of operators the Splinter Cell agent considered worthy of his respect. Smart, competent, and quick, the other man led a team from the U.S. Army's 5th Special Forces Group. Those in the know called them the Ghosts, and as a former Navy squid, Fisher was willing to overlook the fact that Nomad and his crew were grunts based on their exemplary record in combat. This wasn't the first time 4th Echelon had partnered with Nomad's unit, and the unique circumstances of this mission had called for such collaboration once again. "All good," declared the other man, before pressing the throat mic tab at his neck. "Ghosts, check in." Over the radio bead in his ear, Fisher heard the other 3 members of the Ghost team — he knew them as Midas, Weaver, and Holt — sound off one after another. Each had taken another of the old bunkers up along the valley, searching for their mission objectives. As with this one, the hard points had been prepared with explosive charges that could be remote detonated. Nomad passed on the disarm code. "Stand by," he told them. "I'll open this one first. If you don't hear thunder, you're clear to proceed."
"You will regret this,"
muttered the fighter.
"You should have stayed home, Americans. You and your friends. Africa will be your grave."
"Quiet." Fisher's aim with the pistol never wavered. "Here we go," said Nomad. With deft movements, he turned the latches and the hatch groaned open on rusted hinges. Immediately, a wave of musty air and mingled odors vented into the command room. The stale smells of human bodies confined too long, and a chemical reek that made Fisher's gut twist. Voices called out from inside, men and women crying in alarm, and Fisher couldn't help but look in that direction. For the fighter, it was the fractional distraction he had been hoping for, and he shoved Fisher in the chest, sprinting for the other door. The SCIS pistol chugged, but Fisher's shot was off, just clipping the running man before he raced away, back out into the dark corridor. Shit. Fisher took a step after the fleeing fighter, but Nomad called out to him. "Panther, forget that guy. I need help over here." Reluctantly, Fisher holstered his weapon and moved closer. What he saw inside the chamber beyond the hatch made his jaw harden. Bloodied and sickly-looking, there were 4 out of the dozen hostages the mission had been tasked to locate. Some were still wearing shirts bearing the logo of the charitable NGO they represented. All of them good people who had come to the Sahel region in hopes of helping those displaced by the constant fighting. Doctors and technicians, the civilians had made the mistake of thinking their neutrality and their worthy intentions would protect them. That had lasted barely a month before the most malicious of the local warlords had found another use for them, as human shields. One of the men, an older gent with a fatherly look to him, grabbed Nomad's hand and pumped it with a vigorous shake.
"You came for us. Thank you."
He looked around and caught sight of Fisher.
"Those thugs put us in there, wouldn't let us leave, and—"
He lost the rest of his words as he tried to smother a harsh, racking cough with his hand. Fisher saw blood on his fingers as the old man wheezed.
"Those things,"
said a pale woman with a sweat-filmed face.
"I think they've been making us sick."
She waved at a pyramid of bucket-sized canisters on a pallet at the far end of the chamber. "You'll be safe now," Fisher told her. "My friend here will take care of you." He heard Nomad doing his best to calm the captives and motioned to him to stay back. Taking a deep breath, Fisher crossed to the pallet and knelt next to it. The canisters were painted olive drab with Chinese letters spray-stenciled over them. Fisher's conversational Mandarin was good enough to read the warnings there, but even if it hadn't been, the iconography of the big black skull and crossbones on the drums did the trick. Carefully, he used a penlight to examine the seals around the containers, and he didn't like what he found. Spots of rust had ruptured, allowing a noxious, chalky fluid to escape and drool down the sides, pooling on the floor. He backed off, finding Nomad waiting at the hatch. The soldier gave him a questioning look, and when Fisher returned a nod, he swore under his breath.
"Ah, man. I hate it when Bowman's right."
"I'll call it in," said Fisher. He moved out of earshot of the trembling, terrified captives and keyed his own radio, the signal routed directly to an orbiting satellite far overhead. Black Box Actual, this is Panther. How copy? He frowned, wondering if the thick walls of the bunker would attenuate the transmission. The reply took a few seconds to reach him, and when it did, it was laced with static.
Panther, this is Black Box. Copy poor but readable. Proceed, over.
The female voice was ice-cool and moderated. He pictured Anna Grimm's daughter, his mission coordinator, on the other side of the world in the NSA control hub, monitoring the ongoing operation. Lost sheep located, he went on. Physical conditions not optimal. Request immediate evac and medical on standby. The reply came quickly, ignoring his request.
Panther, can you confirm the presence of the wolf on site? Over.
Fisher threw a look in the direction of the chamber. Red Wolf confirmed, he said. After a moment, repeat, Red Wolf. The color code combination would be meaningless to anyone who overheard it, but to everyone back at Mission Command, the facts would be clear. A stockpile of lethal GV-class nerve agents was present in the bunkers, by the look of them illegally sourced from the Chinese state military. How something so deadly had made it all the way from the Far East to Burkina Faso was a question Fisher couldn't answer. That was a problem for the people who gave him his orders. Right now, he had to deal with what was in front of him. Status on evac? He pressed.
30 minutes out.
30? Fisher scowled and briefly broke comms protocol. Damn it, Grimm. The deployment time is supposed to be half that.
Mechanical issues with one of the birds, came the reply. You are to hold until arrival, Panther. Be advised, ISR reads multiple enemy technicals inbound on your location. Estimate contact in 5. Over.
ISR meant intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, which was operator shorthand for the high-altitude drone circling somewhere up in the night sky, feeding real-time imagery back to command. Perfect for the chair warmers, he thought. At this rate, they'll get a ringside seat to a massacre. Understood, said Fisher, signing off as Nomad strode over to him. You heard that? I heard, said the ghost, tapping his radio earpiece. Didn't they tell us these creeps had 0 reinforcements in this AO? Something like that, Fisher noted, glancing at the captives. What's the word from the other bunkers? Same deal, a handful of hostages and a shitload of nerve gas. Nomad grimaced and checked his rifle. How you want to play this, Sam? Fisher reached for his own rifle to ready it, a sleek, highly modified SC-4000 frame, a prototype modular weapon developed specifically for the Splinter Cell program. We follow protocol. We need to get the civilians to the pickup, right now. If they get caught in the open, it'll be game over. Neither man commented on the fact that the nerve agent had been the mission priority. Neither of them was willing to sacrifice the lives of innocents, no matter what their higher-ups had ordered. I don't disagree, said Nomad. But the second we break out of here, those reinforcements will tag us. Fisher shook his head. Not if they've got something else to occupy their attention. Satisfied his weapon was ready, he slung it once more. Take these people out the back exit, and then head for the hills. Don't wait for me. You copy? Nomad gave him a hard look. You're not getting a death wish, are you, old-timer? Watch your damn mouth, son, Fisher shot back, without heat. You do your thing, get the hostages to safety, and I'll do mine. Without waiting for the other man to reply, Fisher stepped away and vanished into the waiting shadows. Chapter 3. Fort Meade, Maryland, United States of America. One thing Charlie Cole noted about people in the clandestine world was that they liked to give things code names, even when they didn't have to. The hacker imagined it was some kind of ingrained reflex that leaned toward deliberate obfuscation and concealment, a tick trained into them at whatever spy school they graduated from. Some of them called the building where he sat now the Puzzle Palace, but for Charlie and every other member of 4th Echelon's operational team, the NSA's central facility went by another name. They knew it as the Black Box, a double-layered term that not only described the dark, obsidian glass of its cube-shaped exterior, but also made it clear that whatever went on inside it was unseen, and unknowable to the wider world. Several sub-basements below ground level, in hardened spaces built to shield them from nuclear, biochemical, and electromagnetic assault, 4th Echelon's primary command and control nexus operated around the clock to monitor and direct the missions of the Splinter Cells. The black box wasn't the only facility used by the group, of course. There were a couple of smaller satellite stations and an airborne version of the C&C aboard the Paladin, a stealth-capable transport plane that was usually deployed close to the area of operations on their most sensitive missions. Right now, the Paladin was undergoing exhaustive maintenance out at the Groom Lake Air Base in the Nevada desert. And with it temporarily grounded, Mission Control had been relocated here to Maryland. Charlie didn't have a bad word to say about that. Years of being part of this team had taught him to loathe the constant jet lag feeling induced by mobile operations. At least here, in one time zone, he could keep his body clock ticking correctly. Or so he had hoped. Not that you'd know what time of day it is down here, he reflected, running a hand through his mop of unkempt, curly brown hair. Charlie glanced up from his station, finding a row of digital chronometers displaying the time in major cities around the world, mounted over the banks of video screens that formed one whole wall of the control center. He frowned. It felt like he had been down here forever, but it was just a few hours. At least aboard the Paladin, they got a little daylight through the windows. His attention snapped back to the moment at hand. Charlie's current responsibility was to monitor electronic signals and run backstop tech support in case of any unforeseen complications, but so far things had run straight down the line. In Burkina Faso, it was the middle of the night, but the main screen's image-intensified, color-inverted view of the landscape made it look like a field of snow through the eyes of the ISR drone. Black smudges indicating heat blooms moved along a winding ribbon of road, closing inexorably on the blocky shapes of the bunker line. These were technicals belonging to the local warband, mostly battered old pickup trucks overloaded with fighters, armed with Dushka heavy machine guns on mounts in the cargo bed. He mentally calculated the odds they represented, and the estimate was not good. A small army was on its way to Sam Fisher's location. Confirming 20, repeat 20 canisters on site in Bunker Bravo. The voice over the radio was heavy with distortion, but the words were clear. There's enough of this shit to poison the whole damn country. Charlie could hear the disgust in the soldier's tone. For an operator like one of the Ghosts, trained to prosecute their targets with as little collateral damage as possible, the idea of a weapon as horribly indiscriminate as nerve gas went against everything they stood for.
"Get out of there, Weaver," came the reply. "Regroup with Nomad and head to extraction."
The Ghost acknowledged, and Charlie looked across at the woman who had given the order, her face framed on a smaller secondary screen, her words being broadcast from some other undisclosed location for the duration of this combined mission. She could have been in the room next door, or on the other side of the country, and he guessed she liked that anonymity. Severe and pugnacious, to the hacker's eyes, the woman had the look of a soccer mom turned sociopath, and from what he'd heard about Karen Bowman, if that was her real name, he wasn't far off the mark. The CIA's handler for the Ghosts was uncompromising in a way that made Charlie determined not to attract her attention. He had his own Ice Queen to deal with. Anna Grimm's daughter, known by almost everyone as Grimm, was every bit as formidable as Bowman, fulfilling the same role with 4th Echelon as the other woman did with the Ghosts. Charlie had a lot of respect for Grimm, born out of watching her do her job with cool efficiency on mission after mission, but it would be a lie to say that he wasn't a little afraid of her. He would sometimes joke that her Icelandic ancestry meant Viking blood and ice water flowed through her veins. But never within Grimm's earshot, of course. She had her arms folded over her chest, scrutinizing the screens over the rims of her glasses. "We're cutting this fine," she said, thinking aloud. "Nomad will get the civilians out," replied Bowman. "Narrow margins are where my people work best." Charlie thought he picked up on the slightest air of challenge in the other woman's words, but Grimm didn't take the bait. Her attention was fully on the circumstances before them, and the fact was the man standing directly behind her would not have accepted anything else.
Brent Lassiter was the latest in a line of senior NSA officials who had passed along the high table at 4th Echelon, a recent political appointee in a tailored suit, with a quick smile that never reached his eyes, and a tendency to micromanage. The guy was sharp and charming when he wanted to be, but Charlie could sense there was an artificiality to his manners that he couldn't ignore. Lassiter had the saving grace of keeping quiet most of the time, but when he did speak, he did so with the air of a man used to being obeyed, with no questions asked. Lassiter was looking at the large, expensive watch on his wrist, and frowning. Like everyone else in the room, he was aware that the mission was taking longer than expected. "It's not going to look good if we lose any of those hostages," he said quietly, a faint Boston drawl to his words. "The directors of the NGO charity that sent them in have powerful friends in Congress." "I'm aware," Grimm replied. Charlie wanted to add something about how that NGO maybe should have not dropped unarmed civilians into such a dangerous area in the first place, but he thought better of it. 4th Echelon's missions didn't generally involve their operatives going in to clean up someone else's mess. But the aforementioned friends on Capitol Hill included the Speaker of the House and one of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Charlie got the impression that some markers had been called in. Grimm went to the middle of the room, where a long-angled console served as a virtual surface displaying live feeds, satellite images, tactical and topographic maps, and more. It was a version of the same strategic mission interface they used aboard the Paladin. The SMI responded to her touch as Grimm moved panes of text and data with her long, slender fingers. Standing next to it, ramrod straight, even when he wasn't at attention, Isaac Briggs glared into the screens, his eyes searching the ISR feeds for every last bit of tactical information. On the monitor, each one of the bunkers was bracketed by a digital overlay, giving their exact latitudes and longitudes. Grimm shot him a look. "Status check on Asset Champagne?" "Cocked and locked." Briggs didn't pause to check. He was already sure of his answer. "They're prepared to deal with a Red Wolf scenario. Just say the word." Former Army, Briggs had come up through the CIA, but the course of his career took a sharp left when Grimm had headhunted him for Splinter Cell training. If Charlie had to hang a word on the man, intense is what he would have gone with. Briggs rarely seemed to unwind, instead coming at everything with an arrow-sharp, by-the-book focus that was frankly intimidating. The hacker was willing to bet there was some resentment bubbling away in there too, at being here on base instead of out in the thick of it with Fisher and the Ghost team. Grimm was about to answer, but the man himself came over the comms channel. "Black Box Actual, this is Panther." Fisher's voice was clearer now, and Charlie guessed he was out in the open. "I hear vehicles. I see lights on the road." "Acknowledged, Panther." Grimm spoke into the wireless headset looped over her ear. "Reinforcements are inside the perimeter. Enemy is superior. Advise you escape and evade." "Negative," he replied. "They're joining up with the ones on guard. If they roll past me, they'll catch the ghosts and the hostages in the open." Charlie looked up at the northern quadrant of the big screen and found 4 blinking dots moving away over the rough exposed terrain, each one an ultraviolet marker light carried by the ghosts, only visible to the ISR drone's camera eye. Other blobs of black drifted around them, the terrified civilians the soldiers were guiding toward hoped-for safety. None of them would stand a chance if the fighters in the trucks got close and opened up with their heavy machine guns. "Understood," Grimm replied. "Rules of engagement are at your discretion, Panther." Fisher clicked his mic twice in assent, and the comm channel went quiet. At the other end of the image, down where the dark smudges of the technicals were skidding to a halt, Charlie saw one other lone UV signal pulsing, hidden in the scrub. Fisher was almost close enough to the new arrivals to reach out and touch them. "What exactly is he going to do?" Lassiter offered the query to the air. "Take on half the local militia, single-handed?" Grimm favored Lassiter with a glance. "You're new around here, Brent," she said, "so I'll forgive the question. But basically, yes." Charlie didn't register the man's response. Movement at the back of the command center caught his attention, drawing his eye to the glassed-in balcony on the upper level behind them, overlooking the space. The soundproof room was like a director's box at a football stadium, a gallery from which the operations taking place on the factory floor could be observed by any visiting bigwigs brought in for the 10-cent tour. Usually the box was where someone like Brent Lassiter was supposed to hang out, but he had made it clear from the start that he was going to be the hands-on type, like it or not. That meant the gallery was standing idle and the lights were off up there. But it wasn't empty. Without making it obvious, Charlie tapped into the security camera feed from the box and ran the display to his personal screen. A young woman with dark hair framing a serious expression sat low in one of the gallery's vacant seats, deliberately keeping to the shadows so she wouldn't be noticed. She was watching the mission play out on the big displays, staring intently at the imagery from the drone, chewing fixedly on a thread of her hair. She wore a fourth-echelon biometric identity pass on a lanyard around her neck, but Charlie didn't need to read it to know who she was. Sarah Burns, a.k.a. Sarah Fisher, was every bit as distinctive as her operative father, with her mom's good looks and her dad's quiet stoicism. Grimm looked in Charlie's direction, and he blanked the display before she saw it. Despite the fact that Fisher's daughter was technically an operational member of the unit, much to her dad's dismay, but that was a whole other story, Sarah had not been read in on the combined mission to Burkina Faso. She didn't have the clearance to be up there, a violation of protocol that could have serious consequences if the wrong people became aware of it. Charlie took a breath and stood, gathering up a tablet computer and moving quickly to the rear of the room. Lassiter saw him go and made a face. "This is not an opportune moment for a bathroom break, Mr. Cole." "No, it's, Charlie frowned and spun up a quick lie. "Just gotta check something on the stacks." He pointed at the racks of encrypted computer servers lining the far wall. "Make it fast," Lassiter demanded. "If this operation goes sideways, we'll need all hands on deck." "Understood. Won't take a minute." Charlie moved away, typing on the portable screen as he went, opening a private text conduit. He sent a message string to Sarah's OPSAT, the operational satellite uplink device carried by all Splinter Cell agents, hoping that she had it on her. "You should not be in there," he began. "What are you doing?" A few seconds later, a reply scrolled across Charlie's screen. "Had to see," wrote Sarah. "Tired of being in the dark." He sighed. "G will be pissed." "Let her," responded Sarah. "I need to know what's going on." Chapter 4. Sahel region, Burkina Faso, West Africa. The dark shades of Fisher's tactical suit blended him into the mottled shadows amid the sparse scrubland, and he crouched there, silently evaluating exactly how he was going to neutralize an enemy force that outnumbered him 12-1. The militia fighters were armed with battle-worn Kalashnikov assault rifles, or PPSH submachine guns, and he could tell by their twitchy bird-like movements that many of them were on something. That was standard operating procedure for war bands like this, to top up their courage with some illegal stimulants before going into a fight. It was an added wild-card factor Fisher could have done without. Men on drugs were less predictable, more likely to take risks or make unexpected choices when the shooting started. He'd have to deal with them as quickly as possible, keeping the fighters off balance for as long as he could. The new arrivals spilled out of their vehicles to gather near the 3 men waiting for them on the road. Fisher recognized the fighter he had interrogated standing among them, his face a mask of fury. The man had one hand clamped around a wound on his shoulder where Fisher's shot had nicked him as he escaped. The men were talking loudly, almost arguing, as they tried to come to a consensus about what to do next. Others wandered over to a low shelter covering that looked like a fuel cache, kicking at bushes and searching the darkness for potential targets. The wounded fighter kept jabbing his free hand at the bunker. He clearly wanted to get back in there in force and kill the American intruders. A guy with a dirty green shemagh around his neck was the focus of his anger, and this man seemed more interested in heading north,
in the direction of the escaping hostages. "If I wait for them to hash it out, it'll be too late," Sam told himself. "Gotta do this now." Slow and careful, he let his SC-4000 bullpup carbine slip off his shoulder and into his waiting hands. Reaching for a gear pouch on his belt, Fisher recovered a rubber-coated hoop made of dense material and slotted it into the muzzle of the carbine's secondary launcher. First, he had to take the biggest guns out of commission. Fisher leaned back and aimed at a fighter standing upright in the flatbed of the closest technical. No more than 20 years old, if he was a day, he wore a bright red soccer shirt and a threadbare painter's cap, and he had both hands resting on the Dushka heavy MG that pointed out over the Toyota's battered hood. Waiting until there were no eyes on his target, Fisher exhaled half a breath and pulled the SC-4000's secondary trigger. The modular launcher mounted on a rail beneath the carbine's barrel ejected the plastic projectile with a low hiss. It blurred through the air, striking the man in the red shirt in the temple. The ring airfoil projectile acted like a long-range knockout punch, silently taking out the gunner. He slumped forward on the Dushka, and nobody noticed. Fisher pulled another airfoil and reloaded, shifting his arc of fire toward a second technical with the same setup. This gunner was bare-chested, except for a webbing vest, and he was shifting from foot to foot behind his weapon, almost dancing on the spot with unspent nervous energy. He had a buddy close at hand leaning on the side of the second technical, who seemed in no hurry to move away. Meanwhile, the disagreement was building in volume, approaching a climax. Fisher fired again. The second airfoil ring was dead on, just like the first. But the guy in the web vest clearly had a harder head, a numb skull. Whatever it was, he jerked aside and flailed, clutching at his face and moaning. His buddy on the ground found this hilarious and laughed like a hyena. Or at least he did until he realized the gunner now had a broken jaw and blood streaming from his nostrils. Finally, gravity caught up with the guy in the vest, and he tumbled backward over the side of the flatbed, vanishing from sight. Laughing Boy caught up to the fact that this wasn't funny, after all, and called out a warning that was missed among the shouted argument. In that fraction of a second, Fisher flicked off the SC-4000 safety, laying the stubby carbine across the crook of his elbow, right at the cluster of gasoline drums beneath the shelter. The noise of their discharge swallowed by an integral sound suppressor, two pre-selected incendiary rounds thud-thudded from the muzzle and hit the fuel dump. Bolts of magnesium fire sparked, and the drums went up with a rolling whoosh of orange flames and black smoke that rose 20 meters into the air. The men searching around nearby were blasted off their feet, and they didn't rise again. Shock went through the fighters in a wave. They reacted like startled dogs, some of them diving for the dirt, others firing wildly in whatever direction they thought danger was coming from. Fisher was already moving, rolling away from his spot in the scrub, down into a gully that ran parallel with the roadway. "Panther, that you?" Nomad's voice crackled through the radio bead in Fisher's ear. There was a clear note of concern in the other man's tone. "All good," he replied, sub-vocalizing into his throat mic. "I got this." "Ain't he supposed to be the quiet type?" Midas, another of the ghosts, spoke up over the TACnet. "Hanging with you army kids taught me bad habits." Fisher swarmed down the gully, staying low as random bursts of fire went over his head. "Don't wait for me. Double time it." Rising again, he slipped in behind one of the battered pickups and chanced to look around the rear of the vehicle. One of the fighters had scrambled up to the now vacant Dushka on the second technical, and he leaned into it, swinging the machine gun around to aim in Fisher's direction. Has he seen me? Fisher couldn't take the chance. Snap firing, he put another 2 rifle rounds through the fighter's torso. But as the man died, he clutched the heavy MG's trigger, and the Dushka shouted. Loud, flat crashes of gunfire raked across the dust and the hood of the old vehicle. Anti-material bullets as thick as a man's thumb punching through the metal. Fisher sprinted from cover, and he heard a cry of alarm. If they hadn't seen him before, someone had now. Rifle rounds hummed through the air around him, buzzing like mad hornets. He pulled and tossed a stun grenade over his shoulder and dropped behind a low sandbag wall as the 9-banger went off in a ripple of concussions. A jagged spark of pain crawled down his spine, a reminder from an old war wound that he wasn't as young as he used to be, and Fisher ignored it. Popping up, he shot into the first target he saw, a man in fatigues with a drum-fed PPSH fire-hosing bullets along the low cover. As the man fell, Fisher was already in motion again. The key to controlling this engagement was to never give the fighters something to combine their fire on, to make them think they were facing 6 men and not 1. At the edge of the shallow, smoke-reeking crater where the fuel dump had been, he ambushed a bearded fighter with an AKM, breaking his neck with a punishing blow from the SC-4000 stock. Fisher hauled the dead man away and tossed his body into a gully, leaving his comrades to think he had vanished. The men who had been arguing put that aside when Fisher first declared war on them. Now they were snarling at one another as to where their enemy was and what to do about it. A few of them dug in near the bunker entrance, making the smart choice to give their assailant only one angle of attack. The others, dithering behind the technicals or out in the open, were living on borrowed time. Fisher peered down the ACOG sight atop the SC-4000 and shot a gunman in the thigh, counting on his screams to draw the attention of his friends close by. Sure enough, a ripple of shadows near one of the vehicles gave away their position, and he slipped silently toward it. They never saw him coming. Bursts of controlled, steady fire ended the last of the men outside the bunker. Fisher came upon the wounded man, groping for his fallen rifle, and with cold efficiency, he put him out of his misery with a headshot. "All call signs, this is Nomad." Fisher hesitated, hearing the soldier pitching up his voice to be heard. "Ran into some unfriendlies at the LZ, but we're clear now." "Copy that." Bowman, the Ghost's mission supervisor, sounded as calm and unruffled as someone giving a lunch order. "Recovery bird is 10 mics out." Over the voice in his ear, Fisher could hear the faint but distinctive double thud sound of a CH-47's rotor blades. The big Chinook troop transport helicopter would be able to scoop up the rescued captives and the strike team in a single go. "That's your cue, Panther," said Grimm. "Extract like your life depends on it," she continued. "Because it does." Fisher hesitated, ducking low as more wildfire from the men in the bunker entrance came his way. He thought about the canisters of poison still in the buildings and the threat they represented. "Status on Red Wolf?" "Oh, the Air Force is going to handle that detail for us," offered Bowman. "Seriously, get the fuck out of there. Like the song says, a hard rain is gonna fall." He didn't need any more encouragement. Fisher broke into a sprint, racing away from the bunkers, dissolving into the dark of the night. Fort Meade, Maryland, United States of America. "I never took you for a Dylan fan," Grimm said, addressing the comment to the woman on the monitor. The Brian Ferry version's more my era," replied Bowman. "Am I dating myself?" "Not that you'd notice." Carefully editing Brent Lassiter's presence out of her world, Grimm looked away to where Briggs stood waiting, with an encrypted handset at his ear. He gave her a questioning look, and she nodded back to him. Briggs spoke into the handset in clipped, urgent tones. "Asset Champagne, your target package is confirmed. Release, release, release." From somewhere out in the wilds, a remote pilot behind a screen gave the required response. "Champagne confirms. ISR has deconflicted. Weapons away in 10 seconds. Grimm's eyes flicked up to the main tactical map, watching as a blue arrowhead streaked in from the west at high speed. The shape represented the MQ-20 Avenger UCAV that had been orbiting on station high over the Sahel's scrubland since the mission began. Now the drone pilot brought it in on an attack run over the bunker line, targeting each hardened site with GBU-39 precision glide bombs, each modified with a compact thermite plasma warhead. Crimson dots fell from the Avenger as it crossed the map and vanished off the other side, and Grimm glanced at the aerial view being fed from the other drone in the area. Plumes of black fire ejected from impact craters in the roof of each bunker and out of their doorways before the structures collapsed in on themselves. In a matter of seconds, the entire stockpile of nerve agent was consumed in a string of sun-hot infernos. "Black box, Panther." Fisher's voice came over the comm channel. "Visual on hits. Good effect on targets." "Holy shit!" One of Nomad's ghosts offered a more direct evaluation of the drone strike, watching the night sky briefly light up like daytime. "I guess that's how we do that." "Yeah," noted Fisher. "We're done here." Grimm turned back to Lassiter, a thin smile on her face. The man had been pressing her for weeks to show him an example of fourth echelon fangs out, as he put it, and today's work would hopefully give him what he wanted. But Lassiter had his back to the screen, paying no attention to the fireworks. Instead, he was glaring at the figure of a woman up in the darkened observation gallery. "What is she doing in here?" Grimm looked up and locked eyes with Sarah Fisher, and her smile faded. This was a complication she didn't need. "I'll deal with it," she said, cutting off Lassiter before he could say more. Chapter 5. Fort Meade, Maryland, United States of America. Grimm told Sarah to sit down, but she didn't take a chair herself, preferring to stand beside the big desk in her office with her arms folded and her terse expression set in judgment. Classic Ice Queen power move, Sarah reflected. Project a sense of inferiority on the other person by looking down on them. This wasn't the first time Sarah had been in this exact same position, like being called to the principal's office, only much more serious. In high school, all she'd had to look forward to was detention or suspension. Here, it might end up with prison time. "Are you actually trying to get arrested for treason?" Grimm asked the question in a moderate tone. "Or is it that you woke up this morning with the intention of ruining my day?" Sarah didn't respond. Again, she'd learned to tell the difference between Grimm's actual questions and her rhetorical ones. She looked away, out through the glass windows of the office to the now inactive operations room. With the Burkina Faso mission over and consigned to a deep file somewhere in the black box's secure records, the team were winding down, closing things up. She saw Briggs talking with Drew, one of the other systems techs. Across from them, Charlie Cole was doing a very poor job of pretending not to stare into Grimm's office. "He's not going to be any help," Grimm told her, following her line of sight. "If I find out you asked him to cover for you, you'll ruin Charlie's prospects here as well as your own." "Charlie's not involved," Sarah said quickly. "I got into the gallery by myself." "Without clearance," noted Grimm, "during a hot operation." "I was observing." The words seemed weak when she said them out loud. "Worried about your father's well-being?" Grimm didn't give her time to respond. "He can look after himself." "I know." A wash of melancholy came over her, but Sarah pushed it away with a scowl before it could bed in. "He's always been good at that." "I suppose I should be impressed that you managed to bypass security," Grimm went on, ignoring the comment. "The training we gave you is obviously paying off. But instead, you'll start by writing me a report about how you did it, and I'll have whatever loophole you used closed for good." Sarah couldn't help but let out a grunt of irritation. "Oh, fun. More paperwork. Thanks." Grimm studied her severely. "And there's my answer to the bigger question. That's what this is about. You're annoyed that you're not out in the field, to the extent that you're spying on active operations you don't have clearance for." Sarah tried to deflect with a sarcastic riposte. "Geez, Anna, you make it sound so petty when you put it like that." "In this office, you'll refer to me as Director Grimm's daughter." Grimm shot back. "Sam gets to be familiar with me because he's earned that right. You haven't." The other woman's whip-crack reply made Sarah stiffen in her seat, putting her on the defensive.
Look, I've been part of this agency for over 3 years now, and in all that time I have barely been an active agent. Not true. Active in the field, I mean, Sarah corrected. You were the one who brought me into 4th Echelon, Director. So you tell me, why am I still warming a chair with my butt and staring into screens every day? Grimm released a sigh. I got you here because I saw raw talent in you, she admitted, and I wasn't wrong. You've done good work with this team. The cleanup after Gordian Sword and the Amherst operation, both major successes for us. Both done from behind a desk, she countered. Together with Leah Cade, another of 4th Echelon's tech operatives, Sarah had worked a months-long initiative to track down and isolate the remnants of a corporate empire founded by rogue billionaire Brody Teague after his attempt to auction off an advanced digital codebreaker had been thwarted by the agency. Along the way, they'd taken several problematic elements off the board, shutting down dozens of dark money accounts and pipelines for dangerous tech. And then there was the hunt for Gordon Amherst, a disgruntled virologist with an apocalyptic vision for the future involving bioterrorism and forced human depopulation. That one still gave Sarah nightmares when she thought about what might have happened had they failed to stop him. But the scientists' horrific plans had ended with a silenced pistol shot in a Brooklyn back alley, with Isaac Briggs' finger on the trigger. It had been Drew, Leah, and Sarah who digitally tracked Amherst down, just days before he would have brought his plans to fruition. Everything we do is important, Grimm was saying. The targets we neutralize, the missions we prosecute. Sometimes the safety of the world balances on the choices we make here. I understand that, but I could do more, Sarah insisted, if you'd deploy me. That's not your call to make. Old, familiar annoyance flared in her, and this time Sarah didn't bother to hide it. Well, whose is it? Yours? Or maybe someone else's? She nodded in the direction of the blanked monitor screens, but the implication as to who Sarah meant was clear to both women. I don't answer to your father, said Grimm with a flicker of frustration, and the room grew colder with every word she uttered. It's the other way around. Is it? Sarah met Grimm's gaze. For a good while now, she'd had her suspicions that something or someone was deliberately holding her back, and now the moment was upon her, Sarah felt compelled to follow that suspicion to the source, wherever it might lead. She changed tack. I've been fighting to earn my place here from the very start. I know there are plenty of people who think I don't have what it takes. Lassiter, for one, and Briggs. The other Splinter Cell operative had not been silent with his doubts about Sarah's abilities. In his eyes, anyone who wasn't a former door kicker or trigger puller had no business being on active duty. But beyond everyone else, there was one person above all Sarah needed to prove herself to, even if she hated the compulsion. As Grimm always did, she cut right to the heart of things, slicing through to the truth like a laser beam. You think I don't know what it's like, being a woman, working in this world for as long as I have? I have to prove myself every day, Sarah. It comes with the territory. I suggest you make peace with that reality and resolve any issues you have with your father directly, not on company time. Sarah smiled without humor. I can't do that. He's barely here, always moving from deployment to deployment. She sighed. It's as bad as it was when I was a kid. He's off saving the world, and I get to talk to him every couple of months, if I'm lucky. I'm sorry if our high operational tempo is inconvenient for your personal life. But our targets don't wait. That's bullshit. Sarah's sour mood finally broke its banks, and she demanded an answer for the question that had been pushing at her for months. Who's covering for who now, Grimm? Be straight with me. The other woman's eyes narrowed behind her rimless spectacles. You are skating very close to insubordination. Think carefully about the next thing that comes out of your mouth. Sarah clamped her jaws shut and chewed on her annoyance, and when she didn't respond, Grimm asked a different question, making it a challenge. "If you don't like how things are done here, you are free to put in your resignation." "You want me to quit?" Sarah shot back. "No. I want to know the reason you are here. I want to hear you say it." Sarah sighed. "My dad wanted to keep an eye on me, keep me close, so he got me cleared, had me recruited as an analyst at the NSA. But I wanted to do more than that. I want to go out there." She nodded at the darkened screens again. "Because I want to stop other people having to suffer the trauma I had to fight through." She took a breath, holding back the dark memories. Being on the edge of her father's clandestine world had seen Sarah kidnapped more than once, her life threatened, even her death faked. It had left a mark on her she was still processing years after the fact. And more than that, I want to know why my dad was never there when I was growing up after my mom died. I want to see firsthand the duty that he put before me. Sarah's gaze dropped. "I need to walk the same path, so I can get—" She struggled to find the right word. "Understanding. Closure. Something." "Those are laudable goals," said Grimm. "But unfortunately, fourth echelon does not exist so you can find yourself." She turned away and walked around her desk, the action clearly signaling that their conversation was at an end. "My advice to you is to complete the assignments you're given and leave your family drama at the door. Lassiter wanted to suspend you, but I argued against it. But don't mistake my decision for lenience. If anything like what happened today reoccurs, you won't just be looking at a suspension. Your next stop will be the brig at Miramar. Is that clear?" "Crystal," said Sarah. She got up and strode angrily to the door, but something stopped her on the threshold with her back to the other woman. She still didn't have the answer to the question that had been plaguing her, so she threw caution to the wind and said it out loud. "You benched me because my dad asked you to, right? Because he thinks he's keeping me safe." "Get out of my office," Grimm said coldly, refusing to give her what she wanted. "And get back to work." Chapter 6. M.Y. Kumiho, off the coast of Incheon, South Korea. From a distance, the opulent mega-yacht resembled a trident carved out of black marble, a shape made of severe angles floating on the surface of the Yellow Sea like some strange artifact from another age. Across the stern, written in Korean and English, was the vessel's name, Kumiho, which in translation meant nine-tailed fox. The mythical creature that was its namesake was a mixture of the demonic and the seductive, so the legend said. The fox with 9 tails was a clever, dangerous shapeshifter that often favored the form of a beautiful woman. She would charm her prey with her guile and her exquisiteness, before feasting on their hearts and livers for sustenance. Women feared that she would take their sons and husbands, and men lived in terror of succumbing to her bloodthirsty wiles. Seeing the name there made Jin Hyo Ri smile. It wasn't a warm expression, but a predator's grin, cut across pale features framed by short black tresses, beneath eyes that had a calm, measuring quality to them. Her private helicopter pivoted over the stern of her yacht and settled without a bump on the landing pad behind the solarium and flying bridge. She waited for the rotors to slow before exiting, unwilling to have the elegant dress lines of her Balmain original ruffled by the downwash. Once upon a time, when Jin had been an awkward teenage girl with too much weight for her tiny frame and a plain complexion thanks to the dull genes of her distant, uncaring parents, the other pupils at her expensive boarding school in Kyoto had mocked her by calling her Kitsune, the Japanese name for their version of the fox spirit myth. They jeered and made her life miserable in cruel ways that only the spoiled offspring of the wealthy were capable of. They would leave raw calf liver to spoil in her desk, ruin her school books, and steal her clothes. The torment seemed to go on forever. Jin still remembered each individual incident with perfect clarity, cursed by the eidetic memory that had made her such a gifted student. But there was one recollection she liked to draw from those days, the day when something in her had snapped, and her silent acceptance disintegrated. She drowned the ringleader of her bullies in an ornamental pond, leaving her body to float among the koi and bloat into ugliness. A tragic accident, it was later decided, when the other girl was found by her chattering, idiot friends. They were all ruined now, of course, every single one of them. Jin's gift and her persecuted childhood taught her the value of cunning as a weapon of revenge. And as the arc of her life began to ascend, she used the patchwork of tiny details she remembered about them to destroy every one who had ever hurt her. In the passing of the years, when Jin had blossomed and her nascent beauty had finally emerged, she gained confidence, and with it a cold, calculating heart. She took control of the insult that had been pinned to her and made it her identity. She became the Kumiho, desired and feared and hated in equal measure. With money from the coffers of her father and mother, by use of seduction and ruination, she engineered a meteoric rise into politics, and by the time she was in her early 30s, she was one of the youngest members of South Korea's political caste, one of a new breed of elected representatives pushing the nation toward a bright new future. When her parents perished in a car accident, another tragedy the causes of which were never adequately explained, she quietly played the role of the sad orphan, using that sympathy and her new inheritance to cement her position. Her ambitions had her on the road to the presidency, but progress was glacially slow, and Jin's impatience pulled on her like gravity. The people of Korea, not just in the South, but their estranged cousins in the North as well, needed someone of vision to bring real, lasting change to the peninsula. The system was mired in the past, and it had to be upended, but every attempt Jin made to move the needle, even a little, was met again and again by derision and intransigence. Too many dull old men in positions of power had a vested interest in maintaining the status quo. They looked down on her in the same manner as her childhood tormentors had, as something lesser, to be mocked but never taken seriously. "They will come to regret that," she told herself. One of her assistants opened the helicopter's cabin door, and Jin swept out, propelled by the simmering energy of a fury that never quite left her. She strode off the landing pad and down to the deck to find a familiar face waiting for her. "At last," said the man. "I was afraid you'd leave me to babysit our guests all day." Pai Dong-sun was an unassuming figure, old enough to be Jin's elder brother, but still somehow cursed with the aspect of a man yet to grow into maturity. "Perish the thought," said Jin as she walked past. "I know you can keep them happy. You speak their language." Pai displayed a mock-hurt expression. "Was that an insult? I think it was." Despite wearing an expensive suit and patronizing a personal stylist, he always looked rumpled and slightly unkempt. A member of the National Assembly, as Jin was, the wits in the world of political satire often joked that Pai was like a country bumpkin who had no idea how to use a clothes iron. She favored him with a rare smile. "Don't pout. Today is an auspicious day." "It is at that. The time has come for boldness." Pai nodded, meeting her smile with a sly grin of his own. Those idiots in the media had no idea what went on behind his affable exterior. Pai was one of the cleverest parliamentary animals Jin had ever encountered, and beneath his awkward veneer lurked a mind every bit as calculating as her own. The man was a wolf in sheep's clothing, but few who ever saw that side of him lasted long enough to speak of it. In truth, if anyone from the media had seen the two of them talking, it would have been a scandal blasted across every news site in the nation. No one would ever have believed that these two bitter political rivals could find shared common cause. It was a convenient smokescreen. In the assembly, Jin and Pai stood at the polar opposites of the ideological spectrum.
their parties vehemently opposed to one another. But here, in this quiet little sedition of theirs, their secret beliefs were one and the same. They both saw the obvious truth, with a clarity that the myopic generation of elder statesmen refused to acknowledge. Korea required a shock to the system to reset things before it could strive for true greatness and become the global power it was destined to be. And as Jin had drowned the girl who held her back all those years ago, so her nation needed to smother the obstacles to its greater growth. They passed along the outer deck toward the yacht's lounge, where Jin's invited guests waited, and even as they approached, she could hear them laughing raucously and talking loudly.
"Our cousins can seem uncouth," ventured Pai. "Don't be fooled," Jin told him. "You more than anyone should know that the mask we show the world is not the face we wear beneath it."
Pai chuckled.
"I'm sure I don't know what you mean."
Another of the Kumiho's crew opened the lounge door for them and bowed as they entered. Jin surveyed the room, with its deep leather chairs, polished ash wet bar, and objet d'art, and her nose wrinkled. The two men enjoying her hospitality were smoking pungent cigars, blowing out a fog of blue smoke in between sips from tumblers of Japanese whiskey. It took a moment for them to remember to show some manners, and they rose to bow. Each had a bodyguard with him, heavy-set and glowering, in black suits with the obvious bulges of shoulder holsters, neither of whom moved even an inch. They might have been sculptures for all the life in them.
"My dear lady, a delight to see you once more."
The older of the two men from the north had an oily complexion and dark hair that was all too obviously dyed. He waved his cigar around.
"I hope you don't mind. Pai told us to make ourselves comfortable."
"Of course," Jin said seamlessly. "I'm pleased." Sok Jaehua reminded her of an uncle on her late mother's side, a man who constantly tried to ingratiate himself after her parents had passed, doubtless hoping to use her to move up a few ranks in the family chaebol, the corporate conglomerate from which her parents had drawn their wealth. That uncle's false bonhomie had dissolved when she cut him out of the business, and Jin wondered if Sok was the same kind of man. He was the closest thing to a business leader that the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea would tolerate. A self-styled entrepreneur who walked the delicate line between party faithful and pseudo-capitalist. Most importantly, Sok sat at the center of a web of official and black market connections in the North that were vital to their endeavors. Jin knew how to motivate his type. His guiding star was avarice, and he would be easy to keep on task.
"We appreciate you facilitating this meeting at short notice," said his companion, stubbing out his cigar. "A unique opportunity has risen that begs to be taken advantage of."
By contrast, the other man from the north had a gaunt aspect, a stiffness to his movements and large, dark eyes that put Jin in mind of a carrion crow. Although here and now he wore a tailored suit from Macau, at home, Choi Kyung would have been dressed in a military uniform, dripping with medals across the breast and down the flank of his jacket. A highly decorated officer in the DPRK's armed forces, he also served the party as a regional governor, personally controlling the fates of a handful of provinces on the far side of the demilitarized zone. Choi had a clipped, brisk diction to his words that made everything he said sound like an order, and Jin wondered idly if he had ever known any life other than soldiering. Unlike Sok's baser instincts, Choi was driven by the same desire as Jin, to see the two Koreas together once again.
"I am gratified by your eagerness to share this."
Jin went to the bar and made herself a drink.
"I have, of course, put the usual protocols in place to ensure whatever we discuss here goes no further."
Off that statement, Choi made a cutting gesture with the blade of his hand, and the two bodyguards stepped outside. Jin had no doubt that Sok would have swept the lounge for listening devices while they were drinking her liquor, and her word was her bond. There would be no record of this gathering, other than the perfectly remembered one in her head. Sok put down his cigar and his drink,
moving to rest a hand on a gold and silver sculpture on the table between the chairs. Intricate and impressionistic, it depicted two mythical dragons intertwined around one another, fire bursting from their open mouths. "I like this piece," he announced. "Are they fighting, or are they fucking?" "Show some decorum," grunted Chui, and Sok laughed self-consciously. "I'm sure he didn't intend to offend," said Pai. "A joke." "Well, yes and no," Sok went on. "These two dragons, they are identical, wrapped around the fire, separate but linked, like us." "Like Korea." Pai clapped his hands together. "Yes, we see." "A pair of dragons will always fight," said Sok, warming to his analogy, and Jin gave him an indulgent nod. "But if they can become one, they are unstoppable. We must merge to become a true force to be reckoned with." "The two Koreas need to find their way to unity," agreed Jin. Sok's parallel was evocative, if somewhat clumsy. "On this we agree." "But that path is perilous." Chui folded his arms over his chest in an unconscious gesture of self-protection. "Others have tried to alter the balance of power in this region by stealth, and their plans came to nothing. We must tread carefully." "No one has forgotten the invasion," said Jin, and a chill ran through the room. "Those Japanese dogs forced our hand." Chui's metered manner switched in an instant to a seething rage. "They turned the world against us. We had to take the initiative and defend ourselves." Over a decade earlier, a plot masterminded to trigger conflict in Southeast Asia had almost tipped over into a Third World War. A North Korean missile battery fired on an American warship less than 50 miles from where the Kumiho was now anchored. When the Western powers aligned to punish the North for their apparent act of baseless aggression, the Hawks in Pyongyang had doubled down and launched an armored thrust into the South. Jin had been in Busan during that time, and she remembered those desperate hours with a grimace. In the end, it was revealed that a rogue Japanese admiral had hacked the missile system to push the North into the role of belligerent, and Chui's paranoid contemporaries had taken the bait. It was a miscalculation that the North refused to admit to, even after the truth was brought to light. The admiral tried for his crimes, and all sides in the conflict had stood down. "A treacherous attack from without, compounded by a bellicose response." Sok nodded gravely. "A serious error that served only to make the North seem untrustworthy." In his homeland, Sok would never have dared to say anything so critical of the DPRK military, but here he was free to speak his mind. Chui made a spitting sound and met Jin's gaze. She saw something in his eyes she hadn't expected. Guilt. "I watched men I had trusted to defend my nation so willing to commit to a reckless, bloody invasion on the thinnest of pretexts," he went on. "That is when I knew something had to change. True unity cannot come from one Korea ruling over the ashes of another. I am a soldier, yes, but I know that war cannot bridge our divide." "Well said," noted Pai. "War is the savage solution. It is the hammer. What our nations require is subtlety. Our solution must be like a scalpel." "And with that in mind, tell us of the opportunity you mentioned," said Jin. Sok and Chui exchanged glances. It had taken many meetings such as this one to get the two men to commit to Jin's conspiracy, and even now they were still reticent. But every person in the room knew that they had long since passed the point of no return. If a future was to be secured for the Korean people, they would have to bring it into being. "I have come into possession of certain information," said Chui. "A closely guarded secret known only to very few. The location of a particular individual of value on a certain day, at a certain time." No one said the name aloud, but they all knew who Chui was referring to. "What can be done with this knowledge?" Jin felt a thrill of anticipation, but she kept it hidden. Pai coughed politely and raised a hand. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves, my friends. Before we consider any course of action, we must determine how we can act decisively, but without drawing attention to our ultimate objective."
Jin considered that for a moment.
"We will require a specific tool."
She glanced at Pai.
"The scalpel."
Salk looked out of the lounge window at the sea beyond. "I know how to get exactly what we need." Chapter 7. Arundel Mills, Maryland, United States of America. Nestled in the apex where the Baltimore-Washington Parkway and Maryland State Route 100 came together, the big shopping mall was no more than a quarter-hour's drive from Fort Meade, and for that reason alone, Charlie Cole would have preferred a different meeting place. There was too much risk that someone who knew his face might see him here, and the percentage of base staff roaming the mall's long breezeways, along with the locals, was always high. You couldn't go more than 2 minutes without seeing someone in army fatigues, and it was worse around the cavernous food court, where people from the base often gathered to grab some off-site lunch. Charlie tried not to let that bother him, parking his car near the faux castle frontage of the local Medieval Times franchise and slipping around to the side entrance. He had a baseball cap pulled down low and his hands in the pockets of a zip-front hoodie, and something dawned on him as he caught his own reflection in the window of the Dairy Queen as he passed by. I look like I'm cosplaying as my teenage self. Hoodie, hat, and hacker slouch, it was practically the uniform of the keyboard cowboys Charlie had grown up around, idolizing those freaks and geeks as a disaffected youth caught in the cogs of the American foster care system. Eventually he joined their ranks, before swapping his black hat petty larceny for the real challenge of white hat government work. He wondered what young Charlie would have thought of his older self, and settled on the likelihood that his teen incarnation would have cried sellout and then kicked his ass virtually at GoldenEye. Chewing on that, he grimaced and set a swift pace to the food court, where he picked up a soda and a baked cheese pretzel before sinking into a 2-seater booth on the far wall. Charlie picked that booth specifically because it was the one in the photo that had appeared from out of nowhere in a folder on his private, personal computer server, the same server that he kept hidden from everyone at 4th Echelon, where he stored his personal collection of rare torrents, his emergency Bitcoin wallet, and a slew of other less-than-legal digital ephemera. Like a lot of people working deep in the black world, Charlie had a stash of money and materials hidden away for the day when the shit hit the fan. But where folks like Briggs or Grimm might have an actual safe or left luggage locker stocked with guns, passports, and rolls of currency, Charlie's equivalent was out on the net, and he had thought that would make it untouchable. Wrong. With a sigh, he set down his meager meal and, as casually as he could, let his fingers wander along the bottom of the table. Among the fossilized lumps of chewing gum adhering there, he came across a blocky shape fixed in place with masking tape and pulled it free. Charlie raised an eyebrow as he examined the object, an ancient, dumb tech flip phone that was almost as old as he was. It trilled in his hand, and he snapped it open, noting the caller unknown text on the screen. "Hello? Cole?" He recognized the voice on the other end of the line, the same nasal, crabby growl he'd heard a dozen times before. "Tell me you left your cell phone and smartwatch in the car outside." Charlie sighed. "I did, like always." "I want to hear you say the words out loud." "Okay, fine." He blew out a breath. "I left my cell phone and smartwatch in the car outside. Satisfied? This isn't my first rodeo." "Caution is the watchword of the survivor," said the man on the line, with grim solemnity. Then Charlie heard the distinctive sound of someone sucking on the straw of a big gulp. "I'm watching you. Don't do anything to draw attention. I'm pretty sure you weren't followed, but you can't be too careful." He couldn't stop himself from looking around. Charlie's gaze raked over the diners outside the pretzel place, then ranged across to the other groups in the wider food court. He saw a few people drinking sodas, but no one obviously looking his way or talking into a wireless headset.
Mind your own business, snapped the voice. Don't waste your time trying to figure out which one is me. I'm not even in the same state as you.
Right. Charlie's gaze rose to look at the security cameras up in the mall's eaves, wondering which of them had been compromised to monitor him. How is the weather in Boca, anyhow?
Don't fish, came the reply. You don't have the skills, kiddo.
Charlie scowled and couldn't resist getting in a dig of his own.
Whatever you say, Pops. Respect your elders, Cole, or maybe one of them will wipe those 90 terabytes of rare anime MP5s you've got squirreled away in your backups.
He instinctively made an easy now gesture.
Fair enough, no offense meant.
Charlie tried a different tack. The man on the phone was, like him, a former hacker, and if there was one thing that hackers responded well to, it was flattery. I respect your kung fu. I wouldn't have come to you otherwise. There's no one else who could get what I wanted.
That's more like it, and you're damn right. Anyone who tried to pull this data on an NSA grid would be flag-tagged and bagged in a heartbeat.
There was another pause and another soda slurp. When the voice returned, its tone had softened.
So, how's Sam doing? And Sarah?
You know I can't talk about that.
Yeah, I suppose so.
The man on the phone sighed.
All right, let's get to it. I did what you asked me to. I looked into Brent Lassiter. He reads like your garden variety Beltway shark asshole hybrid.
Shark hole?
Hey, that's funny. I like it. He's done a couple of sketchy things in his career, but nothing that stuck to him. The guy's practically a choir boy compared to some of his contemporaries up on the hill. If you're looking for a reason to distrust him other than gut feelings, and I know you are, you're out of luck. Aside from the usual Politico douchebag stuff that all guys like Lassiter have, he's comparatively clean, and he may actually be semi-competent.
Really?
Really. I'm shocked myself. I mean, something else might be buried deeper, but...
The voice trailed off.
Drilling down runs the risk of drawing attention.
Charlie's eyes lost focus, and he stared into the middle distance.
I don't know. I don't like the vibe from the guy.
Every time in his life Charlie had ignored his instincts, the situation had turned bad. With the last such occurrence, years ago on a mission in Iran, he had almost paid for his mistake with his life. Never again, he told himself. If something felt wrong, he had to be sure.
Lassiter's got an agenda that he's not showing, he noted. It makes my spidey sense tingle. Congratulations, came the sarcastic retort. You've just described everyone working in espionage and politics.
He was about to respond in the same tone when he caught sight of a blonde-haired man in a dark wind cheater entering the food court and making a show of studying one of the vendors' menus. Charlie recognized him immediately. His name was Haddon, and he generally acted like he was Brent Lassiter's shadow, rarely, if ever, seen out of the company of his boss. Bodyguard, second-in-command, troubleshooter, personal valet. As far as Charlie could determine, Haddon might be any one of those. And now, there he was, just happening to turn up in the same food court, in the same shopping mall at the same time Charlie Cole was breaking his sworn oath to the agency in order to do a little off-books background check of his own. It could have been a coincidence, but Charlie had learned the hard way that random chance rarely worked in his favor. "Gotta go," he told his contact. "Talk more later." He rose, concealing the burner phone as he snapped it in half against the table, before dropping the pieces into his drink. Then he carried his trash to the bin on the far side of the food court. When he turned around, Haddon was standing right behind him. The blond man smiled and pointed at him. "Cole, right? Almost didn't recognize you. Got sick of eating at the base commissary too, huh?"
I just finished my lunch," he replied.
"Oh," Haddon nodded, looking around. "Did you have company?"
"Just me and a pretzel."
Charlie shook his head, stepping around the other man. "I'm more of a salad and lean chicken guy." Haddon's plastic smile didn't waver, and it didn't reach his narrow, deep-set eyes.
It gave him a look of a life-size Ken doll with none of the warmth or humanity.
Eat healthy, live longer, you know?
Was that some kind of oblique warning? Charlie decided he wasn't going to stick around to find out. "Good advice, thanks," he replied, and hastily retraced his steps back toward the parking lot. Just before he turned the corner to move out of sight of the food court, he chanced to look back. Haddon was holding open the flap of the trash bin and peering inside.
Chapter 8. Fort Meade, Maryland, United States of America. Fisher, welcome back.
Sam looked up from the coffee pot as Briggs entered the off-duty lounge and threw him a terse nod. He offered the other operative a mug of the steaming hot liquid. Briggs saluted him with the mug.
"Good job out there. Intel sweep says the WMD threat was completely neutralized." "A full-kick drone strike will do that for you."
Fisher sipped from his drink.
"Thanks for your help."
Briggs shrugged.
"I just pushed the right buttons."
He frowned, and Fisher guessed he was putting aside his disappointment at not being part of the mission on the ground himself.
"Nomad and his boys, they treat you right?"
Fisher smiled thinly.
"Yeah, they keep it up, and I might actually raise my opinion of you grunts."
"High praise indeed." Like the Ghost team, Briggs had formerly been U.S. Army. Before that had seen him recruited into the CIA's National Clandestine Service Group. And while he was now a fully fledged Splinter Cell operative with 4th Echelon, he would never be able to lose the Army green tint that ran right through him, just as Sam Fisher would always be Navy to the bone, no matter what unit he was in. The two men hadn't bonded in the first instance, after Briggs had been brought in by Grimm during the Blacklist attacks, but a lot of water had passed under the bridge since then. Fisher still thought Briggs was too tightly wound, and Briggs still thought Fisher played it fast and loose. But the men respected one another enough for it not to be a problem.
"Any line on how some two-bit warlord got his hands on battlefield-grade nerve agents in the first place?"
Fisher was troubled by what he had seen in Burkina Faso, and it had played on his mind during the flight back to the States.
"Bowman is looking into it,"
noted Briggs. "If she's got that rag in her teeth, reckon the Ghost will deal with it soon enough."
"Good."
Fisher hesitated, sensing more waiting to be said.
"Something else happened while I was deployed?"
Briggs' expression soured.
"The new guy from Oversight, Lassiter, he's got a real hard-on for the rulebook." "Coming from you, that's saying something."
"Just watch your step around him," the other man added, as the door behind him opened. Briggs paused as Fisher looked up to see a pensive-looking Sarah enter the room.
"I'll, let you two catch up,"
he added, excusing himself. In a moment, father and daughter had the room to themselves, and Fisher immediately sensed that this wasn't going to be the good kind of reunion. He waited for her to come to him, for a hug, or at least some sort of physical contact, but instead she stood watching, her hands folded in front of her and a deliberate distance between them. Her posture made her look so much like Regan. It took his breath away. Sarah's mother had passed after losing her struggle with cancer when the girl was still young, but his daughter had inherited the best traits of Sam's wife, her empathy, her strength, and, if truth be told, her defiant streak. "I'm glad you're home," she said at length, her tone neutral. "I was worried about you."
"I'm glad you're safe, kid,"
he replied, but the moment the words left his mouth, Fisher knew he'd said the wrong thing. "You saw to that, right?" There was an anger in her eyes. "At first I thought Grimm was slow-walking me after the Gordian sword mission because I was new to all this. Turns out, not so much." Fisher frowned. He'd known this moment was going to come, from the day he had extracted a promise from Grimm to do everything in her power to keep Sarah from being put on active field duty. For a while he'd been able to stay one step ahead of any pointed questions from his daughter, but now he had nowhere to go and no place to hide from them. For a man who had been trained to shrug off violent interrogators, it was a very different situation to be questioned by his own flesh and blood. Sarah plucked the thought from the air. "You told Grimm to bench me." He rejected any notion of lying to her. She was his only child, and she deserved his honesty, even if it was too little too late.
Don't blame Anna. I didn't give her much choice.
Damn it, Dad! With his confirmation, the curse exploded out of her. I am not a child. You don't have the right to treat me like one. Sarah turned away, chewing on her annoyance. I have passed every test 4th echelon put in front of me. Weapons proficiency, covert systems, marksmanship, clandestine tactics. I'm certified operational. Hell, I even beat you in that training exercise back in Berlin.
This isn't about what you're capable of, he shot back, cutting to the core of it. This is about me keeping you alive. You want to be a part of this life? Against every instinct, I have to prevent it. You want to know what this world is? That's your choice to find out. But the least I can do is make sure you don't die from it.
By abusing your seniority? Sarah shook her head. Are you going to wrap me up in armor for the rest of my life? Protect me from everything, forever? That's not possible. You can't stop me from taking the path I want. Don't you get it?
Fisher's grip stiffened around the coffee mug. You don't understand.
Yeah, I do, she shot back. You've always been like this, carrying the burden of duty over everything else. You couldn't save Mom, so you've gone over the top trying to save me.
A dark, sorrowful fury rose in Fisher's heart. Don't talk about her like that.
I miss her just as much as you do, Sarah went on, her sadness and anger mirroring her father's. But I've never had the option of telling you not to go in harm's way. You're out there saving the world. But have you ever stopped to think what would happen if I lost you too?
I always come back, he retorted.
Now you're lying to me, she told him. We both know what comes back is just pieces of the man I remember. The rest of you is left out there.
Sarah made a flicking gesture at the door. Fisher scowled, frustrated and conflicted by his inability to find the right words to make it clear to her. He knew she was right, and he hated it. He had done his daughter a grave disservice, but in his own way he was right too. He just couldn't make her see it. You can't...
Understand?
Sarah cut him off.
Then explain it to me, Dad. Just talk to me.
In the silence that followed her words, Fisher grasped for something, anything he could say that wouldn't push Sarah away, that wouldn't make her resent him. But nothing seemed to fit. For once in his life, he felt helpless. In the middle of it, the door opened, and Briggs was standing on the threshold. Before, the other operative had been mindful enough to give them some space, but now he was all business, his expression severe. "Fisher," he began, "Grimm wants you in the briefing room, right now." "I need a moment," Fisher replied. "Priority 1, Briggs insisted. "This can't wait."
"It never can,"
said Sarah with rising bitterness.
"Same as always."
She marched away, leaving the unfinished argument lingering in the air like curdled smoke, and pushed past Briggs out into the corridor. Every instinct in Fisher wanted to snarl a curse, but he smothered the impulse. Stone-faced, he set off to face the summons. Lassiter looked at his wristwatch and gave a pinched frown as Fisher entered Grimm's office to stand in front of her desk. He made no move to take a seat, and she didn't offer him one. "Good of you to join us," Lassiter said airily. Grimm could sense Sam's bad mood coming off him like a heat haze, but Lassiter was either indifferent or ignorant of it. Fisher didn't acknowledge the other man's presence. "We have a problem?" "It appears so," said Grimm, absently tapping her finger on a digital pad before her. "I know you were looking to stand down for a cycle after the op in Africa, but that's going to be put on hold. A new operation is being fast-tracked, directly from Overwatch and the Joint Chiefs." She glanced briefly in Lassiter's direction to make it clear exactly who had given the order to rescind Fisher's downtime. Lassiter pivoted in his chair to look directly at the older man. "We have an extremely narrow window of opportunity here. Time is against us." "Something wrong with Briggs I don't know about?" Fisher continued to address Grimm, as if she was the only other person in the room. He's next on rotation for field deployment. He's not you, Lassiter said firmly. Briggs is good, but he doesn't have your skills and your experience. You see, Fisher, the problem with being the most highly trained operative in your unit is that the tough calls always land on your doorstep. Fisher finally looked Lassiter's way. Every call we get is a tough one. That's what 4th Echelon is for. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because this job is a real peach. Lassiter paused. Unless, of course, you're not up for it. If you feel you need a rest. I'm good to go, said Fisher. Delighted to hear it. Lassiter leaned forward and pulled Grimm's digital tablet across the table to him. We have actionable intelligence from one of our other operatives in Southeast Asia about a very unpleasant situation developing over there, one that directly threatens the safety of these United States. He flicked through the virtual pages of an electronic file until a cutaway image of an object resembling an oil barrel appeared. Do you know what this is? Fisher studied the page and the black bars over the blocks of redacted text surrounding it. Looks like a knockoff of a Mark 54 SADM, or maybe a water heater. Lassiter made a nasal grunt of amusement. They told me you were good. You're mostly correct. This is the schematic for a Russian copy of a small-scale tactical neutron bomb, modeled on our B-54 special atomic demolition munition. A suitcase nuke, said Grimm. Another Cold War monster back from the dead. The veracity of the intel has been confirmed by our man in theater. Lassiter looked questioningly at Grimm. What was his name again? Loskov. Also known as Kestrel, Mikhail Gloskov had once been part of Voron, the ruthless Russian covert agency that mirrored the structure and profile of 4th Echelon. It had been Fisher who eventually brought the ex-spy across to switch sides and become part of their team. And for years now, Kestrel had been operating exclusively in the field, on deep cover jobs and long-duration surveillance missions. I'm led to believe this man is not someone given to hyperbole, Lassiter went on. You know him personally, Fisher. Is that your read? If Kestrel pushed the panic button, we need to listen, said Fisher with a nod. Where's the device now? Lassiter smiled without humor. It's currently in the possession of one Colonel So Ji-Hu, apparently a very ambitious officer in the Army of the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, just to make things more unpalatable. According to the information Loskov has received, Colonel So intends to make bank on the weapon by selling it to representatives of an anti-American terrorist group. Identity of the buyers is unconfirmed at this time, added Grimm, but we suspect it's the Islamic Vanguard. I'm sure none of us need to be reminded of the horrific potential of a rogue nuke in the hands of this nation's enemies, continued Lassiter. It'd make 9/11 look like a love tap. Grimm scowled at the man's glib analogy and headed off Fisher's next question before he could ask it. The mission profile is in flux. We're assembling it on the fly. But our first move is to get you into the area of operations and connect with Kestrel. When do I leave? Said Fisher. When this briefing ends, Lassiter replied. Our primary objective is to break the chain between Colonel So and his buyers. He flipped to a grainy image of two East Asian men, one a stocky figure in military fatigues, the other gaunt and well-manicured in a collarless Mandarin jacket with a North Korean flag pin prominently displayed. This is the most recent picture we have of the colonel, taken when he met with Lee Jong, the North's vice president. I thought the North's supreme leader did away with the office of the VP, noted Fisher. Things change, said Grimm. What this makes clear is that So is well connected. Let me be blunt, Lassiter snapped. This is a kill mission. By express order of the President and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, you are to locate and terminate the colonel with extreme prejudice. Details will be ready by the time you arrive.
Fisher processed the orders.
What about the device?
Lassiter made a dismissive gesture. Not your concern. Others will handle the recovery. He straightened in his chair. Look, Fisher, taking So off the board is the most direct play, and given the current political tensions between the West and North Korea, I'm sure I don't have to remind you that this must be done in total secrecy, with total deniability. Our intelligence source has provided us with exact information on where the colonel will be over the next few days. But beyond that, we have nothing. So, like I said, he tapped his wristwatch for emphasis. Fisher tried not to prejudge people, but Lassiter wasn't helping himself by playing into the role of the dismissive, arrogant agent of officialdom. There was a certain kind of civilian appointee who took on the world of black ops and covert missions as if it were some kind of game. They were never the ones who stepped outside their comfortable, privileged bubbles, whose only battles were fought through backbiting and intrigue in the corridors of power, and yet they acted like they lived in the goddamn jungle. Anyone who had ever really, truly been at the sharp end of things didn't play around, hoarding their advantages like chips for a poker match. The life in the shadows had no time for people like that. It chewed them up and spat them out. Fisher folded his arms across his chest. Tell me how we got the lead on this So character and the weapon. It was Grimm who answered him. Loskov's intel comes from a high-level confidential source in the DPRK military, codenamed Onyx. We've been able to secure access to their product. Lassiter shot Grimm a warning look and broke in before she could say any more. Onyx's identity is a closely guarded secret. Frankly, even saying that name out loud is a national security issue. And this is a matter way above your pay grades, so don't even think about asking for more details. Suffice to say, they're the real deal. Fisher chewed on that for a moment. He'd operated across the Korean demilitarized zone in the past, and he knew as well as anyone that the opaque inner workings of the so-called Hermit Kingdom made it one of the toughest, most dangerous covert environments on the planet. And as much as he didn't want to admit it, Lassiter's earlier comment about Fisher being the best man for the job was right on the money. Nobody, not Briggs or Loskov or anyone else, would be able to go into this with more than a snowball's chance in hell. I'll handle it, he said. Lassiter pressed the digital tablet into his hand. You can read up on the rest of the file as you go. A chopper is waiting to take you to Andrews. From there, you ride a transport to Suwon Air Base, outside of Incheon. Fisher shot Grimm a look. No Paladin? No mobile ops? She shook her head. Just you and Kestrel. Lassiter pushed past him and headed out the door. You have 72 hours, he said, without looking back. Clock's ticking. Fisher tucked the tablet under his arm and walked after him, but Grimm called out. Sam. He halted, and she went on. I'm sorry about this. I know you were promised downtime, but my hands are tied. Yeah. He let the reply lie where it fell. Sarah talked to you? She did. In those 2 words, Grimm said more than she needed to. Fisher nodded once. I'll handle it, he repeated. I'm sorry, she added. But Sarah is her father's daughter. Yeah, I know. Outside, as Fisher crossed the quad toward where an Army Blackhawk was spooling up to carry him away, he pulled out his battered personal cell phone and tried Sarah's number. Her phone rang and kept on ringing unanswered, until finally the noise of the rotor blades drowned it out. Chapter 9. Trawler Masitsayo, Yellow Sea, South Korea. The boat was old and it reeked of rotting tuna, marine diesel, and decay, but Fisher noted that under the carefully curated exterior of decrepitude, it was seaworthy and concealed a well-maintained engine with far more horsepower than a fishing vessel of its size required. Designed to hide in plain sight, the Masitsayo, the delicious, translated from Korean, often found itself venturing dangerously close to the demarcation line between the waters of the north and the south, usually to pick up the defectors and refugees who braved that choppy sea on crafts unsuited to the strength of the tides. Its motor droning dully, it forged on through waves clapping against the hull, beneath a cloudy night sky that threatened rain.
"The crew do not work for the agency," explained Kestrel, the Russian's dour tones dulled in the close quarters of the below-decks compartment. "Or any agency for that matter. The Mashi's people are—" He paused, considering. "I suppose you could call them independents, part of the unofficial network that brings people down to the lower village." Fisher looked up from sorting his equipment in the waterproof gear bag at his feet, briefly confused by the term. "Lower what?" "Village," repeated the other man. "It is the name they use for the South in the DPRK. A way for people to talk about the other Korea without ever saying the words." "Huh." Fisher took that in. "I guess this must be a novel experience for them, sending people back the other way." "I do not ask," he replied. "We do not talk much. The less we know about each other's operations, the better for everyone. But I keep them friendly with the occasional goodwill donation." Those donations would be U.S. dollars from blind bank accounts held by Fourth Echelon, for use by long-duration field agents like Kestrel, a.k.a. Mikhail Andreevich Loskov, often for paying informants or greasing the wheels with the occasional bribe. In this case, as well as contributing to the running of the good ship Masitsayo, they also went toward care of new arrivals and other less conventional endeavors. In his late 30s, with a lean Slavic face and an unassuming build, the man known as Kestrel would have been able to blend seamlessly into a crowd anywhere in Eastern Europe. It was only when he turned his piercing gaze on you that a hint of his inner core was revealed. The same watchful nature as his avian namesake. In other times, in other circumstances, Fisher and Kestrel would have been on opposite sides, but their shared experiences had eventually made them allies. Recruited from the Russian army into Voron, a special operations unit of the SVR Foreign Intelligence Service, Kestrel had proven to be an exemplary field agent and assassin. Fisher imagined if one could hold up a mirror to Fourth Echelon, what appeared in that twisted reflection would have been their ruthless, Moscow-based counterparts. For Kestrel, the arc of his life started to shift after Voron and Fourth Echelon entered an uneasy partnership during an operation to track down an electromagnetic pulse device. That ended with a Splinter Cell agent dead by Kestrel's hand, and a lethal betrayal from the men who gave him his orders. But despite all that had happened, it was Fisher who rescued him from a years-long ordeal of torture and agony that followed, and ultimately brought Kestrel into the fold at Fourth Echelon. To say the Russian carried a lot of baggage was a hell of an understatement. The man was forever searching for a way to redeem himself for his past mistakes, something the American could well understand. Fisher zipped up his tactical suit and secured his boots, and in the cramped quarters he nudged a plastic case with his foot. It shifted with a noise like a rainmaker, and, intrigued, he opened the lid. Inside were hundreds of cheap USB flash drives in variegated colors and designs. He plucked out one at random, a novelty version shaped like a candy bar, and turned it over in his fingers. Each of the drives would be packed with K-pop tunes from the South, or pirated movies and TV shows, everything from the complete run of some frothy American sitcom to the most recent Hollywood blockbuster. And in among those tempting diversions from the world beyond, there would also be documentaries and news clips showing things as they really were outside the range of the North's ceaseless propaganda machine. Kestrel's friends would get the devices across the border and into the underground black market, where they would be sold or traded, to be surreptitiously viewed by curious DPRK citizens, who would hopefully start to question the bleak narrative that ruled their lives. Fisher dropped the plastic candy bar back in the case and closed it. Every one of those drives was a tiny weapon in a war against tyranny, subtly eroding the North's ironclad rule over its citizens.
but they would also be a death sentence to anyone caught with one in their possession. A lot of risk just to watch the latest superhero movie, he reflected. Even that's an act of courage over there. Fisher put those thoughts aside and set to work checking his mission sidearm, ensuring that the folding, tactical crossbow had a quarrel knocked and ready for action. Aside from a perfunctory greeting at the dock before the trawler set sail, he and Kestrel hadn't done more than share a dozen sentences with one another. Neither of the men were what you might call voluble, but now they were close to the point of no return. Fisher felt compelled to ask a few questions. "Onyx," he said, throwing out the source's code name. "You've met him?" Kestrel nodded, absently confirming Fisher's guess that the source inside the DPRK military was male. "Twice, in person, during visits to Macau." He scowled. "A wolf of a man, but his motivations are on display for all to see. He acts in a predictable fashion, and in that way, he is reliable." Money, ideology, compromise, or ego? Fisher spelt out the components of the MICE acronym, the list of the most common motivators for cultivating an intelligence asset. "The first and the last," said Kestrel. "And you brought him in?" Kestrel shook his head. "Onyx belongs to Voron." Fisher stiffened. "You want to run that by me again? We're talking about the same people who manipulated you, drugged you, tortured you, and we're supposed to take the word of their source as gospel?" Kestrel gave a rare, rueful smile. "Sometimes the people you hate the most are the ones you know the best." From the start, Fisher had wondered why Lassiter was playing his cards so close to his chest regarding Onyx, and at first he had written it off as the usual interdepartmental cover-your-ass bullshit. But if the source was a Voron asset, that changed the whole balance of things, and it set his trust meter back to zero. Kestrel knew where Fisher's thoughts were going, and he intercepted the next question. "You are asking yourself how, given my unpleasant experiences with my former employers, I can depend on this intelligence. Believe me when I tell you it is something I have spent a lot of vodka and sleepless nights considering." "We can't trust Voron." Fisher's words were not a question for either man, just a statement of fact. "Da," said Kestrel. "That will never be in dispute. But, that said, I do trust Voron to be Voron. This threat is too serious to be ignored, and despite all their posturing, the men in Moscow do not want to shoulder the blame for a rogue WMD in the wild. If the neutron bomb is detonated, radioactive fingerprinting would lead right back to the Kremlin. They do not want a war with the West, not unless it is on their terms." "So the enemy of my enemy and all that." He scowled at the thought. "Or are they just using us to do their dirty work?" Kestrel nodded again. "I believe it is a little of both. I like the situation less than you, Fisher, but I fear we have no option but to pursue it to its conclusion." Fisher knew the other man was right. "Sometimes I hate this job." A crewman out on the deck banged a fist twice on the roof of the compartment, and in the same moment, the monotonous chugging of the trawler's engine dropped to a murmuring idle. "Time to go," said Kestrel, handing the other operative a compact air mask and scuba rig. Fisher sealed his waterproof kit bag and secured it in place, then donned the breather gear as Kestrel did the same. Both men silently looked one another over, sharing thumbs-up signs when their checks were complete. Emerging onto the deck, Fisher was struck by the flat silence in the heavy pre-storm air. A grayish semi-darkness washed across the far horizon in one direction, toward the lightless countryside of the north, while out to the east he could pick out the faraway smudges of illumination generated by the conurbations of Gimpo and Incheon, reflecting off the bottom of the rain clouds. Out here, where the Yellow Sea truly began, the scatterings of small islands clustered around the coast were few and far between. Fisher took it in, noting that the crew were congregating near the stern, as far as they could be from the two foreigners. Smart choice, he thought.
The less they know about us, the better for them. Kestrel went into the water first, and Fisher slipped in beside him, sinking into the darkness with barely a ripple. The cold, familiar embrace of the sea swallowed him up, and he allowed himself a moment to relish the sensation. As a former Navy SEAL, Fisher was one of a breed who treated the water like home, like the abode of an old friend. He rose back to the surface, kicking gently against the drag of the kit bag, and found Kestrel floating in the lee of the Masitsayo's weather-beaten bow. The Russian unclipped something from a dangling tether and pushed it into Fisher's waiting hands. Resembling a thick, matte black bullet ending in a ducted fan, the sea skimmer had a low-noise electric motor that could drag a swimmer behind it for up to 20 nautical miles on a single charge. Kestrel gave another thumbs up and snapped his air mask into place. Then, as the trawler's engine revved and the boat began to accelerate away, the Russian gunned his skimmer and went under. Fisher followed suit, letting himself disappear into the swell generated by the Masitsayo's departure. The whole deployment had taken less than 60 seconds, not enough to draw the attention of any sea patrols or sensor nets. Under the waves, Fisher secured himself to the hand grips, either side of the impeller fan, and let his skimmer pull him along at a steady clip. Fixed to the top of the motor was a low-contrast screen, not unlike the display of his wrist-mounted OPSAT, displaying course and heading. Off to his right, as faint as the glow of wake algae, a shimmering light gave him Kestrel's position. But other than that, he could have been moving through a tank of black ink for all the visible indicators. The only sound were the low crackle of air bubbles being cycled through the breather and the whisper of the skimmer motor. Despite his best intentions, Fisher's mind drifted. His daughter's face haunted his thoughts. He'd known for months that a confrontation with her was inevitable, and even though he believed he had the answers, the perfect logic to explain away his choices, when the moment came it turned to ashes. If he could just have made her understand, if she would let him be clear. But the messages Fisher had left on Sarah's voicemail had gone unanswered, and soon enough he was in theater, and any concerns from the outside world were left on the dock along with everything else. Still, that didn't stop them from creeping back in when the silence and the dark were gathered around. Once this is done, I'll step back, he thought. Take some time away, talk it through with Sarah. Fisher made the vow to himself, even as part of him wondered how Grimm and Lassiter would react to his decision. Let them bitch about it, he decided, and a brief, wild notion fluttered through his thoughts. Maybe I'll just cut the shit and turn in my papers. Be done with it. He stared into the blackness, weighing the idea. Was such a thing even possible for a man like him? Fisher considered others who had walked a similar path to his, allies and enemies alike. Irving Lambert and Victor Koste, Douglas Shetland and Dima Aslanov, and the others. Few had been granted the opportunity to choose the way they ended things, and for a time Fisher had assumed the sheer statistical likelihood he'd die on duty would answer that question. But here he was, still alive, still in the game, and sooner or later, if he didn't make his own exit, one would be made for him. The screen on the skimmer began to blink. They were closing in on their destination. Chapter 10. Ua Island, Yellow Sea, Disputed Territory. The approach to the gravelly beach was slow and painstaking. First, Fisher and Kestrel had to deactivate the skimmers and swim the last few hundred meters against the press of a tidal undertow, as the waters around the small, ink-blot island tried to push them back out to sea. Staying close to the rocky bottom in the shallows, they navigated around concrete blocks on the seabed, each one the mooring for the floating contact mines tethered in a ring of steel around the shoreline. The mines loomed over their heads, the dark, spiked orbs like monstrous sea creatures. Fisher knew that it would take more than a diver giving one a nudge to set it off, but he didn't want to test the theory. The two Splinter Cells stayed low in the water until the last possible moment before rising out of the surf, and Fisher took his first step onto Ua Island. That name didn't appear on any maps or official records from either side of the DMZ.
but it had fallen into use in the absence of anything better. In this context, the Korean word yua meant orphan, because that's what this piece of land was, claimed by both the North and the South, yet officially ignored by both governments. The island was territory lost in the cracks between the two Koreas. Except that it wasn't totally ignored. Under the cloak of that ignorance, certain elites within the North Korean military machine and ruling party had secured Yua Island as an off-the-books location where even the omnipresent surveillance of the regime didn't reach. This secret was just one part of the intelligence that Onyx had provided. Fisher dropped into a crouch as they reached the cover of trees, just as the promised rain began to fall in a hard, pitiless deluge. He signaled Kestrel to get out of sight as a low-flying helicopter clattered around the headland and skimmed the rocky shore. Fisher held his breath as the gangly Mi-2 hoplite rattled past them, wondering if it had been drawn by their arrival. But the aircraft didn't dither, continuing on until it disappeared behind a cliff. "Just the patrol," said Kestrel, as he buried their scuba kit at the base of a gnarled tree. "Looks like," agreed Fisher. "But let's not take a chance." He tapped the screen of his OPSAT, orienting himself to the tactical map it displayed. "This way," he went on, unfolding his TAC crossbow pistol as he went. "Copy." Kestrel had his own weapon up and ready, a highly modified Vickers submachine gun configuration with a lengthy sound suppressor. Fisher eyed the other man's gun. "Remember the rules of engagement. We're only cleared to make one kill tonight." "Do not worry, Panther," the Russian said dryly, switching to Fisher's call sign. "I will not shoot anyone first." "Right." Fisher drew out the word before moving deeper into the trees. Activating his tri-goggles, his view of the rainy night transformed into a glowing green landscape more suited to some alien planet. The two men moved carefully, picking their way silently across the island. This was a near-zero footprint operation, and in a perfect world, Fisher would have preferred to terminate their mark in a way that would make Colonel So's death look like an accident. But this wasn't an environment where they could throw on a suit and tie and blend in among the villa's occupants until an opportunity presented itself. It would have to be a hard-target kill, quick and brutal, then a race to escape the island as all hell broke loose. With each step closer, they encountered more layers of security. First was a network of thermal sensors in the trees, programmed to watch for human-sized heat sources, but those they could easily bypass. The protective layers of their tactical suits masked their body heat, allowing them to slip by without tripping an alert. Then came a spread of proximity mines, small embedded munitions, packing enough plastic explosive to rip open an unarmored human, linked to a mass sensor that would only trigger if something as big as a person came into range. The mines needed more work, eating up several minutes as Fisher snaked in close to each one they encountered, to disarm it and render the thing inert. Behind him, Kestrel marked the safe path they were making with ultraviolet tags that would show up through their goggles. The Mi-2 passed overhead once again, and it wasn't the only Guardian out in the rain. Once a close-topped military jeep skirted by on a road near the cliffs, too far out to spot them, but Fisher was more concerned about the foot patrols that he heard in the direction of the well-appointed Spanish-style villa that dominated the far side of the island. They paused on a ridge to survey the target area. Fisher peered through a small monocular, scanning the site, picking out security cameras and guards. The villa and its outbuildings looked out of place, as if it had been scooped up from some upscale Mediterranean resort on the other side of the planet and deposited here, kilometers off the North Korean coast. Carefully lit and camouflaged from above, the illumination from the villa didn't travel far, cleverly shrouded so that any drones or spy satellites passing over would miss it. Fisher considered that. This close to enemy airspace, the mission had to go ahead without any ISR overflights to give moment-by-moment cover. And, worse still, it had to be conducted in communications silence. The North's extensive batteries of listening gear had an ear on the Yellow Sea, to the point that even a fast burst transmission was likely to be detected and triangulated in short order. Like Kestrel with his SMG, if Fisher found himself using his radio to make a call, it was likely the mission would already be a failure.
"This place is crawling with security,"
he murmured. Beside him, Kestrel gave a terse nod.
"In the bay, out there. You see the ship?"
Fisher pivoted and found a small Corvette-type vessel resting at anchor, the lights doused along its sleek black hull.
"Looked like a People's Navy warship to me. Onyx said nothing about it being here."
The Russian checked his OPSAT.
"The last text message from him only confirmed that Target Alpha was on site."
Fisher glanced at him.
"You got a real-time link to Onyx?"
"Duh."
"If you use it, could it be detected?"
"I think not." Kestrel shook his head. "He must be inside the building, which means we are at close range. I would risk it."
"Do it," said Fisher. "Find out what's going on. If the mission variables have changed, we need to know."
He returned to his observation, plotting the route to the next location. It wasn't far. A few hundred meters from their current position, a stubby stone tower stood on a low hill, looking out over the bay and the villa. A single searchlight at the top threw a disk of white light toward the driveway in front of the building, where another jeep and a handful of People's Army soldiers stood stiffly at attention. Fisher studied them for a moment. They seemed more interested in looking parade ground ready than combat alert, the rain dripping off their caps in thick runnels as the downpour began to abate. That could work in favor of the Splinter Cells when the time came.
"No reply yet," said Kestrel. "We can't wait."
Fisher brought up his crossbow.
"Move for the tower."
"I'll draw out the guard." Kestrel slipped into the undergrowth and vanished from sight. Fisher watched him go, then continued on down in the shadow of the ridge that took him right up to the bottom of the stone tower. Through his tri-goggles, Fisher could pick out a thread of twinkling laser light from an emitter on the rifle held by the tower's lone guard, but he had no line of sight on the man himself. He watched the laser move back and forth, picturing the guard looking down his scope, hunting for targets. Then, a short way down the hill, something moved in the bushes among the dissipating rain, and the laser flickered. In a few seconds, the guard with the rifle moved to the tower's edge and leaned into view, hoping to get a better look at the disturbance. He had no idea that Fisher was directly below him, aiming a loaded crossbow at his chest. With a few pounds of pressure on the trigger, the crossbow quarrel leapt away and silently embedded itself in the guard's torso. The armor-piercing needle in the quarrel tip went through his flak vest, injecting a powerful dose of liquid tranquilizing agent straight into his bloodstream. Fisher heard him give an odd, breathy yelp, and the guard collapsed out of sight. He was moving the moment the man went down, swinging up to grab the rungs of a ladder along the tower's interior, ascending it in swift motions. Fisher rolled out at the top, keeping behind the blinding glow from the searchlight, and he dragged the now unconscious guard into the shadows. Kestrel arrived a moment later, as Fisher paused to examine the guard's fallen rifle.
"Clean work," said the Russian.
From the taciturn operative, it was high praise. For a moment, Fisher considered using the guard's weapon for the kill. It was a Chogyak Puchong, an NK copy of a Russian Zastava, M76, designated marksman rifle, and he was familiar enough with it that it could have sufficed. Kestrel had the same thought.
"Make it look like Colonel Soule was shot by one of his own men?"
He nudged the unconscious sniper with his boot. At length, Fisher shook his head and put the CP aside, unlimbering his waterproof carry bag.
"Can't chance it. Don't have time to zero the weapon, and we can't risk missing this shot."
From inside the bag, Fisher produced ingot-sized sections of black anodized metal, slotting them together quickly to build the shape of an SCIS sniper rifle, a custom-manufactured weapon with an internal suppressor made specifically for Splinter Cell operatives. Fisher knew the rifle like the back of his hand, and set up an optimal firing position, adjusting the scope for windage and air moisture brought on by the rain. Kestrel glanced down at his OPSAT.
"Reply from Onyx," he said. "According to him, the warship was sent by a friend from above. He says it isn't important."
Fisher frowned. That ingrained sense of something not quite right that he had developed over years in the field was pressing down on him. He couldn't escape the feeling that they were only getting part of the picture here, and it made him twitchy. Tapping the OPSAT on his wrist, Fisher brought up the surveillance photo of Target Alpha that Onyx had provided earlier. He had already memorized Colonel So's square-faced profile and close-set eyes, but still there was a chance for one last check before he ended the man's life. He worked the bolt and sat around in the chamber, putting his eye to the rifle scope and sighting toward the villa. Fisher let the crosshairs pass over the windows of the first and second floors. Inside he could see people moving around, mostly men in the heavy dress uniforms of the Korean People's Army. Any one of them might have been Colonel So or Onyx. "New message," reported Kestrel. "Second floor balcony, north side, west corner, 1 minute." "Copy." Fisher shifted, finding the location, zeroing in. A French door opened onto the balcony, but no one stepped out. His lips thinned as he concentrated. There was a wooden trellis festooned with plant growth blocking his line of sight to the optimal position. He made a quick mental calculation. The .338 Lapua Magnum round in the rifle would easily be able to punch through the thin wood and into any target standing behind it. But there could be a minute deflection he would need to correct for. Kestrel spoke again, reading the screen of his OPSAT. "New message. Target Alpha is not, repeat, not, in military uniform. Civilian clothes, brown leather jacket." "Okay." Again the warning was sounding. Fisher saw movement and he rested his finger on the trigger. There would be only an instant between the thought, the action, and the kill. "Target Alpha emerging now," Kestrel hissed. Fisher saw slivers of a Korean man in a shiny brown jacket appear through the gaps in the trellis. He had slick black hair and appeared to be holding a lit cigar. The point of the rifle's crosshairs shifted incrementally, tracking a point that would be just below the orbit of the man's right eye. Fisher heard laughter and the clink of glasses carried to him on the breeze. "I see him." "Send it," said Kestrel. The moment slowed and stretched. It was a phenomenon Fisher had experienced before, when his body flooded with adrenaline and his hands, his eyes, his brain, all worked in perfect synchrony. Fisher led his target as the man stepped out onto the balcony, his finger tightening the trigger past the point of release. The hammer already falling. The striker on the bullet's casing about to be hit. The kill shot committed. And in that fraction of a second, the face of the man in the leather jacket became fully visible. Despite what Fourth Echelon had been told, the man was not So Ji-hoon, not in any way the renegade army colonel in the image that Onyx had presented. But Fisher did recognize him, flashing on the photo that Lassiter had shown him back in Grimm's office. Lee Jong, the North's vice president. The target under the gun was the second most important man in the entire North Korean nation, a man whose assassination would set off a political firestorm. Fisher reacted on pure instinct, pulling the rifle off true, but the shot was already in action. The weapon chugged, and the bullet whispered silently across the distance. Chapter 11. Yua Island, Yellow Sea, disputed territory. The line between life and death was all too often barely a razor's width. A breath one way or the other was enough to erase a person from the world. Tonight, on a forgotten island in the middle of the ocean, Lee Jong came up against that line, and for a moment his future was in the balance. Then a .338 bullet hummed past his face, less than a few millimeters distant, and he instinctively flinched. The silenced, subsonic round cracked through the balustrade of the balcony, spitting out sharp splinters of stone that peppered the politician's arm and his face. Crying out in pain, but still very much alive, the vice president of North Korea reeled away from the point of impact and stumbled back into the villa as chaos erupted around him. "You missed?" The first word out of Kestrel's mouth were an astonished gasp as he sighted down his monocular toward the balcony. But then the Russian's manner shifted as he caught sight of who Sam Fisher's bullet had almost killed. "Wait,
That is not... That's not our damn target."
His heart hammering in his chest, Fisher pulled the SCIS rifle close to him.
"We've been played."
The monocular dropped from Kestrel's face, and the other man's eyes widened. For a second, Fisher weighed the unwelcome prospect that his partner on this mission had lied to him. But the shock in the Russian's expression was genuine.
That man is Li Jong,"
Kestrel's thoughts spilled out of him.
"The Supreme Leader's right hand. But it was supposed to be Colonel So. Onyx told us."
He jabbed at the offset on his wrist, but the device gave off a desultory negative beep.
"This is a setup."
A flood of possibilities crashed through Fisher's thoughts as he scrambled to his feet, each one worse than the next. Had Onyx been compromised? The truth was the text messages could have come from anyone. Was this a deliberate attempt to entangle Fourth Echelon in some wider ploy? If so, it had worked. Was Voron behind this? Was it personal? Was it some kind of belated revenge, or just an opportunist attack on the Splinter Cells? There was no time to waste trying to figure out the why. The only thing that mattered right this second was the how. Namely, how are we going to get out of this mess? They could try to put the pieces together once they were out of the danger zone.
"We've got to move."
Fisher shoved Kestrel across the roof of the stone watchtower, toward the ladder leading back down, but the rest of his words were suddenly swallowed up by the thunder of rotor blades as the wind changed direction. The Mi-2 rose over them, emerging from the night like a gigantic, angry hornet, and a spotlight on the side of the helicopter switched on. It drenched the upper tier of the tower with hard, pitiless illumination, robbing the two men of any cover. Kestrel reacted by rolling his SMG up as he moved, and he fired 3 round bursts across the Mi-2's nose. Bullets sparked off metal and cracked armored glass as the Russian walked the shots into the glowing disk of the spotlight, destroying it. The helicopter's pilot hauled back on the controls and pivoted away, unwilling to risk the possibility of a lethal round penetrating the canopy. Blinking away the dazzling retina burn of the spotlight, Fisher risked a look back over his shoulder toward the sounds of shouting coming from the villa's gardens. He saw the blurry shapes of a dozen men with assault rifles, already halfway up the rise to the tower as they charged toward the sniper post.
Too many, too fast.
They shouldn't have been onto them so quickly. Ice flooded Fisher's gut as he sensed the jaws of a hidden trap closing around him. His deep-rooted, battle-trained instincts had been trying to warn him since the start, and now the distractions that had filtered in from outside of his mission-focused, 3-foot world might be the death of him. With a grimace, he banished that thought and concentrated on one thing: the next minute. Survive that, then the next, and the next. Anything further out was in the lap of the gods. The helicopter came back around, this time side-slipping through the air to show one flank where a cabin door had been drawn back. Fisher glimpsed a figure leaning out from inside the aircraft, aiming what looked like a black length of heavy-gauge drain pipe in his direction.
Shit!
The pipe maw bucked, and he caught the hollow sound of a grenade launcher as the man in the helicopter fired. Fisher threw himself toward the ladder just as the shot hit the side of the tower and detonated. Attenuated by the thick brickwork, the blast wasn't enough to injure him, but still the shock wave tore Fisher off his handhold at the top of the ladder. He fell, colliding with Kestrel, who was still only halfway down. Fisher knocked the Russian from the ladder, and the two men plunged the last 10 meters straight down to the tower's stone foundations. The impact was like being hit by a car, and Fisher rolled away, rings of agony tightening around every joint in his body. Panting and unsteady, he pitched to his feet and pulled Kestrel up with him.
"Осторожно!"
Kestrel called out a warning, pointing past Fisher's head as armed men stormed the base of the tower. Unable to draw the pistol crossbow in time, Fisher swung around and landed a hard punch on the first man to get within his reach, slamming the North Korean soldier to the ground. But his friends were coming in mob-handed, and Fisher got the butt of a rifle in the belly, the hit shocking the breath from his body. He grabbed for the curved karambit knife sheathed on his hip, but another hit landed on his shoulder and staggered him. Boots and fists came at Fisher from every direction, and he pulled in to weather the rain of blows. Kestrel let out a feral snarl of pain, and then the two operatives were being dragged outside. Overwhelmed, surrounded,
Their weapons were stripped from them, and Fisher and the Russian were deposited unceremoniously against a low stone wall. Fisher shook off a daze and blinked. Blood was gumming his right eye, and his chest felt tight. A pack of glaring NK soldiers stood in a semicircle around them, each aiming a Type 68 Kalashnikov copy at the men they had captured. So much for zero footprint, he thought. A gaunt man in an officer's dress uniform pushed briskly through the soldiers, a K5 semi-automatic pistol dangling at the end of one stiff-limbed arm. His expression was one of barely restrained rage, as he scanned the faces of the two operatives with the malice of a hungry carrion bird. Kestrel met his gaze, and the Russian's jaw dropped in a moment of sudden recognition. "Onyx," said Kestrel, barely loud enough for anyone else to hear.
"That name means nothing to me,"
the officer snapped in heavily accented English. "My name is Major General Choi Kyung. I am the last thing you will see before you die." Then, without an iota of hesitation, he put a single bullet point-blank into the Russian's skull. A horrific icy shock ran through Fisher in a silent roar. Kestrel's entire body gave a sudden, twitching jerk, and then let go, turning slack as the life left him. Specks of blood dotting his face, Fisher looked down into his friend's eyes as the light went out in them. A cold rage boiled up inside him. "You son of a bitch!"
"With Russians, I expect failure."
Choi seethed, biting out the words like he was spitting nails. The officer reached down and very deliberately tore Kestrel's OPSAT from his wrist before dropping it into the dirt and stamping the device into pieces beneath the heel of his shoe.
"They are a spent force," he went on, "a pale shadow of their past selves. But you Americans always trumpet your abilities as if you are the best in the world. Yet still you failed today at one simple task."
Fisher looked around at the soldiers. None of them gave any impression of understanding what Choi was saying. "You double-crossed Voron." Holding his own towering anger in check, Fisher threw out the statement. Choi smiled thinly, raising the K5 pistol again.
"We have double-crossed everyone."
A furious shout in Korean cut through the air, and all of the soldiers present were startled by it, even the general. Fisher turned to see the man he had almost killed on the balcony storming toward them, with a cluster of armed bodyguards by his side. The Splinter Cell operative spoke little of the North Korean dialect, but he knew an order when he heard it. The vice president had come to see in person who had tried to murder him tonight, and perversely, that was the only thing keeping Fisher alive, if even for just a minute more. The soldiers reluctantly gave way so Lee could approach. The politician was every bit as furious as the general, and he held a medical dressing pressed against his face, bright red blood already soaking through it from where splinters of wood had cut into his cheek. Lee glared at Fisher and down at Kestrel's body, then spat on the ground and turned his ire on Major General Choi, pulling him aside for a low, intense conversation. The two men argued vociferously, and by his gestures with his pistol, Choi had to be insisting that the most expedient course of action was to immediately execute both of the foreign invaders. Lee clearly had other ideas. "He wants me alive," thought Fisher. "But not to kill me himself. He wants me for interrogation, which is the last thing this joker Choi needs." Fisher's only card left to play, to stay alive, would be to reveal the existence of the source called Onyx, and that information he had leaked led to this botched assassination attempt. But if I say the wrong thing, I'll go out like Mikhail. Fisher pushed aside the hollow pain at the brutal death of his colleague. He looked up to find Lee staring at him.
"Are there more of you on the island, assassin?"
The politician switched to English, and he had the odd intonations of someone who had been educated in Europe but raised in the Far East.
"Who sent you to kill me?"
"If I were you, I'd be more worried about—" Fisher shifted forward and inclined his head in Choi's direction, but the general was already gesturing to one of his men. Before Fisher could finish, the stock of an assault rifle came out of nowhere and cracked him across the temple. He felt the ground go spinning around him, and light and sound fled from the world. M.Y. Kumiho, off the coast of Incheon, South Korea. The dogs knew she was upset by the way she carried herself, and the normally good-natured terriers kept low, slinking away toward the corners of the yacht's opulent lounge to avoid her wrath. As Jin strode over to the wide banner screen above the rumbling fire pit, she kept her arms at her sides, palms open and flat, resisting the urge to let her fingers ball into fists. Outwardly, other humans might not have picked up on how annoyed she was, but the animals knew, and so did her staff. No one dared to enter while this conference was in progress, for fear of invoking the mistress's dire wrath. Dominating the scene within Jin's state-of-the-art vessel, the video screen was partitioned into 3 panels, upon which the aspects of her co-conspirators were displayed. Pai in the middle made an anxious face and kneaded his hands, while on the left, Sok looked on from some dimly lit room with a glass of amber brandy in one long-fingered hand. The latter seemed to be treating the predicament of the third man on the screen with grim amusement, as Major General Choi paced back and forth on the right panel, in front of a painting of the Supreme Leader greeting workers returning from a bounteous field of grain.
"I expect to rise from my bed this morning to find the world on a better path,"
she admonished, taking the same strident, patronizing tone as a hated teacher from her childhood.
"Instead, I've been brought a bouquet of failures."
"All plans of battle are fluid," Choi retorted, glaring into the encrypted device picking up his image. "This is not some bloodless boardroom game like your business takeovers. There are many variables to be accounted for." Jin snorted.
"None of my business is bloodless, Major General."
Pai, ever the conciliator, raised his hands in a calming manner.
"Can we, for understanding's sake, be clear on what exactly took place?"
"Yes," said Sok, with a swig of brandy and a gallows humor smirk.
"Please, elucidate, so when the State Security Department arrive to take us to our executions, we can be completely candid with them."
Sok's invoking of the name of the North's secret police force was enough to give the other men pause. Their fearsome reputation for ruthless brutality was unquestioned. Choi reflexively shot a nervous look toward the painting of the Supreme Leader, and Jin almost laughed. As much as the army officer wanted to unseat the ruler of North Korea in favor of a military junta, where he would be kingmaker, he couldn't quite shake off the years of indoctrination life in the DPRK had ingrained in him. As bold as he was, deep down Choi was still terrified of his masters. Jin decided not to wait for the soldier to explain, and did it for him.
"The assassins left our target alive. I warned you that the complexity of this stratagem would court failure. Now Vice President Lee is alert to the danger he is in. The Supreme Leader will be traveling with an impenetrable ring of steel about him, and our Russian connections are rendered useless."
"This is not a failure," insisted Choi. "It is a non-optimal outcome, perhaps, but—" "Perhaps?" echoed Sok. Choi went on, ignoring the other man's comment. "We can adapt and move forward. We can make this work for us."
"Explain,"
said Jin.
"I think I see," said Pai, his expression softening. "Prior to this incident, the Vice President's movements were difficult to predict. His location left undisclosed until the very final moment. But now
he will be forced to restrict his travel only to certain pre-approved places," Choi went on. "For security purposes, he will have to announce where and when he will be well ahead of time." He stopped pacing, and Jin sensed he was taking back control of the situation. "Perversely, this will make killing him much easier." And from there the next domino would fall. Once Lee was dead, the Supreme Leader's inner circle would react by having him retreat to the safety of the command bunker beneath the Ryong-Song residence in Pyongyang. And there, where Choi's and Sok's agents were already in place, the nascent coup d'etat would blossom into its fullness.
"Almost like you planned it,"
offered Pai, without weight. "Hardly," Choi shot back. Adaptability is what made me the soldier I am. In every setback there is the seed of success, if one exploits it correctly."
"Fascinating," said Jin. "How you military men congratulate yourself and make failure seem like victory. At least tell me that you have cleaned up the loose ends of this situation."
Shui frowned. "The Russian, Loskov, is dead, and all contacts with Voron have been cut. They have served their purpose."
"But there were 2 men, weren't there?"
Salk took another drink, knowing full well the answer to his question. "There was an American agent," the general said tightly. "Regrettably, he still lives. Lee was able to intercept me before I could deal with him."
Jin glared into the screen. "What do the Americans know?"
"Nothing of consequence, only what we wanted them to think." Chui's reply was too quick. "They will play the role we have given them."
"Where is this other agent now?"
Chui looked away. "I cannot get to him, at least not yet. Lee had his men take personal charge of the American captive. He will be transported to the Chio Sanya."
Jin raised an eyebrow. The name meant iron box. "I am unfamiliar with that."
"Be pleased with that ignorance," said Salk. "It is a place of no return, a special state security facility where they keep foreigners caught intruding on our soil. It is what the Westerners would call a black site, yes?"
Jin gave a nod, and her gaze dropped from the screen to the metal sculpture of paired dragons in flight. "I imagine if the American reaches this place, he will be beyond our grasp. With that in mind, Major General, for your peace of mind and for that of our groups, I suggest you make sure he never does."
"I have it in hand," said Chui.
"I'm certain you believe that."
Jin's fingers traced the sharp fins and claws of the dragon sculpture, and they tightened around them. Her tolerance for the soldier's overconfidence was spent, and the metal bit into her pale skin, drawing blood.
"I truly hope you are correct."
She made a throat-cutting motion with her other hand that smart sensors in the screen interpreted. The encrypted video channel disconnected, the screen returning to the view of an idyllic, pastoral landscape. The pain in her hand was a tonic, giving Jin much-needed clarity in the moment. Perhaps Chui was right. Perhaps this could be turned to their advantage. But she could already feel the man trying to wrest control of this endeavor from her, and that would not stand. The plan was hers, not his, and so was Korea's future. She sat and cradled her cut hand in her lap, and presently the dogs warily returned to her side. Obedient and loyal, they gave questioning whines, then set to work licking the blood from her palm before it could drip down and ruin the carpet. Chapter 12. Fort Meade, Maryland, United States of America. Grimm gathered the team in the conference room down the hall from the operations center. Her terse summons bringing Sarah, Briggs, Charlie, and the duty technicians John Drew and Leah Cade together for the moment she had been dreading for years. All of them knew that something had gone very wrong with the mission to Korea. Covert protocols meant that Fisher and Loskov's sortie into the non-permissive environment of the North was conducted in radio silence, but when the first and then the second burst signal check-in times passed, without reply from either Splinter Cell, the operation had immediately been suspended, awaiting a resolution. For Fisher's daughter, the dread was tenfold what anyone else was experiencing. Sarah was fatigued, strung out, and Grimm guessed she hadn't slept for at least a day. Certainly none of the team had left the black box since the mission clock started running, catching naps where they could in the standby barracks room, or living off coffee and energy drinks. Grimm looked up at the digital counter on the wall of the conference room, next to the various time zone clocks. With a finality heavy like lead in her bones, she tapped a control pad set into the table, and the numbers on the mission clock froze. That action could have only one meaning. "As of this moment," she told them, "Panther and Kestrel's mission has been placed in abeyance." Sarah's eyes widened, and her mouth worked as she tried to find the words to express her shock. But nothing came out. Charlie Cole had no such problems, however.
Can we forget the bullshit spook shop jargon and cut to the chase? Are you saying we're cutting them off?
When Grimm didn't reply straight away, Briggs made a comment of his own, one far more insightful than she would have liked. "You didn't make this choice. Who gave the order?" As the agent said the words, the door opened again. "I gave the order, Briggs," said Lassiter, entering briskly with his man Haddon a step behind him. "Director Grimm's daughter was reluctant to accept certain realities of the situation, so I had to make a judgment call."
A what?
Sarah finally found her voice and shook her head.
No, that's not how it works. Fourth Echelon Standard Protocol gives operatives in the field a 48-hour window of dead air before they are classed as—
"I know the rule book," Lassiter said over her. "And I also know that as oversight appointee, I have the veto on any mission protocols in extreme circumstances." He shot Grimm a look. "You haven't read them in?"
"I was getting there before you interrupted," she retorted.
Lassiter sighed and went to a monitor on the wall, snapping his fingers at Haddon. The other man produced a digital notepad and tapped out a string of commands on it. "Say what you like about Pyongyang, but they really have a good handle on media manipulation." He gestured at the screen as it came to life, displaying a feed from one of the main rolling news networks in Southeast Asia. They got this into the news cycle before we could get ahead of it. The screen showed a maternal anchorwoman in traditional Korean dress. Her face set an expression of deep regret as she talked over images of North Korean soldiers and the nation's reclusive vice president, Lee Jong. The footage of Lee alternated with pictures of him smiling at a military parade to what looked like more recent photos of him being bandaged up by a doctor in a white coat. "I'll save you the trouble of reading the subtitles," said Lassiter. "The government of the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea have released a statement to the world press that Russia and the United States of America collaborated in an attempt to assassinate their vice president. Moreover, they say the assassins were captured after they failed their mission, and one of them was shot while attempting to escape." As Lassiter spoke, a black-and-white still frame of Mikhail Loskov's face appeared on the news report. Stark and pale in the image, Grimm surmised that the picture had been taken post-mortem. Her jaw stiffened. Kestrel had lived a hard life, dominated by difficult choices and grave dangers, and now it had caught up to him, despite his attempts to fight on the side of the angels. When there was time, she would raise a glass for the man. "Damn." Drew exchanged a look with Cade. "They killed him."
"But Panther must still be alive," said Cade. "Otherwise they'd be crowing about killing 2 agents, not just 1.
Lassiter sniffed and carried on. "As much as the West treats every announcement from the Hermit Kingdom as suspect, this one has rung bells from Washington to Moscow. Because the difference this time is we know there's some truth to it." His tone rose. "Because we did send assassins into the North, and they are missing in action."
"Did I miss a memo or something? Lee Jong wasn't their target," insisted Charlie. "I know the Splinter Cells have done some dark stuff in the past, but I'm pretty sure killing a member of a nuclear superpower's political executive is off limits."
"Questions have already been raised about Fisher, asking if the man went rogue." Lassiter saw Sarah about to deny that vehemently and silenced her with a raised hand. "I don't believe that. I believe this agency was duped. But no matter the cause, the effect is marked. As of now, the political situation between the United States and North Korea has been drawn to a knife edge, and defense conditions have been raised on both sides. The Kremlin has already issued a statement painting Loskov as a stateless renegade and dumping the blame on us. As I'm sure everyone is aware, the current administration in the White House is doing everything they can to keep things on an even keel in Southeast Asia. But this clusterfuck has just poured a bucket of gasoline on that particular trash fire. America is, of course, denying knowledge of any clandestine operations on North Korean soil.
Publicly, said Sarah, grasping at the thinnest thread of hope. But what about covertly? She looked in Grimm's direction, but the other woman knew that hope was a vain one, and she shook her head. Covertly, the directive from the President is an immediate order for 4th Echelon to suspend active operations and go dark until this mess can be diffused. Lassiter swept the room with a look, daring any of them to object, ending with Sarah. I know this may seem personal for some of you, but let me be completely clear. It is purely a pragmatic choice. We're not going to risk the continuity of this agency and its work for the life of one man. You're disavowing my father, said Sarah in a dead voice. You're ordering us to abandon him? I am following the orders of the Commander-in-Chief and directing this unit to stand down, Lassiter said firmly. No one wants this, but we don't have the luxury of pushing back. While the diplomats try to smooth over this mess and pull us from the brink of World War III, there will be a complete investigation into what led to this near-catastrophic failure, and I expect everyone to cooperate fully with it. I have complete confidence in my people, Grimm said coldly, meeting Lassiter's implied challenge. Everyone here did their jobs. We acted on information originated by Voron. Information brought to us by you, she added silently. Lassiter didn't acknowledge the reply or the implication. I know this is difficult, he went on, without the empathy his words suggested. But the United States cannot be seen to acknowledge a captured Splinter Cell operative or admit to the existence of this agency. My hands are tied. He gave them a moment to let that sink in. You're dismissed. Go back to your stations, secure them, and await further orders. Until you hear otherwise, consider your movements monitored and restricted. He strode out of the conference room, with Haddon following along. And one by one the others left in silence, until only Grimm and Sarah remained. Fisher's daughter stared despondently at the video screen, where the news channel footage was looping over and over. Kestrel's face, slack in death, reappeared once more. We can't do this, she managed, distraught but desperately fighting to keep her emotions under control. Grimm, we can't just leave my dad out there to die. Grimm's reply took a moment to form, and when it did, she hated herself for it. What would you have me do, Sarah? We have no idea what happened, to Kestrel or your father, or with Colonel So and the neutron device, if it even existed in the first place. She sighed. This isn't just about us. There's much more at stake now. I don't care about that, said Sarah, swallowing what might have been a sob. I have to do something. For all its rough edges and damaged parts, Grimm had always been a little envious of the relationship between Sam and Sarah. She had never experienced anything like their closeness with their own family, and it was almost alien to her. But that didn't mean Grimm couldn't empathize with what Sarah was going through. Sam Fisher was a friend, for what that was worth, and it made Grimm feel empty inside to think of him lost and beyond her reach to help. Please. Sarah met her gaze, the veil of her innate defiance falling away. Guilt hung heavily on the younger woman. Grimm knew that the last words she had shared with her father had been harsh ones. For a moment, Grimm thought of how she might give Sarah that thread of hope she so obviously needed. But to do that would be a lie, and she owed Sam's daughter the truth. There's nothing we can do, Sarah. I hate this as much as you do, believe me when I say that. But the hard truth is, this is the reality that Sam wanted to protect you from. This is the price of what we do. It's the risk that every Splinter Cell runs each time they embark on a mission. She reached over to the control panel and shut off the video screen, just as Kestrel's face appeared once again. The Russian's name would join a list of other agents: Archer, Hodge, Lee, Blaine, and the rest. Each one lost in the line of duty. They go out, she said, and sometimes they don't come back.
Chapter 13. Ewa Island, Yellow Sea, Disputed Territory. Fisher came out of unconsciousness in a cage-like cell, stripped to his underwear and shivering from the damp cold around him. The North Koreans had taken everything, his weapons, his OPSAT, and every last piece of his gear, and from the bloody gouge cut into his bicep, it looked like they had even been so thorough as to dig out the subdermal tracking chip buried in the meat of his muscle. Grimacing, he found his way to the cell's threadbare sleeping pallet, atop which his captors had left him a filthy denim boiler suit in dark gray. Prison uniform, he surmised. Better than nothing. Slipping it on, he found it thin and a size too small, a world away from the form-fitting second skin of his tactical suit. Fisher sat on the pallet and hugged himself to stay warm, surveying every inch of his confinement for anything that might indicate a weak spot. He found little. A heavy mechanical lock on the cage door and thick iron bars that were corroded, but not enough to have weakened them. The dank air had an unpleasant, briny reek, and he wondered how long he had been out of it. Not long enough to move me far, Fisher reasoned. I'm still on the island. He probed the goose egg swelling on the side of his head, where the rifle butt had slammed into him, and winced. It was tender, but it would eventually recede. Fisher mentally took an inventory of his body. Apart from bruises, contusions, and the stinging cut on his shoulder, he was still fit to fight if an opportunity arose. That's their first mistake, he told himself. Now I just have to figure out how to make the most of it. But before he could start assembling an escape plan, a rattling clank sounded from the metal door across from his cell, and it opened to admit an armed guard and the man who had murdered Kestrel. Major General Choi Kyung. Fisher would not soon forget the name of the callous officer who had executed his comrade, and he silently vowed the man would pay the butcher's bill for that act. Incongruously, Choi had a large smartphone in one hand, and Fisher could make out that the screen was filled with another person's face. The general was in the middle of a video chat, his expression pinched with stress. He barked an order at the guard, who retreated to the far side of the room, while Choi came right up to the bars and addressed Fisher in English. "How do you like your accommodation, assassin? You should be at home down here, with the filth and the vermin. It is no better than you deserve." Fisher sat forward, feigning boredom. "Can I get some fresh towels and a room service menu? Maybe a cocktail, too?" Choi didn't appear to get the reference, and his bad mood worsened. "I think, perhaps, I will kill you." His hand dropped to the pistol holster on his belt. "I will dump you in the ocean like I did with your Russian friend, eh?" "You're not going to do shit," Fisher retorted, holding down his fury. "Because no matter how much you bark like the big dog, you're not in charge." He shot a look in the guard's direction. "Your general here is a traitor, you know that?" "Idiot!" Choi banged his fist on the bars. "He doesn't speak your language." "Lee wants me in one piece, doesn't he?" Fisher changed tack, glaring at the general. "Which puts a big crimp in your plans. You kill me." He spread his hands to show he was unarmed. "It looks real suspicious. Because I gotta bet right now your notoriously secretive vice president is racking his brains trying to figure out who leaked his location. And you don't want him looking your way." The color rose in Choi's face, and Fisher heard a woman's chuckle emanating from the smartphone. "This one is clever. For a killer. Show me his face. I want to see him." Choi snarled and pressed the handset to the bars so the person on the screen could get a good look at Fisher. A mature, attractive East Asian woman with the chilly poise of an old-time matinee star was framed on the small device. She looked Fisher up and down, and he read arrogance and cold intelligence behind her eyes. "Why did you miss the shot?" He looked away. "I don't like being used." She laughed. "You are, if I am not mistaken, nothing more than a weapon in the employ of the United States government. Being used is what you were trained for." "Lee wasn't a threat,"
Of course he is, she countered. Li Jong has been the enemy of the West since he was old enough to stand erect.
The woman considered him for a moment.
It is a moot point now, however. Tell me, which of America's secret bestiaries do you spring from, I wonder? The SEALs? The CIA's ground branch? Or are you another of those so-called operators they love to lionize in their films?
I'm just here for the fishing, lady.
And you are upset you did not catch what you were after, I think.
She gave a mocking pout. You're not from the north. Fisher could tell by her accent and her look, and the moment he threw the comment out there, the woman's eyes flashed. He pressed the tiny advantage. Which means Chui here will be in even deeper shit when it comes out he's in league with the enemy. He glanced at the red-faced general. From what I hear, the Supreme Leader doesn't take kindly to treachery. Set on by dogs, poisoned by nerve agents, shot with anti-aircraft guns. He's pretty creative when it comes to methods of executing people. Chui made a wordless growl of annoyance, but the woman silenced him with a few sharp words in Korean.
You are perceptive, she allowed, and that makes you very dangerous. But not to my plan, I think.
My plan? Fisher latched on to the words, finding confirmation of what he suspected. So she is the one running this show. He said nothing, giving her the silence to fill.
You know only what we have led your agency to believe, she went on, nodding to herself, as if she were making a decision. And I'm afraid you will not live long enough for Lee's interrogators to learn anything from you.
Her image flickered as she reached up to cut the call, but she hesitated when Fisher spoke again. I know that Colonel So Ji-hoon never existed. I know that you faked evidence of the neutron bomb in play and fed it to Voron. He didn't know those things, not for certain, but if this was his last chance to address the woman in charge face to face, he had to try and get something more from her. I know that my people will have figured that out by now, and they'll be chasing you down with resources you can't imagine. The brief flicker of hesitation on the woman's face told Fisher he was on the money about the colonel, and the rogue WMD. Neither one had been real, both false leads set up to draw in Voron and Fourth Echelon. But then she recovered and smiled.
You may wish that to be so, she said, but I am afraid that in this moment, the men who give the orders to you and your people are more interested in preventing a nuclear war than puzzling over the circumstances of two errant assassins.
The phone screen went dark, and Chui jammed the device in his jacket pocket. It doesn't matter what you say, or who you say it to, he growled. You are in the hands of the North now, and you are the hated enemy of every man, woman, and child within it. Behind the general, the door opened, and a squad of armed men entered, led by one of Lee's personal guard that Fisher had seen the previous night. Chui dutifully stepped aside as the cell door was unlocked, and with several submachine guns trained on him, Fisher was marched out. Chui trailed them as the squad took Fisher along a concrete corridor streaked with black mold, and out into the daylight, emerging from another metal door set into a low hillside. Now it was clear they had been holding him in a bunker beneath the villa, but rather than walk him in the direction of the main building, the troops shoved Fisher toward the shoreline, to a jetty. A military seaplane bobbed in the swell at the far end, and Fisher recognized the aging aircraft as an ex-Russian BE-12, nicknamed Seagull because of the canted wings behind its big turboprops. The general hung back and watched as Lee's officer handed Fisher over to the Seagull's flight crew, along with 3 armed men, to keep him in check. The American's last sight of Yua Island was as he was shoved aboard the seaplane. Whatever his next destination was, it would lay deep inside the territory of the DPRK, and far from hope of rescue. What Fisher didn't see was the curt nod Major General Chui directed at the last soldier who boarded the plane, and the salute given in return. Fort Meade, Maryland, United States of America. Standing down something as complex as Fourth Echelon's operations wasn't a matter of flipping a switch or pulling a plug. With live missions in play around the globe, the agency had to go dark in phases, and doing it in the wrong order or sending the wrong message to the wrong place could have catastrophic consequences if mishandled. Charlie Cole thought of it like repotting a plant, remembering a lesson in gardening taught to him in one of the better foster homes from his youth. You couldn't just wrench the thing out of the ground and jam it into the earth somewhere else. Care had to be taken to make sure the roots stayed intact as much as the plant itself. Otherwise, the whole thing would shrivel up and die. With this in mind, he worked through the command and control grid for the now black-booked Ewa Island mission, meticulously tracking down and erasing all virtual data out on the net that might be used by some bad actor to point back at the NSA. It was a slow, time-consuming task, but Charlie didn't trust anyone else to get it done. And to be honest, as he was now technically under investigation for the botched operation along with the rest of the team, he needed something to keep his mind off things. Lassiter's guy Haddon kept turning up when Charlie least expected it, always hanging around just inside the hacker's line of sight, like he wanted Cole to know that he was being watched. After their chance meeting in the mall, "I hope it was just random," he told himself. Charlie was tense all the time, waiting for Haddon's hand to drop on his shoulder and the order to come with him, or else. Even now, Haddon was here in the operations hub, pretending like he had something to talk to Drew about, but Charlie knew this was part of his program of low-key intimidation. The distracting thought was almost enough to make him miss the anomaly in the data feed from one of the tertiary server stacks. Charlie blinked and looked again at the code streaming through one of the windows on his screen. That's not right. To anyone else, one string of numbers would have looked pretty much like another, but to Charlie's keen eye, the digits were a smoke signal, a flicker of light in a darkened room. The hairs on the back of his neck rose as he figured it out. Someone was attempting to access a fourth echelon secure database without the proper code clearance, and doing it badly. He recognized the process because he'd used the same techniques in his misspent youth on the dark web, back when he was still a noob. It was the digital equivalent of a smash and grab, crude and clumsy, and it wouldn't be long before the system flagged it for everyone to see. For a moment, he wondered if it might be the man on the phone he had spoken to in the mall, then dismissed the notion. The old-timer was long in the tooth, but way too experienced to do work this maladroit. The telling thing was, judging by the headers on the code, the intrusion could only be coming from a workstation inside the building, maybe even in the actual server room itself. But if Charlie cut it off now, he would lose the thread. Backtracking through the commands of the unsophisticated hack, he dug in and found where a biometric login had been erased, or at least where someone had tried to erase it. But the intruder lacked the skill to adequately cover their tracks, at least from someone as adept as Charlie. Making sure nobody was watching, he ran a software tool to rebuild the deleted login identity. Username Lynx, read the screen. Login Fisher, Sarah V. "Oh, boy," whispered Charlie. "This is not good." He shot a glance over his shoulder. Haddon was still in conversation with a bored-looking Drew. If Lassiter's guy saw the login, it would be all over for Sam's daughter. Charlie made a spur-of-the-moment decision and re-erased the code, this time virtually shredding it, so it really would be impossible to reconstitute. Then, locking his own console, he slipped out before anyone could question him. The tertiary server room was on a sub-level below, and Charlie took the stairs two at a time, jackknifing into the white, overlit corridor that led to the computer stacks. His biometric ID pass and thumbprint got him inside, but the security system wouldn't remember. Long ago, he'd inserted a worm program to eat any red flags that might pop up from his more unauthorized activities, just in case. He found Sarah at a terminal in a shadowed corner of the server room, her face lit by the pulsing glow of green and crimson lights along the side of the stacks. She had a data cord running from the OPSAT in her hand to a port on the side of the machine, and she froze with her fingers over the touchpad as Charlie came into sight.
Shit.
Her shoulders fell.
Look, I can explain.
He waved her into silence. First off, I'm glad it's you and not an actual intruder. Second,
what the hell are you thinking, Sarah? You have any idea what would happen if someone other than me spotted what you were doing?
She glanced at the OPSAT.
I thought it was going okay.
No. He snatched the device from her and studied the screen. I covered for you. You were doing bad, laughably bad. There's a reason why we preload the OPSATs with smart programs, so operatives can crack enemy tech in the field. But that doesn't make you a hacker, just a script kiddie. He gestured at the stacks around them. This stuff, it's on a whole other level. You're lucky you didn't set off every alarm from here to D.C. Charlie sighed and gave a crooked smile. With all due respect, Sarah, stay in your lane. But the woman didn't return it, her face falling.
I didn't have a choice, Charlie, and I didn't want to come to you, make you do something risky.
Well, that ship has already sailed, he said, working the OPSAT. Now Charlie had the unit to hand. He could see the full scope of what Sarah had been trying to do.
You were aiming for the NSA's database on North Korea. This search string... He trailed off. I was looking for information about where they would take my dad.
She rubbed a hand over her face.
Prisons, gulags, black sites, wherever the DPRK hide their most dangerous Western captives.
Why? Charlie drew out the question, even as he regretted asking it.
Because I'm not going to leave him twisting in the wind, no matter what orders Lassiter gives, no matter what Grimm says.
Sarah's mood shifted, her fire rekindling.
You know my father. He won't go down easy, but he needs help, and if no one else can give it, I will.
Charlie accepted that with a nod. All right, let's play this out. Say you do get a line on where Sam might be. What then? Best case scenario, you make it to South Korea, somehow avoiding Lassiter's notice or being pulled in by the locals. What happens next? You're going to skip across the DMZ and hitchhike to Pyongyang?
I don't have answers yet, she snapped. I reached out to my Uncle Vic. He can get me away from here, under the radar. And then, I guess I'll burn that bridge when I come to it.
So it would be accurate to say you're making this up as you go.
I know, but I have to. I have to do something.
Sarah stifled a sob, and Charlie immediately felt like a heel.
When Dad and I talked, I said stuff that I regret. I don't want the last thing I said to him to be the last thing I ever say to him. He's all I have left. Even with the hurt between us, I can't lose him.
Charlie waded up. With the assistance of Victor Coste, an old friend of the Fishers who currently ran a private military contractor, Sarah had a fair to middling chance of making it to the border before Lassiter knew she was gone. But with the NSA's intelligence engines engaged to find her, it would be easy to lock Sarah down long before she made it onto a plane. Sarah's anguish was pushing her to take risks, going off half-cocked with a threadbare plan and little else. It was out of character for her as the capable agent he knew she could be from past experience. I can't let you do this, Charlie told her, unplugging the OPSAT and handing it back. Sarah's expression hardened, some of her usual resolve resurfacing. You're not going to stop me. That's not what I meant. He gave a bark of laughter. What, you think I'm an idiot? You think I don't know what a supremely bad idea it is to piss off a Fisher? He shook his head. I know you'll commit this insanity no matter what I say, and I know I could never live with myself if I let you and Sam down. So when I say I can't let you do this, I mean I can't let you do this without me. He jerked his thumb at the door. Get out of here, and we'll make like this never happened. I'll look into where the North Koreans might put Sam. He paused as another thought occurred to him. And in the meantime, there's a marker I can call in on your dad's behalf.
If Grimm finds out, she will be pissed, noted Sarah.
Charlie nodded to himself, afraid to even picture what the full force of Anna Grimsdottir's annoyance would look like. No doubt. Chapter 14. BE-12 Seagull, Kangwon Province, altitude 6,000 feet. The cage they put him in was smaller than the one in the bunker, and it smelled like it was used for animals, the odor of dog hair and piss mingling with the reek of hot oil from the seaplane's noisy, rumbling engines. From what Fisher expected, it was probably better than the accommodation he had to look forward to at whatever hellhole they were heading toward. He sat on the floor and pulled the stubborn zipper on his prison fatigues as far as it would go, folding up the starched collar at his neck. His whole body trembled with the vibrations coming through the hull, and he clamped his jaw tightly to stop his teeth from chattering. The cage took up a quarter of the space inside the seaplane's narrow cargo bay, bolted to the inside of the ribbed fuselage amid a mess of bare conduits and grubby bunches of wiring. There wasn't a single place where the BE-12's interior didn't have jutting pipes, low beams, or other bits of machinery. It reminded him of the interior of an old-generation submarine, built with absolutely no concession to comfort or ease of use. It was cold, noisy, and it rattled like it was going to come apart at any second. On the other side of the bars, across the cargo bay, 2 DPRK soldiers sat in folding jump chairs with their Type 68 rifles on the deck at their feet. They traded swigs from an insulated canteen and talked loudly to one another to be heard over the roar of the turboprops. For the most part, they ignored Fisher's presence. He shifted position to keep the blood flowing in his limbs and gave the tallest of the pair a hard look. While his buddy was wearing regulation footgear, the tall soldier sported a pair of boots that looked suspiciously like the ones that had been stripped off Fisher while he was unconscious. The soldier met his gaze and sneered. "Nice kit," Fisher called out with a nod. "They fit you good?" The taller man said something disparaging that made his buddy snigger, but then both of them stiffened as the hatch leading to the front of the seaplane opened. Another DPRK soldier ducked his head to come through, scanning the compartment with a searching expression. He was lean with deep-set eyes, and while Fisher didn't know the man's exact rank, it was clear by the flashes on his collar that he was senior to the pair on guard duty. The new arrival, whom Fisher mentally labeled Sarge, gave the prisoner an arch look, then wandered over to the 2 soldiers. Fisher watched things play out. At first, the guards were wary of the non-com, but gradually they relaxed as he chatted amiably with them. The 3 men shared jokes that were clearly at Fisher's expense. He looked away. The narrow spaces between the bars of the cage were barely enough for him to get his fingers through the gap, and there was little Fisher would be able to do in terms of making an escape. His options were all bad, and with every minute that passed, they were flying deeper and deeper into enemy territory. Judging by the shaft of sunlight through the oval window at the back of the cargo bay, Fisher determined that they were still on the same course. After taking off from Liuwa Island, the seaplane had first gone due north, then banked in a northwesterly direction, and stuck on that heading like a rail. Glimpses of gray cloud and drab green-brown told him they were over land, but little else. Motion at the corner of his eye drew Fisher's attention back to the soldiers. Sarge kept looking in the American's direction and checking his watch, as if waiting for something to happen. Then the lean man gestured at the rifle belonging to the tall soldier, as if he was asking him a question. The soldier picked up the weapon and showed it off with an expectant expression. Sarge is giving him grief about keeping his rifle clean, Fisher guessed. In the Navy, he had served with non-coms like that, guys who always sweated you over the little details when they had nothing better to do. Sarge snatched the .68 from the tall soldier's hands and leaned back in his seat, making a show of examining the weapon, working the slide, peering into the breech. Something in the way the man moved rang a warning bell inside Fisher's head, and, as he watched, Sarge flipped the assault rifle's fire selector down from safe to the semi-auto setting. Then he killed the 2 guards with quick single shots, point-blank to the head. Blood and brain matter splashed up the inside of the fuselage, and a pair of perfect holes had been drilled right through the seaplane, where the heavy rounds over-penetrated. Fisher jerked back as Sarge got to his feet and looked around. With the constant roaring drone from the BE-12's engines, it was likely the sound of the rifle discharge would be missed by the flight crew up in the cockpit. Taking his time about it, Sarge went to a rack of emergency parachutes and pulled one on, before pausing to peer out of the window and check his watch again. It immediately became clear how this was going to go. Major General Chue, his lady boss, and whomever else was in their nasty little conspiracy, couldn't allow Fisher to get to wherever he was going, for fear he'd rat them out. So Sarge here had been put on the plane to make sure it never reached its destination. The soldier aimed the .68 in Fisher's direction, then scowled. With the tight cage and the narrow bars, he couldn't get a clear shot. Swaying with the motion of the plane, he came closer, putting an inch of the muzzle through the gap in the bars. Fisher pressed himself into the corner, unwilling to let his would-be executioner get an easy kill, moving enough that the weapon still couldn't get the right angle. At the very least, he was going to make the man work for it. Sarge swore profusely and went back to the men he had murdered, rifling through their pockets until he found the key to the cage. Unlocking the door with one hand, he kept the rifle on Fisher with the other. This is it. Fisher tensed for the moment. Only one chance. As the cage door slid back on its runners, the seaplane bounced through another pocket of rough air, and the rifle muzzle bobbed. Fisher threw himself at the gun, knocking it away with one hand, the other coming up to snatch at the metal D-ring on Sarge's parachute harness. The ring came away with the first pull, and the chute popped open, a bloom of khaki silk unfolding from the other man's back. It didn't fill with air, but it was enough to put the man off his footing. Keeping up the momentum, Fisher put his shoulder into Sarge's chest, and the two of them went down to the deck with fists flying. The North Korean soldier struggling frantically to hold on to the rifle, while the American fought to twist it out of his grip. The gun wavered back and forth, toward Fisher's head and then away again. He grabbed a handful of parachute and forced it into his opponent's face, blinding him, suffocating him, and the other man reacted with violent shock, jerking the .68's trigger. The assault rifle brayed, and a tongue of hot muzzle flare seared Fisher's chest as the weapon discharged. Bullets sparked off the forward bulkhead as they marched up the metal wall, leaving another line of holes as the rounds punched through the metal and into the flight crew compartment beyond it. The cockpit. The thought barely had time to take shape in Fisher's mind before the deck of the cargo compartment dropped away beneath them. The two combatants briefly went into free fall as the seaplane entered a steep dive, tumbling apart to slam into the fuselage's support ribs. The rifle went clattering away, and Fisher's chute-shrouded opponent collided with the ceiling, before gravity took him back and threw the man down onto the deck. Fisher fared better, rolling off the impact and landing in a heap near the forward hatch. He looked through and saw the canopy of the cockpit, high up a ladder well, the glass spattered with crimson blood. Beyond the canopy he could see the looming blur of forested hills and mountains. They were going down fast. Struggling against the drag of the dive, ignoring the aches in his joints, Fisher pulled himself hand over hand up the ladder until he emerged on the narrow flight deck, between the pilot's and co-pilot's seats. The aircraft commander was dead, his chest burst open in an ugly wound caused by random, tumbling rounds that had come through the back of his chair. The co-pilot was ashen, one hand clamped to the bloody gouge in his throat from another stray bullet, the other pulling ineffectually at the seaplane's control yoke. His eyes widened at the sight of the American. There was no time to get the dead man out of his seat. Fisher hunched forward and pulled on the pilot's yoke with all the strength he could muster. The tops of trees were reaching for them, up from a green blanket gathering to swallow the aircraft and crush it. Fisher yelled with the force of his effort, hauling back desperately, fighting to bring the BE-12's nose above the line of the horizon. But it was like trying to move a mountain. Thin branches cracked against the gull wings and the seaplane's pontoons as they skimmed the highest of the trees. Then, in the next second, A spindly trunk hammered into the starboard side prop and tore it away, black-orange fire vomiting from the engine nacelle. The aircraft pitched forward and plowed into the hillside, the nose and the canopy crumpling like an empty beer can. Chapter 15. The Vogue Theater, Maryland, United States of America. On a weekday night, the threadbare multiplex off the interstate didn't have a lot of traffic, with most of the screens showing the same flicks that had been out for a fair while. The patrons were a mix of local teens and the odd older person making use of their senior citizen discount. And Sarah moved among them, without drawing notice, lost in the depths of a dark green hoodie. She picked a movie at random, some soft-focus indie picture about sad people living in a small town, and paid for her ticket with cash. Charlie had been very specific about one point: get popcorn. In the self-deleting message he had sent her, the hacker gave her the location of the movie theater and orders to purchase a bucket of sweet and salty. "This is critical," he had said. "It won't work otherwise." Sarah's lip curled as she thought back on that, but she didn't question it. The bored young man behind the concession stand duly filled a cardboard bucket and slid it over to her. She idly munched on a few popped kernels as she wandered toward the screen, and her fingers grazed something taped to the bottom of the container. She didn't react. The trailers were already running when she entered, and Sarah quickly found a seat up near the back. Close to the exit, with a good view of the backs of heads of the other moviegoers. By feel, she removed the object and turned it over in her fingers. Sarah recognized it by touch from her time at the farm, the CIA's training facility at Camp Perry. It was a tiny radio comms bead designed to work by bone induction and sub-vocalization. Covering the action with another scoop of popcorn into her mouth, she secured the unit in place out of sight under her hoodie as the movie proper started to roll. "I'm on," she ventured, the words barely a whisper. "Finally!" Charlie's voice hummed in her ear. "Okay, we can talk freely, at least for a while. Lassiter's goons won't be monitoring this channel, and even if they are, I'm running multi-threaded encryption." "Are you here?" She looked around, careful not to make it too obvious. She saw no sign of anyone who might be Charlie Cole, but her gaze was drawn to a bearded man in a baseball cap a few rows down from her. "Nah, I saw that flick already. I mean, it's pretty good, but emotionally manipulative, if you know what I mean." "Did you cry at the end?" "I'm secure enough in my own masculinity to admit that, yes, I did." He sighed. "Okay, first I need to tell you what I found." Sarah listened with mounting dismay as Charlie outlined the description of a North Korean black site in the western provinces of the country, a place with a bleak reputation operating under the code name Iron Box. "Once prisoners go in, they don't come out," he noted. "And according to intel I pulled from a source at MI6, that's where Vice President Lee ordered Sam to be sent. Last report listed him as en route." "En route?" Sarah echoed, grasping at a slim thread of hope. "So he's not there yet?" "Sarah," Charlie sighed again, "are you absolutely certain you want to go ahead with this? There's no turning back if you do." "I know." She stared at the screen without seeing the images projected on it. "My dad risked everything for me more than once. I owe him the same." She took a breath. "Even if it wasn't him, even if it was another Splinter Cell, I'd still be saying this. Fourth Echelon may have abandoned one of their own, but we don't have to. I'm done following their orders." "It figures," said another voice, low, gruff, and male. "Panther's kid is a chip off the old block." Sarah saw the man in the cap incline his head, and instinctively she knew he was the other presence in the conversation, linked in via a mastoid comm of his own. "Sarah Fisher, allow me to introduce Major Anthony Perryman," said Charlie. "He's one of many people who owe your dad a favor." "It's a pleasure." The man with the cap pulled lightly on the peak. "Call me Nomad, And your associate is right. I'd be dead if not for your old man."
"You're one of them," whispered Sarah. "The ghosts."
Nomad nodded. "Affirmative, and we always pay our debts."
"He's got the connections to get you into Korea," said Charlie, "and he's outside 4th echelon circle of influence, so they won't be tracking his movements."
"About that," said Nomad. "You sure you weren't followed?"
"As sure as I can be. Why?"
"There's a heavy-set fella in his 50s in row F," noted the soldier. "He's doing a fair job of pretending he ain't on watch, but I know the signs."
"He's with me," said Sarah.
She heard the surprise in Charlie's voice.
"You brought backup?"
"Just in case."
Victor Coste had entered the movie theater a good 10 minutes before Sarah had arrived, sizing up the place on the off chance that Lassiter's man Haddon might be sniffing around. Having her uncle, her father's oldest and most trusted friend, on hand to watch her back gave Sarah the confidence to believe she had a shot at making this work.
"Fair enough," said Nomad. "I got wheels outside if you're ready to do this. Meet me in the parking lot."
Sarah watched the man in the cap leave his seat and take the back exit, never once glancing her way as he passed her. From where he sat, Uncle Vic chanced to look back in Sarah's direction. She threw him a nod, paused to take one last handful of popcorn, and then left the bucket behind as she made her way out.
Nomad was waiting for them beside a night-black Dodge Hellcat, discreetly parked beneath the one non-functional streetlight outside the Vogue. He gave a nod of greeting to Sarah and Vic as they approached, and she saw how he sized up the older man. Her father did the same thing, she remembered, and it reminded her of wolves in the wild, how they would sniff the air around each other, gauging the danger the other might represent. Nomad was densely packed, without an inch of wasted muscle, his face dominated by ragged facial hair that made him look part outlaw biker, part Viking. In contrast, Victor Coste could have been the man's father, craggy-faced with deep-set eyes and the purposeful stride of an ex-street fighter. Sam Fisher's former SEAL team comrade looked a little out of place in the deliberately nondescript coat and slacks he wore tonight. These days he was more likely to be found in crisp suit and tie, but for Sam's daughter, he was willing to slum it. "I know you," said Nomad, plucking the thought out of the air. "Coste, Fisher's PMC buddy." "Right on the money, son." After leaving the Navy, Vic had eventually settled into a career running the private military contractor known as Paladin 9, and Sarah thought of him as an uncle, not just because he was a good friend of the Fisher family, but because he truly was the closest thing her father had to a brother. True to that, Vic had dropped everything he was doing to come to Sarah's aid when she asked for it. No questions asked. Like her, he had been angered, but not surprised, by the government's disavowal of Sam Fisher. "Thought you and your crew were still in Bolivia," Vic went on, casting around to be sure they weren't being watched. Nomad shrugged. "That's a whole other thing." He spread his hands. "As for this operation, I'm considering it a little extracurricular activity." "Yeah." Vic frowned and fixed Sarah with a look. "Listen." He hesitated, trying to find the right words. "Be careful out there. You don't know what's going to be waiting for you. Could be rough." "And then some," noted Nomad, as he searched his pockets for the Hellcat's keys. Sarah stepped in and gave Vic a hug. "It'll be all right. We'll find him. We'll bring him home." "Just don't tell Sam I helped," said Vic as she pulled away, a half-smile playing on his lips. "Your dad will skin me alive for not talking you out of this." "I'll put in a good word." Sarah squeezed his hand and stepped back. "Once we're on the road, I could use someone to run interference. Can you handle that for me?" "No problem," said Vic. "I've got my people making an obvious, but not too obvious, trail out of here and straight down the coast to Miami. Anyone watching out for Sarah Fisher is going to see someone who looks a lot like you hightailing it for the keys. Should buy you the time you need."
"I appreciate it," she said. "Good luck, sweetheart," Vic said hesitantly, giving Sarah a wan smile. "Thanks again for everything you've done," Sarah told him, her voice thickening with emotion.
"No thanks needed," he told her, as he turned to walk away. "Sam would do the same for me." Crash Site, Gangwon Province, North Korea. "This hurts too much to be dying," Fisher told himself. For a moment he lay on his back in the ruin of the seaplane's fuselage, cursing and praising his luck in equal measure. He'd blacked out as the aircraft had collided with the trees, his last recollection a giddy moment as the cramped cockpit compacted around him. Spat out of the forward compartment, Fisher came to in the crushed mess of the cargo bay. The wings and the whole rear quarter of the aircraft were gone, torn off and shredded by the forest. He smelled aviation fuel and smoke, heard the sizzle of the rain on hot metal. Something was burning. He rolled over, a cold gust of damp air caressing his face, and jagged knives of pain stabbed him up and down the length of his body. But the worst of it was a knot of flame-bright agony concentrated in his right shoulder. The joint had been dislocated in the chaos of the crash, and now it ground bone on bone with every move he made. Fisher hauled himself back to his feet and found a metal support to rest his aching shoulder on. And then, with a stifled grunt of pain, he slammed himself into it, snapping the joint straight again. For one excruciating second it was like being drenched in acid, the agony shocking through him. Then it ebbed away, and he panted, normalizing his breathing. "First order of business is survival," he told himself, thinking of the numbing cold in his feet. He found the bodies of the 2 dead guards crushed under part of the broken hull, and grimly stripped what he could use from them. Recovering his stolen boots was a small victory, and he quickly added to his meager haul with a thicker jacket, a pair of 2 small gloves, and a semi-automatic pistol styled after a Russian Tokarev. Second order of business is knowledge. Among the debris scattered out in a fan behind the wreckage, Fisher found a map case that had been thrown from the flight deck and examined the contents. He didn't read Korean too well, but he did read terrain. However, without a reference point to work from, it would be hard work nailing down his location. He looked up. In the wake of the crash, low gray rain clouds had rolled in over the hillside, and while that would hinder any search efforts, it also made pathfinding difficult. Standing in the lee of the broken fuselage, Fisher scanned the forest, taking it in, listening intently. Out among the trees, something moved and made a very human moan of effort. Fisher smiled coldly. When he came to, there had been no sign of the murderous soldier he nicknamed Sarge, and at first he assumed the man had gone with the rest of the cargo bay when the tail ripped clean off. But it seemed that the other man had been more resilient than expected. Fisher quickly found a trail of blood and disturbed mud, indicative of someone dragging a leg as they moved. He rounded a tree and found the North Korean soldier collapsed against a knot of roots, breathing hard, desperately working at the guts of a broken field radio. "I don't think so." Fisher hit him with a kick and wrenched the radio from his hands before tossing it away. The other man spat at him, shakily brandishing a Red Army-issue trench knife as he tried to inch away. "Fuck you," he barked, eyes widening. "Fuck America." Fisher shook his head and raised his stolen pistol. "That all you got? Just some colorful language?" "I know plenty English. You are assassin." The soldier blinked, his eyes blurred with the pain coming from the 2 inches of broken bone protruding out of his shin. "That's gotta sting a little," he said, gesturing at the wound. "I'm guessing you can't walk on it." Fisher nodded back at the wreckage. "Saw a first aid kit back there. You want it?" "Yes." Sarge nodded, gray-faced. "Give it to me." The knife drooped in his weakened grip. "Maybe I'll do that," said Fisher. "But first you have to give me something." He pulled the maps from his back pocket and dropped them in the other man's lap. "Show me where we are." "Don't know." The lie was reflexive and half-hearted.
Fisher stepped forward and pressed the tip of his boot on Sarge's ankle, putting pressure on the wounded leg.
"Sure about that?"
Sarge howled and swore some more, quickly exhausting his whole lexicon of curse words in short order. Fisher waited him out. The murderous soldier had been looking at his watch in the run-up to his attempt to down the plane, which probably meant he'd been told to do the deed at a certain time, when the seaplane was passing over a predetermined area. No one with half a brain would parachute out of a sabotaged aircraft without having at least some idea of where they would end up. That consideration led to another. If Major General Chue had set this in motion, had he also arranged for someone to pick this guy up? If so, that meant enemy forces might already be on their way. The field radio, thought Fisher. He was trying to signal his friends. Sweating heavily, Sarge relented and tapped a spot in the middle of the map. "Here." Fisher studied the location and nodded. It seemed to track with the geography around them. They were close to a river valley, and a river meant boats, transport, and a way to move faster and avoid capture.
"So what was your boss Chue paying you to kill me?"
"Chue?" Despite himself, the soldier sniggered. "Big head, Jagyun Dick. Not my boss." Then he blinked as his brain caught up to his mouth, and Fisher saw it. The pain made him punchy, and he'd said more than he meant to.
"Someone else, then? Give me a name."
"No." Fisher stepped on his leg again, and the other man screamed.
"I can do this all day," he told him, glancing at the damp patches of wet crimson soaking through Sarge's uniform trousers. "But you can't, not with the blood you're losing. So talk. Who runs you? I want a name." He nudged the map with his foot. "A location."
The soldier's ragged breathing became wheezy gasps. "You are a bastard."
"It's been said," agreed Fisher.
He leaned forward to increase the pressure, but the other man shook his head. No, I will tell." He sucked in air and pointed to another part of the map, north of the forest, a zone of gray blocks denoting what could have been a town or a military base. "Sok Jewa. He pay me. He is wealthy."
"I don't know that name."
Fisher picked up the map and took a closer look. The numbers 526 were visible as a marker on the indicated area. Sarge gave a hoarse chuckle. "He knows you, assassin. Knows America." In the next second, taking advantage of Fisher's brief distraction, the North Korean soldier launched himself forward. The trench knife he had been holding came around in an arc of bright steel. Without conscious thought, Fisher fired twice, the stolen pistol bucking in his hand. The soldier crumpled before the knife could reach him, both rounds going into the man's chest cavity and killing him instantly. Shit. Whatever other intelligence the soldier could have provided died with him on the forest floor, leaving Fisher alone in the drizzle.
Third order of business is escape and evade.
He weighed the map in his hands.
Or was it?
A choice was laid out before him. He could reach the waterway in a couple of hours over this terrain, either steal a boat or stow away on one moving downriver, and from there find a way to the DMZ. Crossing back over that strip of no man's land would be near impossible. But he was a Splinter Cell, and impossible was where 4th Echelon started their day. He could do it, if he could make it to the border. Fisher turned the map, tracing another line toward Area 526, considering the route to it. The other half of his choice had odds that even the most avaricious Vegas bookie wouldn't touch. Right now he had the names of 2 men, Major General Chue Kyung and whomever the wealthy Sok Jehua was, and the face of the mystery woman from the phone conversation. 3 points of data on a line leading from Sam Fisher and 4th Echelon to a false flag assassination attempt on the life of the second most important man in the DPRK. There was more to this, and he would only be able to find it at 526. but that would mean abandoning any pretense at escape and going deeper into the north, into the heart of the unknown. He was on his own, but then that was how Sam Fisher had always worked best. If he made it to the south, there was no telling what kind of reception he would find. He might never get the chance to avenge Kestrel's murder and undo what had happened on Ewa Island. Both the DPRK army and the conspirators who had killed his colleague and dragged Fisher into this would soon be scouring the countryside, desperate to catch him before he made it out. There would be no backup coming, no rescue on the horizon, not for an operation that had gone this far off book. As far as Fourth Echelon would be concerned, he didn't exist. So in the end, it came down to a simple question: flee or fight? "They'd never expect me to go north," he said to the air, "because it's goddamn insanity." Saying it out loud made the reality of it all the more stark. But as he did so, Fisher realized he had already made the decision. Chapter 16. Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, Washington, United States of America. The hangar was the most isolated on site, out by the northeast perimeter of the airport, far from the prying eyes of the commercial passengers and the regular security patrols. The front end of a Boeing 767 air freighter filled most of the wide, low building, the tail out in the dark of the night, lit by the hard illumination of floodlights. The jet's white K-cargo livery gave it a pearlescent glow in the damp air, and Sarah watched as angular metal transport containers were loaded in one by one through an open hatchway. Once it was in the air, the plane would fly non-stop across the northerly latitudes of the Pacific and make landfall in South Korea several hours later. The crew had been persuaded to ignore the presence of the additional human cargo not on the manifest, namely Sarah and Nomad, and when she'd asked the Delta Force soldier how he managed that, he gave a wry smirk and told her, "You don't want to know." Across the hangar, Nomad spoke with a guy in an overcoat, one of 3 unsmiling men who had met them on arrival at SeaTac. The soldier hadn't introduced them, and Sarah hadn't asked who they were, but she guessed they were a local muscle Nomad had pulled in to cover them while they prepared to leave the country. Her father trusted this man, so she decided to do the same. He'd already made good on his promise to sneak them away from the East Coast without raising the alarm, but still, she couldn't escape the feeling that the noose was closing in. If they didn't already, soon everyone at the black box would know Sarah was missing, and it wouldn't take a genius to figure out where she was headed. As if thinking about that was a summons, the burner phone in Sarah's pocket trilled, and she flicked it to life. "Hey," said Charlie, "it's me." "Hey," she echoed. "We have a problem?" "Oh, plenty," he replied with false lightness. "But I'll start with good news. I located a safe house in Seoul that Kestrel was using. It's off book, so it should still be secure. Might be a good place to start." Sarah heard him typing. "Sending you the details." The burner trilled again as a text message popped up. Sarah memorized the information and then deleted it. "Good work. What about the bad news?" Charlie sighed. "It's grim. I'm pretty sure she's on to you. I've been given a make-weight assignment to keep me out of the loop. She's got Drew and Cade in the ops hub, and I haven't been—" The line abruptly went dead. "Charlie?" Sarah stared at the burner screen. The call was still connected, but now there was only silence. A cold shiver raced up her spine, and Sarah cast around, looking for Nomad. With the metallic fizz, the lights inside the hangar went out, instantly throwing patches of it into complete darkness. Now the only illumination came from the aircraft itself and the distant, watery glow from the airport. One of the freighter's loading crew called out in dismay, but Sarah was already moving, her training kicking in as she sought the closest piece of cover. A sound filtered down from high above, a creak of metal as weight shifted. Sarah pulled a pistol, a small-bore Volkortsen Scorpion, from the inner pocket of her jacket and held it down, tucked out of sight. She scanned the support beams holding up the roof, but there was nothing but shadows up there.
All posts, check in.
From across the hangar she heard Nomad give the order, followed by the crackle of a voice over a walkie-talkie.
Mike, I don't read you, continued the soldier. Mike, respond.
Sarah looked toward the other side of the hangar, where the man Nomad was calling had been standing. She spotted a shadow slumped and unmoving against a pallet of oil drums. Nomad called out to her.
You see anything?
She held up a hand for quiet, fearing the worst. We've got company. The words had barely left her mouth when another man cried out in pain, his voice echoing across the hangar. Sarah pivoted toward the sound, leading with the Scorpion, in time to see a second figure collapse face first through the gap in the hangar doors.
We've got to get out of here.
Nomad tore his pistol from its holster and broke into a sprint, racing past her toward a door in the rear wall. He snarled into the walkie-talkie as he ran, radioing his friends.
Mike and Giles are down. Sean, meet us at the rear exit.
I'll cover you. Sarah went after him, her mind racing. If the cargo jet route was blown, they would have to secure another way out of the country. But to do that, she and Nomad would need to get through the next few minutes in one piece. Nomad reached the door, but before he got it halfway open, it crashed back under the weight of the man in the overcoat, who fell inward in an untidy heap.
Sean!
The soldier crouched by his slack form, pressing 2 fingers to his neck.
Still alive. No one's dead yet, said a voice from outside. But the night is young.
Sarah saw a piece of the rain-lined shadows break off and advance on them. Clad in a matte black Splinter Cell tactical suit, Isaac Briggs stared them down through the bright green optics of his tri-goggles. He held an SCIS semi-automatic pistol in his hand, the dark maw of the muzzle tracking between them. Briggs cocked his head, and his next words were for his radio implant.
Blackheart here. I have visual on Lynx. Looks like she brought a chaperone.
Then he nodded toward Sarah and Nomad.
Both of you, drop the iron, or I will put you down.
Nomad had his pistol aimed squarely at Briggs's chest.
Not gonna happen. I put all your buddies to sleep, Delta, said the other man. But I won't risk throwing hands with you. Make a move, it's a 10 mil in your skull.
Maybe you missed the fact you've got 2 guns on you. Sarah took careful aim with the Scorpion, making the threat with more confidence than she felt.
You're not the cold-blooded one here, Sarah,
said Briggs, and nodded toward Nomad.
This guy, though...
Nomad's lip curled.
You shouldn't underestimate her. Not smart.
But he's right, Sarah reflected. I'm not a killer. It was one thing to be able to shoot someone when it meant the difference between life and death, but to put a bullet in Briggs just because he was in her way, she couldn't do it. Stop this. Sarah holstered her weapon. Both of you. Just stop, before something happens that can't be taken back. She stepped in between Briggs and Nomad, putting her hand on the soldier's pistol. Please. Nomad eyed her.
You let him take us in? That's the end of it.
I never said I was surrendering. She turned back to face Briggs. Is Grim there? Can she hear me? Briggs kept his pistol held steady, listening to a voice in his ear.
She says check your phone.
Sarah dug out the burner, belatedly realizing that line was still open, and flipped it to speaker mode. Smart move, using Coste to lay a false trail. Grim's voice issued out into the cold air. We almost took the bait, but you had to know eventually I'd find you. True, she admitted. I still had to roll the dice. You've put me in a very difficult position. Grim's tone hardened. Do you have any idea of the shitstorm this will cause if Lassiter catches wind of it? Sarah gave Nomad a questioning look. Grim hasn't told Lassiter I ran, she thought. She was still processing what that meant as the other woman continued. The situation with the North Koreans is an inch away from the declaration of hostilities all over again. We barely clawed our way back from starting World War III the last time. I can't have a renegade operative on a personal crusade making things worse over there. She sighed. You're fourth echelon, Sarah. Your conduct is my responsibility. It's really not, Sarah spoke up, so Grim could hear her clearly. I'm guessing you've been busy tracking us, so you probably haven't checked your mail today. There's a letter from me sitting on the desk in your office. Briggs gave a slow nod, catching on. She resigned her post. I don't work for you anymore, Grim, said Sarah. I'm out. I thought I could find what I was missing inside fourth echelon, but I was wrong. You made that clear. My answers were never there, and frankly, I don't want to be part of an organization that can throw away its people like they mean nothing. Hate to break it to you, said Briggs, but papers or no papers, that doesn't change a damn thing. You're still an American citizen, Sarah. That means you fall under the fifth freedom. You serious? Nomad stiffened, his pistol gripped tightly in his hand. Always, said Briggs. Each of them understood what that term, the fifth freedom, meant. It was at the core of the Splinter Cell operational mandate, the liberty granted by presidential sanction to act when the four other fundamental freedoms of society, freedom of speech and religion, freedom from want and fear, were put at risk. In short, the fifth freedom allowed any actions to be taken in order to protect the free world, up to and including the termination of those who stood in the way. Sarah, Grim spoke up, her tone shifting again. Stand down and come back to Black Box. Lassiter doesn't know what happened tonight. That's why I sent Briggs after you. We can still find Sam. We just need to play for time. He doesn't have time, Sarah shouted back at her. I'm not giving up now. I meant every word I said. I am done. She glared at Briggs, turning to put herself directly in front of his gun. You want to stop me, Isaac? You're going to have to pull that trigger. Briggs hesitated, and she could sense him wavering. Now Sarah had called his bluff. Everything hung on whatever choice he made next. Grim? Don't ask her, Sarah snarled at him. Listen to me. Both of you owe my father your lives. Both of you owe Kestrel to see his murderers brought to justice. Are you going to turn your back on that? Is that all you are? The cold-blooded killers? She took a shuddering breath. Is there any honor? Is there any loyalty in fourth echelon at all? In the long silence that followed, Sarah waited for what she most feared to come. Then Grim's voice broke through. 72 hours, she said, as if the weight of the world was on her shoulders. After that, you'll be on the disavowed list, and no one will be able to protect you. Sarah let out the breath she had been holding in. Thank you, Anna. Don't waste effort on platitudes. Grim's retort was terse. Find Sam, or don't bother coming back. Chapter 17. Zone 526, Gangwon Province, North Korea. Night was falling as the delivery truck rolled to a halt at the checkpoint, wheels spinning in the thickening mud. The torrential downpour drummed loudly off the truck's hood, running in rivulets down the helmet of the soldier who dashed from the guard hut outside the sprawling factory complex. Swamped by a waterproof poncho speckled with splashes of the gray mud, his expression was equal parts morose and irritated. The soldier had no intention of staying out in the rain for 1 second longer than he had to, giving the driver's papers a cursory half-glance before waving him through the main gate. He was already jogging back to the relative warmth and dryness of the hut as the truck's wheels bit into the sludge and it rolled forward. Neither he nor the driver saw the extra passenger who dropped from a hiding place along the vehicle's axle and rolled away into a ditch. Fisher pressed himself into the shadows down in the muddy culvert, the trench knife he had taken from the would-be killer drawn up close to his chest. He waited for a moment, listening through the sizzling, constant hiss of the rain for raised voices,
for anything that could have indicated an alarm. The white flare of a searchlight passed over and kept moving. Nothing. Satisfied, he snaked along the length of the ditch and into a wide drainage pipe, feeling his way through the gloom with his hands. Fisher found a grime-encrusted ladder leading upward, and he followed it to a grill in the floor of a warehouse. He climbed out and looked around, keeping low. Despite the dampness brought on by the foul weather, the air in the warehouse was dusty. Metal racks lined the space, each one piled high with pallet after pallet of heavy paper sacks. Each one had the same crude printing of the national flag and a ring of text around it. Fisher prodded one that had been ripped open, and heavy gray powder trickled out. Cement. That explained the factory buildings, the chimney stacks and work sheds he had observed from the ridge half a kilometer away. Zone 526 was a vast mineral plant, churning out tons of product day in and day out, untroubled by such things as workers' rights, basic safety, or environmental concerns. The factories ran around the clock, disgorging material for North Korea to export to the handful of other countries it traded with. And if what Fisher had heard was true, the men who ran these complexes did so like they were feudal warlords, free to make their own laws as long as the wheels of production continued to turn. Finding another ladder, Fisher ascended to a catwalk that ran the length of the warehouse, ending at a fan window that hung half open. He crouched in the shadows and peered through the gap as a steam horn let out a high, strangled hoot from deeper in the compound. As he watched, the doors to dormitory blocks came open, and an army of workers in drab uniforms marched out to the factory building across a parade ground quad, most of them running to avoid the foul weather. As they trickled in, so their counterparts from inside emerged and crossed them going the other way. The departing workers had the look of men beaten down and exhausted by their labors, many coated with a layer of gray dust that made them look like ghostly revenants. A central building, the only one that rose above 4 stories, overlooked the quad. From the position, the cables leading to it, and the satellite dish on the south face, Fisher guessed it had to be an operations center. One whole side of the building was dominated by a huge painting of the Supreme Leader, smiling broadly in front of a stylized sunrise. Fisher could hear a strident voice from speakers dotted around the complex, bellowing some sort of exhortation that the weary workers repeated in a round of rote call and response. While he waited for the shift change to conclude, Fisher took a moment to inventory his gear. Before abandoning the seaplane's crash site, he had searched the wreck for whatever he could use, bundling it into a threadbare gunny sack. Along with the trench knife and map case, he'd recovered extra ammo for the Tokarev pistol and fashioned a crude suppressor for the semi-automatic from a salvaged oil filter and duct tape. Hardbound logbooks from the seaplane's cockpit were now taped to the inside of his prison fatigues, giving him a makeshift flak vest. And Fisher had a couple of other improvised articles in the sack, in case he needed to get creative. The crowning item in his rough-and-ready loadout was a set of 1970s vintage Red Army night vision goggles he'd found in the co-pilot's locker, a heavy cast metal binocular rig with dense batteries on a tank crewman's cowl. It felt like wearing a hat full of bricks. The crimson lenses were slow to warm up, and they gave off an irritating buzz that set his teeth on edge. But it was better to see in the dark than not. While none of the kit was anywhere near 4th echelon standards, Fisher didn't have room to be picky. Field expedience, otherwise known as work with what you have, had been drilled into him in the SEALs, and ultimately it was the man and not the tools that got the job done. Firing up the NVGs, he surveyed the operations building. Fisher watched the patterns of the guards on patrol. He noted the positions of lights and CCTV cameras and quickly drew a mental picture of the facility's security. Most of 526's profile was focused on the outer perimeter, and there it was more like a prison than a military compound. Everything was aimed at keeping people in, rather than keeping intruders like Fisher out, which confirmed his guess that the cement factory was pretty much a forced labor camp. The operations center was the only place where security was more noticeable.
and he began to plan out how he would penetrate the building. If General Chui's co-conspirator, Sok Jae-hwa, was going to be anywhere, it would be in there. The uppermost level was dark, but with windows that looked out in every direction, and a helipad mounted on one corner of the roof. Hard-learned instinct told Fisher that it was his best target. Guys with power always like to look down on the little people, he thought. Retreating from the window, Fisher slid back along the ladder to ground level and made his way out into the rainy night. When they came around the eastern side of the quad, the conversation between the two guards, making the patrol circuit, faltered. "Do you hear that?" said one. "Music," noted his companion. "Is it coming from one of the speakers? It sounds wrong." Of course, they both recognized the tune immediately. It was Onwards Toward the Final Victory, one of the state's most favored anthems, brimming with Juche sentiment and patriotic imagery. The men had heard it countless times, the lyrics drummed into them as children and reinforced with every repetition on Military Foundation Day and other annual celebrations. But the sound was weak and wavering, not braying loudly like they would have expected. The two men approached the source of the music until they could see something odd flickering on the wall at head height. There, fixed into place with strips of duct tape, was a digital music player with a broken screen, sporadic bursts of color flashing across its damaged surface. The song was playing from the device's tinny little speaker, juddering and restarting over and over again. "Is this a joke?" One of them looked around, as if expecting a comrade to appear, and laugh at their confusion. "I don't know what it is," said the other, pushing back his rifle on its sling so he could reach up and grab the player with both hands. It came away with a single pull, the song still repeating. He smacked it against his palm, and it went quiet. With the music silenced, an odd buzzing noise came to his ears from the deep shadows along the length of the wall. He strained to listen. Something else here. The guard was turning back toward his companion when the shadows rippled, and a man rose out of them, coming up to stab him through the belly with a broad-bladed knife. The gray-clad figure with the red-eyed mask dragged the man to him, using the guard as a human shield, his other hand rising with a clumsy-looking pistol gripped in it. The guard's companion reacted, grabbing for his slung rifle, but two shots coughed, rounds rattling through an improvised silencer, striking him in the chest. He went down into the rain-churned mud with a splash, as the assassin from the shadows finished the work of killing the other man. Fisher used the trench knife to do the work on the guard who had found the player, putting it into his chest in a brutal death blow. As the man exhaled his last, he let him drop and strode across to the second guard, alive, trembling, as he tried to pull his fallen rifle to him. Another round from the Tokarev ended the other man, the rain hissing off the end of the oil filter casing around the pistol's muzzle. Fisher frowned. He estimated he could only put one, maybe two more shots through it before the jury-rigged suppressor was rendered useless. With quick movements, Fisher gathered up the dead men and took them to a drainage grill leading down to the outflow he'd used to get in. He let them drop into the dark, then kicked the grill back into place. In a perfect world, Fisher would have executed this infiltration with zero footprint, no kills, no evidence he was ever even there. But the guards and their patrol route had put them in his sights, and the only way up the exterior of the operations building was right through the middle of their pattern. Killing the two men started a clock running. Eventually, their absence would be noticed. Fisher was on borrowed time, and he would have no idea how much he had until it ran out. "Keep moving," he told himself, as a searchlight passed over the flank of the building. In quick, loping steps, he made his way to the base of an iron drain pipe that went all the way up to the third floor. Fisher took a breath and then set to climbing. It was difficult finding footings in the crumbling exterior brick, and the pipe itself was slick with rainwater. And in the end, the effort came from his arms and upper body as he hauled himself hand over hand past the second floor. A wave of dizziness came over him, and he shook it off. That was a bad sign, a possible indicator of a delayed reaction concussion, but he couldn't let it slow him down. The grubby white box of a security camera hung from a nearby lintel, slowly moving back and forth on a motorized gimbal, and Fisher came as close as he dared before flattening himself against the exterior. He found the smallest of ledges and slid along it beneath the camera's unblinking eye, carefully working his way into its blind spot. He hung there, waiting. Only seconds elapsed, but it felt like hours, and Fisher knew from his observations that the searchlight would be on its return sweep very soon. If he was still here when the beam passed over the wall, he would be caught in it. When the camera turned away, he launched himself up to the ledge of a third-floor window, open just wide enough for him to squeeze through in a single, slithering movement. Fisher dropped to the floor of the pitch-dark room he found himself in, looking right and left through the old Soviet NVGs. Over the sullen rush of the rain, he heard a new sound that made him freeze. Someone was snoring. From outside, it had been impossible to determine the contents of the room, and he rolled the dice, picking it as his ingress. Snake eyes, he thought, spotting a dozen or so double-decker bunks arranged in lines between him and the door across the room. At least half of the cots were occupied by off-shift soldiers, but to a man, they were dead to the world. Fisher adjusted the sack across his back and drew the trench knife again before starting a careful, steady advance toward the door. He crouch-walked as low as possible, avoiding the places where the passing searchlight's glow rose and fell through the window blinds, alert for any sound of movement, for any sudden halt in the rhythmic snoring. You fellas just stay there in dreamland. Sleep it off. He willed the thought out into the air, knowing that the alternative would have to be a fast, brutal kill should any of the soldiers have the misfortune to awake. Then he was at the door. So far, so good. Fisher turned the handle, opening it just enough to fit through before pulling it shut behind him. He emerged on a landing, with one flight of stairs leading down and another going up to the darkened top floor. A guard stood up there, cradling a Type 68 rifle. He was directly beneath a light, looking right at the stairwell, and he would see the approach of any intruder the moment they tried to ascend. Concealed in the shadows, Fisher considered his options. The broken smartphone he took from the seaplane pilot to become a makeshift distraction device was dead, and even at short range he wasn't sure if the Tokarev pistol would fire true, or fail, jamming on him at the worst possible moment. Old school it is, then, he decided. From inside the threadbare sack, Fisher dug out a handful of small pebbles. Selecting one, he flicked it at the wall, and the stone ricocheted away with a satisfying clatter. The soldier reacted at once, coming off his mark, looking around for the source of the noise. While he was facing one way, Fisher sent another stone off the step behind him. The man muttered something under his breath and took a wary step down the stairs. Fisher retreated back out of sight. Deploying the trick with the pebble a third time, the soldier came down, rifle raised and ready to fire, and he called out a quiet question. "Is someone there?" Unfortunately for him, the answer was yes. As the guard's foot touched the third-floor landing, Fisher came out of nowhere on his blind side and shot a haymaker punch into the man's throat. His other hand grabbed at the frame of the rifle and wrenched back the charging handle, jamming his fingers into the breech so it could not fire. Fisher hit the soldier again before he could suck in the breath to cry for help, and then, with his full weight, he put his forearm across the man's throat and slammed him into the wall. The soldier's eyes bulged in abject terror, but it was too late. Bone and cartilage crackled wetly under the inexorable pressure, and with his neck broken, the man sank to the floor. Panting, Fisher disarmed the dead man before silently pulling him back through the door into the bunk room. The closest bed was empty, and with care, Fisher rolled the body into place atop the mattress. In the dimness, the dead man looked like just another sleeper. Making his way to the fourth floor, Fisher found a heavy metal door secured by a steel cord lock. Had this been a sanctioned Splinter Cell mission, there would have been key tools, acid gels, or any one of a dozen devices in his loadout to get him past it. But tonight the work was, like the pebbles, entirely old school. Fisher picked the lock with metal shims stolen from a toolbox in the seaplane, working steadily and breathing evenly as the tension in the moment grew. "Slow is smooth," he said to the air, recalling the old SEAL team adage. "Smooth is fast." At length the lock surrendered with an oily click, and he was in. Chapter 18. Zone 526, Gangwon Province, North Korea. Fisher wasn't really sure what he had expected to find, but it wasn't a well-appointed office and lounge with plenty of wood paneling, leather, and brass. It took up the top floor, and it looked more like something you'd see in a Godfather movie than a work camp in North Korea. But that's the point, isn't it? He thought. Fisher cast around, flicking back the NVGs to let his eyes adjust to the gloom. This place looks like a mob boss's back room because the guy who works out of here wants it that way. The only thing that ruined the effect was the bank of black and white monitor screens set up in one corner, each one running a feed from 526's network of security cameras. It was quiet in here, the sound of the torrential rain barely registering against the thick glass of the windows. Soundproof, he guessed. Past the wet bar tucked in the far corner, among dark mahogany cabinets and heavy armchairs, there were a handful of paintings on each wall that drew the eye. Mounted behind a huge desk, the largest of them depicted the current supreme leader of the DPRK, his father and grandfather, the three of them rendered in heroic dimensions, with patrician, knowing smiles. Immediately to the right of the big crowd-pleaser was a framed color photograph showing the guy in charge shaking hands with a North Korean civilian Fisher didn't recognize. But from the way the picture was positioned, the pride of place it had, he guessed that he was looking at the man in charge of Zone 526. The same face appeared in other photos along the office's shelves, among framed diplomas and gaudy awards from the state. This was an ego wall, just like the ones Fisher had seen behind Pentagon chair warmers back home. Fisher traced a finger over the characters of the name emblazoned on one of the certificates. Sok Jae-hwa, the man who had paid to have him killed. Apparently the supreme leader had been so impressed with the ruthless efficiency of his factories that he had awarded Sok medals for it. Fisher wondered what that meant in real terms. In his mind, there was little worse than a bean counter who valued profit enough to force people to work themselves to death. Sok looked out from pictures where he stood alongside women in traditional dress and uniformed soldiers, oily-haired and smiling widely. He had a well-fed look to him, in stark contrast to the gaunt, undernourished aspect of the men under his control. The man clearly lived a far better life than his comrades. If the box of Cuban cigars on his desk and the French cognac in his drinks cabinet were anything to go by. Another of the photos caught Fisher's eye, and he took a closer look. In it, Sok was standing beside horses and a man in a major general's uniform. Chue. "What have you got to hide?" Fisher asked the question aloud, looking around the room with a practiced eye. He checked the usual places, behind the picture frames, beneath the desk, under the feature rug, looking for the spot where Sok would keep his most important documents. It was only when he crouched that Fisher noticed a metallic shape among the liquor decanters in one of the cabinets. Behind untouched bottles of high-end liquor, there was a small safe with an electronic locking mechanism. Fisher tapped the keypad experimentally and frowned. The device needed a thumbprint to unlock it. He leaned back to consider the problem, and his gaze settled on a bottle of Tsarskaya vodka. An old memory rose in Fisher's thoughts. That same brand, poured into a pair of Stopkis glasses in a dingy bar near the Neva River in St. Petersburg. He and Kestrel sharing a well-earned drink after that mess of a mission in the Baltic a few years back. Fisher stiffened with contained anger. For all his flaws and his mistakes, Mikhail Loskov had ultimately become one of the few men to whom Sam Fisher gave his trust. But now he was dead, lost because of this bullshit conspiracy, killed by a coward who had shot Kestrel on his knees after he had surrendered. On impulse, Fisher cracked the seal on the Tsarskaya and poured a shot. He rolled the glass in his hand for a moment, then held it up in salute. "Do svidaniya, tovarich," he said, then downed the drink in a single pull. It wasn't much of a farewell to a man who deserved better, but it hardened the American's resolve to avenge the Russian's death. At the corner of his vision, a flashing light blurred, and Fisher turned toward it. Out in the rainy night, the flickering blades of a helicopter came into view, and the aircraft circled around toward the landing pad on the far side of the building. "Here we go," he muttered, drawing the Tokarev and pulling down the NVGs once more. "Time to get answers." Sok Jae-hwa hid it as well as he could, but the truth was he hated flying. Airplanes were bad enough, but helicopters were the worst. He spent every second on board in white-knuckle anxiety, and to make matters even more unbearable, tonight's flight had been like a roller coaster as the little Mi-2 reeled through the air, battered by the wind and rain. Regulations prohibited him from smoking in the aircraft, something that might otherwise have helped calm him, and he was barely out of the helicopter and on the landing pad before he lit a stubby cigar with his butane lighter. His personal guards dismounted behind him, flanking Sok as he marched to the stairwell leading into the building. He scowled, noting the absence of a guard on duty. That would not do, he decided. Sok made a mental note to learn the name of the soldier who should have been there, and to place him on a punishment detail in the cement works. It was his favorite form of discipline. The soldiers who marshaled the workers mistreated the poor wretches as a matter of course, so when one of the guards was forced to spend a few days on the other side, so to speak, they not only had to reckon with the back-breaking work in the factory, but the chance they might be the victim of revenge attacks by the prisoners. Most of 526's worker population were the purged, intellectuals, deviants, those who failed to show the proper fealty to the state, and so on, but some were hardened criminals. It wasn't uncommon for workers to turn up dead, having tumbled from great heights or fallen into a rock crusher. Some were genuine accidents, some caused by moments of exhaustion or inattention, some of them suicides, but others were quite likely murders. Sok didn't care about the particulars, only that such incidents didn't negatively impact the site's output. Zone 526, as dirty and ugly as it was, remained the jewel in his business empire. But it wasn't enough. The state would only let an entrepreneur like him grow so much, and he resented the restrictions. When things have changed, he told himself, the profits from this blighted place will be the least of my accomplishments. Puffing on his cigar, he entered his darkened office and strode toward his desk. "Lights," he ordered. One of his men flicked the switch on the wall, but nothing happened. Sok halted halfway across the room and shot him a glare. "Sir, the wiring," said the guard, pointing at the switch. "It's been torn out." "What are you talking about?" Sok dismissed his comment with an irritable gesture, the lit tip of the cigar making a loop in the air. He went to the big desk and snapped on the lamp there. Warm amber light bloomed, partly illuminating the room and revealing the presence of a fourth man standing by a bookshelf. Sok was so shocked that he actually jerked backward, colliding with his chair, almost stumbling over his own feet. A strangled crack of discharge signaled a gunshot as the masked man in the gray rushed forward, his pistol already aimed at the head of the closest guard. Sok's man perished instantly, the side of his skull opening to eject blood and brain matter up the security door. The masked man turned on the other guard by the switch and shot him just as swiftly, this bullet through his chest and into the wall. He stepped in and delivered a finisher to the fallen man. The third shot
knocked Sock out of his moment of terrified paralysis, and he dropped his cigar, grabbing at the desk's wide drawer, trying to haul it open. The masked man had the face of an insect, two glowing crimson eyes tracking Sock as he fought down his panic. The killer advanced on him, reaching up to fold away the insect eyes and show his full face. He looked at the pistol in his hand and muttered something in annoyance. The gun appearing to have jammed. Sock finally got the drawer open, and he snatched at the heavy, large-framed revolver lying in it, his adrenaline spiking. But before his fingers could close around it, the killer was slamming the drawer shut again, trapping Sock's hand with a blast of numbing pain. "Take a seat," said the killer, impassible Korean, before grabbing the scruff of Sock's neck. Unable to stop it happening, Sock's head went down hard against the top of the desk, bouncing off the dense wood. Dazed, he slumped back into his chair and struggled against the sudden urge to vomit. "What do you want?" "The whole story," said the killer. Chapter 19. Zone 526, Gangwon Province, North Korea. Working quickly, Fisher secured Sock to his chair with more of the duct tape from his crash salvage, before locking the office door with its heavy steel bolt. Satisfied, he discarded the mess he'd made of the Tokarev and helped himself to the man's revolver, a Chinese Norinco, a good piece that wouldn't be so prone to jamming. Sock lolled in the chair and gave him an owlish look. "The American?" "You speak English, huh?" Fisher nodded. "Good. We're going to have a conversation." The other man laughed without humor. "You are him, aren't you? The one Castro spoke about. His comrade." This guy knew Loskov, he thought. Maybe it was the blow to the head making him dopey, but that was a key piece of intel he'd just let slip. Fisher seized on it. "You two were pals, huh?" He nodded toward the bottle of Tsarskaya. "That where you got the vodka? From him?" "How are you still alive?" Sock started to snigger. "Americans, always too stupid to know when to die." "Well, your boy on the plane did a poor job of helping that along." Sock's face darkened, and he spat, rocking in his chair as he tested his bonds. "Does not matter. You are dead." "Beg to differ." Fisher picked up the still smoldering cigar from where it had fallen and examined it before putting it to one side in an ashtray. "You do not see," Sock went on. "You are dead to the world. Your own country has turned its back. The White House disavowed you, just as the Kremlin did to Castro." Fisher considered that. Was it just bluster, or did the Korean know something he didn't? It couldn't be denied that in extreme circumstances, fourth-echelon operatives would be cut loose, burned, as the intelligence community termed it. Sock continued. "You have been, what is the word? Ah, yes, you have been played. I told the Russian what he wanted to hear. Then, like a good little spy, he ran to your people. And then," he grinned, "you are so predictable, American. Lay out the bait. The fish comes along. Snap, snap." Sock made a biting motion. So this joker didn't just know Loskov, Fisher thought, laying it out in his mind. He was his source inside North Korea. The whole false flag operation about the bomb and the rogue officer, it came from him. And we fell for it. He made a show of drawing the trench knife, stabbing it into the desk. And Sock's eyes widened. "There's probably a lot I could get out of you if I had the time, but I'm pretty short on patience right now." Fisher leaned in. "So we're going to cut to the chase. You wanted Lee Jong dead, and me to pull the trigger. I want to know why, and who else is involved along with you, and that asshole Choi." Sock leaned forward to match him. "I will tell you nothing." Fisher shook his head. "You got it wrong. I don't need to make you talk."
He pulled the trench knife and used it to cut a length of wire from the telephone on Sock's desk, talking as he worked. "See, I had a while to look around your office. I reckon I got the measure of you. A numbers guy who made good. Am I right?" He pointed the tip of the blade at Sock's chest, and the other man recoiled. "You're an accountant. You know every penny you make, every grift, every bribe. And guys like you, well, you always keep records." Fisher nodded toward the safe in the drinks cabinet. Sock blinked, his defiance faltering, and Fisher knew his instincts were on the money. "I will tell you—" "Nothing. Yeah, I get it." Fisher spoke over him, grabbing his hand, quickly pulling out his right thumb and tying a tight wire noose around it, just below the knuckle. "You'll want to take a deep breath. This may sting a little." Sock released a long, bleeding cry of pain as Fisher put the trench knife blade over his thumb and detached it in one clean cut. Blood gushed across the arm of the chair, and Fisher recovered the severed digit, taking it to the safe. Ignoring the other man's moaning, Fisher applied the pad of the bloody thumb to the safe's fingerprint reader and was rewarded with the thud of magnetic locks releasing. Inside, beneath a bag containing a Japanese satellite phone, wads of U.S. dollars, and a few fake passports, he found a trove of documents in a sealed wallet. He emptied the contents of the wallet onto the desk and gave a low whistle as he paged through it. "I like it when I'm right," he said, shooting the pale, sweaty Korean a sideways look. "Not so good for you, though." Sock was silent. In his agony, he had passed out. There were no computer disks, USB drives, or anything digital in the whole bundle, just notebooks, photos, and papers. Sock had been clever about it, keeping his records in analog form, leaving no digital footprint that might have been picked up by the DPRK's state security agents. This was the man's get-out-of-jail-free card, his blackmail backup, just in case things went wrong and he had to make a deal to save his own neck. "Forward planning," noted Fisher. "Always smart, but not smart enough to hide it somewhere better." The component parts of the conspiracy were there, laid out in detail, and slowly Fisher began to build up the shape of what he and the Fourth Echelon had been dragged into. He found written logs and long-lensed photographs of meetings between Sock and Kestrel in Macau, details of the non-existent DPRK Colonel So Ji-hun, and the equally fake plot to sell a neutron bomb. Top-level orders containing information about the North Korean vice president's travel itinerary. Blind transfers of black money between secret accounts in Seoul and Pyongyang. And more. It was the blueprint for the entire operation, as well as a blurry copy of Major General Choi Kyung's military jacket. There were also files on 2 other people. Fisher's reading comprehension of the language was good enough to determine that both of them were prominent South Korean politicians. The first, a man called Pai Dong-sun, belonged to a party on the liberal end of the spectrum, but the second was a woman from a group with a more nationalist bent. Her file contained printouts of interviews where she openly championed the idea of enforced North-South reunification on the Korean peninsula, at gunpoint if need be. Her name was Jin Hyo-ri, but Fisher already knew her face. The dragon lady from the phone call. These were influential figures in key positions of power on both sides of the DMZ, and it didn't take a genius to see how these people working in concert could apply pressure in the right places to shift Korean geopolitics to their design. And it would start with the staged assassination of North Korea's vice president by covert agents from America and Russia. Fisher checked the security monitors to be sure that he was in the clear and saw no signs of alarm out in the compound. But the itch between his shoulder blades was telling him that his time was up and that every moment he stayed here, he risked discovery. "Hey!" Fisher reached up and slapped Sock around the face, bringing him around. "You want to live through tonight? Tell me what you're getting out of this." "We get what you took from us." Sock glared at him. "We are the twin dragons united. Strong again. We expel your country from the south. Eject American interests from the peninsula forever. No more being the lowly handmaiden to China, feeding off their scraps. No more Russian influence. He panted through the declaration. One Korea, not two. The dragons stronger than ever. And you get to that by having Li Jong shot by a foreign, covert operative. Then your supreme leader hits the panic button. Everyone goes to a war footing. Fisher shook his head, bitter memories of a past mission returning to him. Are you out of your mind? You know what happened in 07? The incident with the USS Walsh, the invasion. I was there. The last time the North squared off with the rest of the world, it almost went nuclear. And now you and your playmates want to kick that hornet's nest all over again? We have nothing to fear, Salk retorted. The West is decadent. The Russians are hollow. China will not interfere. They will wait to see who wins out. He blinked, fighting down his pain, and glanced around as if searching for an escape. And in a flash, Fisher suddenly saw how the endgame would work. That's the play. You want the North to escalate toward open warfare. And then, just before the man in charge nukes Seoul, Choi steps in and takes him out too. Cooler heads will prevail, said Salk with a weak smirk. Hands reach out to one another from both sides of the DMZ, and we go down in history as the heroes of the new Korea. He winced in pain. In the end, this will make the world a safer place. As long as you don't light off the apocalypse first. Fisher gathered up the files and swept them back into the wallet, his thoughts racing as he stuffed the sack. He had proof not only of the lie that had been spun to use Fourth Echelon as a cat's paw, but of a conspiracy that threatened global stability across the Pacific Rim region and beyond. In front of the right eyes, it would diffuse the political tensions thundering unseen above their heads. But how the hell could one man get it to the people who needed to see it? Chapter 20. Zone 526, Kangwon Province, North Korea. Salk shifted in his seat. American, listen to me. He licked his lips, his gaze intent. We could make a deal, yes? His eyes darted toward the locked door, then away again. Speak to your CIA. They see the merit in our plan. He gave a wheezing chuckle. What do you say? We could be allies. Not interested. Fisher moved away, but Salk rocked against his restraints, determined to hold his attention. It is the only way you will get out of here alive. That itch in Fisher's back became a pressure like someone jabbing him with the barrel of a gun, and a cold rush of realization rose. For a man who had just lost a thumb and a lot of blood, Salk seemed doggedly intent on continuing their conversation. You're stalling, growled Fisher. I am negotiating, Salk countered. I am a businessman. It is my way. But he couldn't stop himself from flicking another nervous look in the direction of the black and white monitors. Grabbing the revolver and the speed loaders with it, Fisher went to the screens and took a closer look for himself. On one display, the grainy video feed showed a squad of soldiers with assault rifles advancing up the stairwell outside. Fisher had been right again. The reason Salk had been so talkative was to keep him occupied while his guards closed in. He glanced at the safe. Let me guess. Silent alarm in there, right? In answer, a fist hammered on the office's metal security door, and someone outside shouted. Salk cried out in return, warning the guards that Fisher was in here alone. Fisher instinctively ducked as blazing white thermite cutting charges fizzed around the hinges of the door, and in the next second it collapsed into the room with a hollow bang. Figures with rifles stormed the room, but the narrow entrance forced them to come through it in single file, giving Fisher a momentary advantage. He grabbed the vodka bottle and hurled it at Salk's desk. Glass exploded, and the 100-proof liquor kissed the smoldering cigar in the ashtray, igniting a wave of blue combustion. Sock's shirt caught light, and he started screaming, shaking violently as the fire took hold. Pulling the drawstring sack tight on his shoulder, Fisher raised the Norinco revolver and fired, taking out the first soldier into the room. The next round went into the chest of the man behind him, and in the chaos, the other soldiers, crowding in, caught up to the threat and fired bursts in Fisher's direction. He dove out of the line of fire, a hail of bullets ripping through the leather chairs, splintering the wooden cabinets. Webbed cracks grew across the soundproofed windows at his back, but the glass didn't shatter. The doorway appeared to be the only way in or out of the room, and if Sock had a secret exit concealed somewhere, Fisher's opportunity to get it from him was lost. The man tied to the chair howled and thrashed against the flames, eating him alive, while his soldiers spent their ammunition trying to kill the intruder instead of coming to Sock's rescue. Crouching behind cover, Fisher glanced up at the fractured window as smoke clogged the air. Without a clear path to escape, he would be forced to create one. He threw himself at a cabinet filled with gaudy trophies and patriotic memorabilia, hitting it like a linebacker bulldozing the defensive pack. Fisher's blow knocked the cabinet over and sent it careening into the window. The heavy impact deformed the glass and blew it out into the drizzling night. Rain, wind, and the strident rattle of an alarm bell wafted in through the broken frame. 4 floors up. Fisher hadn't forgotten that he was far enough off the ground that the fall might kill him. But staying in this room for 1 second more absolutely would. Fisher dove toward the shattered window, rifle rounds humming through the air around him as he launched himself at the gap. He felt impacts across his shoulder and lower back, the force of them knocking him off his stride. Fisher lost his momentum and fell badly over the edge of the lintel and out into nothing. He tumbled head over heels through the wet air, spinning as he went through a cluster of telephone lines strung from the side of the building. Fisher grabbed at the greasy black cables as they whipsawed around him, and they snapped free of the wall. He clung to the snarled lines as they arrested his fall and swung him out on a pendulum, down toward the muddy ground. Too late, he realized that the arc of his path ended in the wide flank of a grimy tipper truck parked near an outbuilding. Fisher collided with the vehicle, the brutal contact blasting the air from his lungs, and he was thrown to his haunches in the mud. Bullet impacts cratered the wet ground around him as men up above fired down from Sock's office, trying to tag Fisher before he could move. He scrambled for the revolver, grabbing it from where it had been knocked out of his waistband, blindly returning fire. The cab door at the front of the truck swung open, and a panicked worker leapt out, sprinting away without looking back. Fisher saw an opportunity and took it, hauling himself up and into the driver's seat, dragging the drawstring sack across his back with him. The keys were still in the ignition, and the aging 8-wheeler's engine was grumbling at idle. He stamped on the clutch and forced the stick shift into gear with a crunch of metal on metal. The truck lurched forward and began to roll, but its acceleration was slothful. Ricochets keened off the tipper bed steel frame and the roof of the cab as more rifles opened up. And belatedly, Fisher realized his opportunistic choice of vehicle had been the wrong one. The tipper bed was filled with dense lumps of mineral slack, weighing it down, reducing its movement to a lumbering crawl. He glanced in the wing mirror and saw more soldiers running up behind the slow-moving truck. Fisher pulled the steering wheel around to aim the vehicle at the entrance gate a few 100 meters away and stood on the accelerator pedal, leaning forward as if that might add a little more impetus to his sluggish escape. There was a set of control levers next to the gear shift, and he grabbed at them, wrenching them back. Hydraulics groaned, and at once the tipper bed rose up at steep angle. The truck trembled down its chassis as gravity pulled on the loose load in the back. Stone and dirt flooded out behind the vehicle, across the ground, swamping several of the soldiers as if it were a landslide. Suddenly lightened, the truck jolted forward and picked up speed. Fisher leaned down into the footwell as he hit the gate and blew through it, the razor-sharp drone of bullets sounding through the walls of the cab. Then he was out and on the road,
skidding through the rain and potholes as he raced away from the cement works. Not my quietest exit, he managed, breathing hard with the exertion. Fisher kept the truck in high gear, speeding along as fast as he dared push it. Salk was probably dead by now, but his soldiers were not going to let his killer escape unchallenged. There was that helicopter back at the complex, and he had seen a dozen jeeps on his way in. They would be coming after him, so it was imperative to extend his lead as much as possible against the inevitable pursuit. But as Fisher concentrated on the blurry patch of black road rolling out ahead of the truck's headlights, his body began to dump the adrenaline from the firefight and the escape, and with that came the hot bloom of pain across his lower back. A sickly wave of fatigue swelled, and his head swam. Fisher grimaced as he reached down and probed the center of the agony, finding a hole ripped through his clothes just above his left kidney. His fingers touched a mess of slick, sticky blood and torn shreds of paper, bits of pages ripped from the hardcover books he'd used as makeshift body armor. At least one round had hit hard enough to penetrate, a ragged through and through. Had it struck anything vital? He had no way to tell, but blood loss and sepsis and the rest of it would be bad enough. The only thing Fisher could be sure of was the wash of coppery fluid leaking out of him, soaking down his leg and into the seat. If I stop to patch myself up, they'll be on me, he thought. And then... He made the grim calculation in his head of risk versus reward, and swallowed the pain, keeping the pedal pressed right to the firewall. Chapter 21. Incheon International Airport Cargo Terminal, Seoul, South Korea. Sarah slept fitfully through most of the long flight from Seattle, troubled by vague dreams filled with shadows and smoke, and a creeping sense of gloom that clung to her even after Nomad woke her with hot coffee and food prior to landing. The cargo jet's aircrew, who made an art of ignoring their presence, looked the other way while the two Americans disembarked by way of an empty container unit. When the moment was right, Nomad and Sarah slipped out through the terminal's staging area, threading between ranks of identical white cargo trucks. It was chilly outside, clear but damp with the aftermath of heavy rain. Sarah kept her head on a swivel without making it obvious, catching sight of a pink dawn glow gathering at the horizon, as the soldier led her to a blue Kia compact, waiting for them in the employee parking lot. He crouched to reach a hand into the sedan's wheel well. "This is our ride?" she asked, pulling her jacket close as she looked around. Dozens of other identical cars filled the lot's parking spaces. "How do you know it's this one?" "Antenna ball," he explained, jerking his thumb at the decorative object atop the car's radio aerial. Sarah glanced up and saw a little cartoon skull fixed there, staring back at her with a goofy grin. "Contact marked it." Nomad came away with a set of keys in his hand. "Okay, we're good to go." She took the passenger seat and belted in as Nomad drove them off the airport grounds and onto the highway. Incheon International was on a chunk of reclaimed land that had once been separate islands, and there were only two road routes on or off it. Nomad pivoted northwest, picking the expressway that would take them to the Yongjong Bridge, toward the sprawling city beyond. Sarah checked the glove box, and inside she found a pair of Dasan DS P9P pistols. She passed one to Nomad and took the other for herself. "Holsters? Extra mags, too. This is 5-star service." "Ghosts got people everywhere," said the soldier. "Benefits of having friends in SOCOR." "SOC what?" "Special Operations Command Korea," he explained, as they picked up speed along the multi-lane highway. "Your tax dollars at work." Sarah didn't reply, her attention drawn away. This early in the morning, the traffic from the airport was light, but there was a single vehicle pacing them. A steel-gray Audi A4, at a steady speed, maybe 2 car lengths behind. "I see it too," said Nomad. Sarah double-checked her pistol. "Our feet have barely touched the ground. How did we pick up a tail so fast?" Nomad shot her a look, but didn't say anything, because there was only one answer to that question. Someone knew we were coming, and given the small number of people aware of the specifics of this clandestine sortie, that did not bode well. Whatever Nomad intended immediately became irrelevant as Sarah saw a sudden motion in the car's side mirror. With a surge of acceleration, the Audi raced up the near side lane to close the distance. The other car's movement was too purposeful to be random, and it slipped out and darted back abruptly, the front quarter slamming hard into the Kia's rear left wheel. The rain-slick highway, still wet from the previous night, caused the vehicle to skid. Nomad growled a curse as he gripped the wheel, trying to steer into it. Sarah pulled up her gun as the Audi came in and kissed the Kia's rear bumper with a second, crunching collision, and she rocked forward with the impact. The tires shrilled and spat out fans of water as control leaked away from the steering. Even from the passenger seat, Sarah could feel the car disobeying Nomad's inputs, the rear end coming out in a fishtail motion, the road turning the wrong way around them. He was working the brakes, trying to bleed off speed, but the soldier overcorrected, and the pursuing car used the momentary error to apply another swiping shunt to the Kia's rear. Their car bounded over the rumble strip to the highway shoulder and shook violently as it scraped the steel crash barrier, slewing to a violent halt. The airbags didn't deploy, but the force of the hard stop snapped Sarah's seatbelt stiff and bounced the back of her skull against the headrest. Nomad fared worse, groaning as he butted his forehead against the steering wheel. He blinked, briefly dazed by the blow. Sarah saw the Audi pull in a short distance ahead, the doors opening to allow two Korean men in dark clothes to exit. They moved fast, hands together and down to hide the guns they were carrying. Reacting quickly, Sarah slipped the belt release and kicked open the Kia's door. She had the Dassan in her hand as she slipped out into the cool, damp morning air. They had been run off the road on a stretch past the last off-ramp before the bridge. Traffic flashed past in the other direction, drivers and passengers ignorant of what was going on across the way. Low and fast, Sarah backed away and crouched down behind one of the rear tires. The plastic shells of the Kia's tail lights were cracked and broken from the Audi's assault.
"Sarah Fisher, we are the police," called a voice in accented English. "We know you are armed. Throw out your weapon and come forward. You are under arrest. You will not be harmed if you obey."
Bullshit, she thought. Sarah didn't know much about South Korean cops, but she was willing to bet they didn't run folks off the highway as a matter of course. And the fact that these jokers knew her name was ringing all kinds of alarm bells. She held her pistol tightly, hearing the crunch of footsteps on the tarmac, slow and purposeful, coming closer. "Check on the other one," said the voice, and she heard the rattle of the car's door. Then another, louder call. "Stand up, Sarah. We know who you are. Do not make this worse." Would they risk shooting? She wondered. Out here, where civilians might see it? And if they weren't police, who were these guys? The local version of the agency or something worse? Slowly, Sarah rose up, making sure she kept as much as possible of the Kia's bodywork between her and the two men. She saw that one of them was leaning down to peer into the car, while the other, a wiry, dark-haired guy, was looking in her direction with a gun at the ready. Both of them had the same thuggish air that career criminals seemed to share, no matter what country they called home. "You're not police," she said. "What do you want?" "We are here for you," said the dark-haired man with a cold smile. "Show me your hands." He was coming closer, moving down the side of the car, his back to the highway. Sarah turned her head slightly so she could see the flow of sparse traffic coming up the road. She had an idea, but it would take luck and timing. She would only have one opportunity. Sarah didn't drop her gun. Instead, she tilted her hands to show where she was holding it, loose and unthreatening. "Who are you working for, really?" His smirk widened as he stepped around the rear of the Kia. "Toss the gun. I will not ask again." But as he said the words, a heavy cargo truck hummed by in the nearby lane, kicking up a fine haze of water off the asphalt. The spray hit the dark-haired man and he flinched, momentarily distracted. Sarah bolted forward, swinging the pistol up in a high arc that came down on the bridge of the man's nose. The butt of the gun connected with a sound like the crushing of a plastic cup, and blood jetted from his nostrils. She followed up fast, landing a punch in the man's solar plexus, with enough force to bounce him off the Kia's dented trunk. She snatched at the dark-haired man's gun, and they spun around each other. Her opponent tried to grab her in a bear hug, but the advantage was still with Sarah, and she stamped down on the man's shin, eliciting a gasp of pain. Sarah tripped him with a harsh kick that sent the dark-haired man sprawling into the crash barrier. He went down to the ground and lay there, unmoving. It was then she noticed the second man from the Audi was now lying next to the open door of the Kia, his hands clawing at his eyes. He was making gasping, mewling sounds. Sarah approached and recoiled as she got a stinging jolt of aerosolized capsicum in her nostrils. From the driver's seat, Nomad looked out at her, the discoloration of a fresh bruise already blooming on his brow. He showed Sarah the pepper spray cylinder in his hand. "Always keep this handy," he said. "Better than hot sauce." Nomad lurched out of the car, wincing at the pain in his head, drawing his own gun. Concealed from any passing vehicles, he took aim at the gasping man on his knees. "The lady asked your buddy a question," he said coldly. "Who pays you?"
"Dragons," said the other man, wheezing for breath. "We work for the dragons."
Sarah frowned.
"What is that? Some kind of criminal clan?"
In spite of his predicament, the man laughed.
"You think too small, girl."
Nomad's temper flared, and he pressed the gun to the man's neck. "How do you know who we are?"
"We were told who to look for. You have powerful enemies, my friends."
Sarah went to the idling Audi, and to her dismay, she found a folder on the car's dash with printouts of photos from their agency and military IDs. With it was a map of the island with watch points denoted on the routes away from the airport and into the city.
"This was a setup," she said. "They know our names, our faces. They knew where we'd enter the country. They had people waiting."
"Did Grimm do this?" Nomad shot her a questioning look.
Sarah shook her head. "Doesn't track. She had a chance to pull us in, and she let me talk her out of it. This is someone else."
Someone connected, she thought. She didn't say the last part, but they both knew it.
"We need a new plan."
Nomad was silent for a moment before he spoke again. "Okay, we smoke these guys, dump their corpses off the bridge, and drive on. Agreed?" He cocked the pistol, and the man on the ground threw up his hands in fright. Sarah saw what the soldier was doing and took her cue, addressing the other man.
"My guy here will blow your brains all over the highway if I give him the word. You want to live? Make it worth my while. Talk."
The fear of certain death at the hands of the ghost turned out to be more than enough motivation. Once he started, the gasping, red-faced man gave it all up. There were other watchers waiting on the far side of the bridges, other people working for these so-called dragons, ready to scoop up the Americans and make them disappear. The two men in the Audi had jumped the gun, hoping to take out Sarah and Nomad themselves to impress their bosses, but their impatience had blown back on them. "What now?" After the man had spilled his guts, Nomad spoke quietly to Sarah. "I can cap them both, stow the bodies in the Kia's trunk, leave it here. We take their wheels and hope like hell we avoid contact with the rest of their playmates." Sarah shook her head, quietly shocked at the coldness of Nomad's suggestion. It might have been the expedient choice, but executing two men was a line she wasn't willing to cross.
"No," she said firmly. "Fresh corpses will bring heat we don't need, like the actual police."
Nomad eyed her, seeing through to her deeper motivation. "Neither of these guys would hesitate to do the same to you, Sarah." He let that stand for a moment, then put away his gun. "But this is your mission, your call." She took a deep breath. Sarah had been wanting to get back into the field for months, and now, for her sins, she'd got exactly what she asked for.
"Here's the play," she told him, thinking it through. "We secure these two, strip their comms and weapons, dump them in the ditch."
Sarah nodded to the deep gully beyond the crash barriers.
"We take both cars, split up, follow separate routes into the city. Meet at the safe house."
"Risky," he noted, but he nodded. "You should drive the Audi. They'll be watching for the Kia. I'll run the lure, They'll be too busy chasing me to look for you."
"It's not a great plan," she admitted.
Both of them knew that despite Sarah's training, if they parted company, she would effectively be on her own, in unknown territory. Without Nomad as backup, her odds of success fell sharply. But they were in too deep to pull back now. "It's all we got," he replied. "So, we make it work." The soldier gave her a nod. "Hoo-ah!" Chapter 22. State Highway, Gangwon Province, North Korea. Fisher drove on, toward the dawn glow filtering through the dense forest, flashing past him, feeling every last bump in the roadbed as it echoed up through the aging truck's suspension. He had the vehicle's heater up full blast, but he still felt cold deep down in his core. His hands had tremors that hadn't been there when he blasted out of the cement works, and his vision was hazy.
"You're in shock, Sam,"
said a voice in his head, firm and feminine, reaching out of his memories. It might have been his daughter. It might have been his wife. Fisher couldn't tell. Both Sarah and Regan were beyond his reach. But he knew the voice was right.
"You have to stop."
"Can't," he said, taking a husky breath. Quick thinking got him away from road patrols, and Fisher had managed to avoid the searchlight of a circling helicopter by following a narrow tunnel. But now he had only the vaguest idea of where he was, and no idea where he was heading.
"Stop," said the voice. "Stop reacting and think."
But blood loss and dehydration were making that difficult. He took another deep breath and tried to marshal his thoughts, gripping the truck's steering wheel firmly as it jutted around a blind corner. The sight of the roadblock on the highway ahead took a moment to register with him, and by then it was too late to stop. Fisher saw soldiers raising their rifles, and then he was crashing through the sawhorse and concertina wire barriers across the truck's path. Instinctively, he pressed harder on the accelerator, flinching as one of the wooden frames clattered against the blunt prow of the vehicle, dragged along by coils of wire caught on the engine grill. White lights flickered in the wing mirror, pulling his attention to pursuit. A military motorcycle shot off to give chase, and the first jags of red tracer lanced out from the DPM light machine gun mounted on its sidecar. Fisher heard the metallic thuds of heavy rounds striking the rear of the truck, and the steering jerked in his hands as he lost one of the rear tires. His lack of focus would cost him dearly if he couldn't reassert control of the situation. Fisher blinked to clear his thoughts, swerving left and right to make himself a difficult target. He had to dispatch the bike quickly. The other soldiers back at the roadblock would be radioing this in, and that meant the helicopter could soon be on him again. Using the revolver at this range would be a waste of ammo, unless he could guarantee a hit.
"You need to improvise,"
said the voice in his head. Fisher eased off the gas and made it look like he was having trouble handling the truck. Not difficult to fake, considering that he was, drawing the motorcycle closer. Up ahead, the road bent sharply once again, this time entering a shallow incline up a steep hill. One side grew into a sheer rock face, the other opening out over a narrow valley thick with trees. A slow sting of pain tightened around his belly as the wound in his side chose that moment to remind Fisher of its presence. He chewed on the ache and pumped the brakes, causing the truck to shudder and skid toward the rock face. It gave the motorcycle rider only two choices: crash into the rear of the vehicle or veer left and around. The bike took the latter option and passed up alongside the still-moving truck on the outside. Fisher caught sight of the rider glaring at him, and his gunner buddy in the sidecar was already leaning on the end of the DPM, wrestling it around to aim at the cab. Fisher put both hands on one side of the heavy truck's steering wheel and hauled it around with all the effort he could manage, the pain in his side taking his breath with it. The truck skidded left and shoved the motorcycle sidecar toward the drop to the valley floor below. There was nothing to stop it going over, just weather-rotted wooden marker posts that splintered as the bike crashed through them. The rider screamed in terror, but his comrade, the gunner, answered with fire, even as the sidecar hung out into open air. The machine gun's funnel-mouth muzzle vomited flame, and at point-blank range, the 7.62mm rounds savaged the truck's front tires and ripped into the engine compartment. Black oil smoke washed back into the cab, and Fisher felt the steering wheel lock up. With a grinding crunch of compacted metals, the truck finished the business of shunting the motorcycle off the cracked asphalt, and it fell toward the trees, tipping out the soldiers as it went. Fisher pressed the brake pedal again, and it sank uselessly into the floor. The wheel wouldn't shift an inch, and the truck thundered across the apex of the turn. Wounded and pushed beyond fatigue, Fisher's reactions were too sluggish to get him out of the cab before the vehicle left the road and followed the motorcycle into oblivion. With a sudden, gut-twisting lurch, he experienced a giddy moment of freefall as the truck roared into open air and tumbled, front first, toward the dark mass below. Provinces Park, Maryland, United States of America. The Little League game was in full swing by the time Charlie arrived, and he did what he had been told to do by the triple encrypted message, finding a spot on the lower tier of the outdoor bleachers where he could watch the kids work their way through the innings. The Tykes were pretty nimble, he had to admit, but the game was nowhere near as exciting as their parents' yelling would have made you believe. Charlie clapped along as one portly lad hit a smart single, doing his best to blend into the crowd beneath a black baseball cap and a dark hoodie. He shot a look at his wristwatch. His contact was running late. He resisted the impulse gnawing at him to look around at the faces of the other adults on the bleachers, to search for the ones who were watching him and not the game. After the meeting at the mall and the near miss with Haddon snooping around, Charlie's clandestine asset had gone dark. But then a blank email with a kitten picture had turned up in one of Charlie's burner accounts. He knew it had to be the guy. Embedded in the picture's pixels was a steganographic message, which itself turned out to be a code that led to another website, which also had to be decrypted. That final stage pointed here, to the baseball diamond, and gave Charlie his seating instructions. He sighed and looked at his watch again.
"I'm not late,"
said an adenoidal voice from behind him, pitched quietly but loud enough to hear.
"I've been here all along."
Charlie stiffened, but he didn't turn around. He'd expected to find another burner phone and get another terse call, but the man was right here, in the flesh.
"Is this the best place you could have picked for a meet?" "We're in the middle of a park. Open air, lots of people, good sight lines on the approaches. What's not to like?" "We're also a stone's throw away from Fort Meade. There are families from the base at this game, for crying out loud. I might be recognized." "You'd rather have done this at the Monster Mini-Golf?" The man behind him snorted. "Don't sweat it, kiddo. I know the military mindset. They seldom look right under their noses."
Charlie sighed. "So, you're really him?"
"Depends on who's asking." "You know who I am, and I know who you are."
He scowled, turning his head slightly. "You're Charles Fryman." He had the impression of a slouching, middle-aged man with rimless glasses beneath a bucket hat, holding a carton of skinny fries swimming in ketchup in his offhand. "You're the guy whose job I got." A low growl sounded behind him.
"You're a wise-ass, is what you are. This is the caliber of punk they hired to replace me after I retire, huh? No wonder Third Echelon's rep isn't a crapper."
"Actually, it's called Fourth Echelon now," Charlie replied. Fryman knew that, of course, but he wasn't the type to pass up the opportunity to yank the younger man's chain. In the days of the first iteration of the Splinter Cell program, back when it was run exclusively as part of the National Security Agency, Fryman had been one of the senior technical staff developing the hardware used by operatives like Sam Fisher, and the man behind some of the cutting-edge innovations that kept the group's digital infrastructure secure. If you pushed him, Charlie would have confessed that he greatly admired Fryman's foundational work. They might have been from different generations, but only deep-seated hacker braggadocio kept Charlie from admitting the other guy had shown some elite skills back in the day. As Charlie understood it, Fryman took early retirement after an incident in 2011 involving Third Echelon and a conspiracy inside the U.S. government. Most of the details of that were highly classified, but he knew that Sam Fisher and his daughter Sarah had been central to certain events, up to and including the faking of her death. There were even rumors that an attempted coup had been foiled, but Charlie had never dared to dig too deep. Part of him wanted to get the story out of Fryman, but that was a matter for another day. Right now, there were more immediate concerns. "You know the situation," said Charlie. It wasn't a question.
I took a look," noted Fryman. "Sam's missing, presumed dead. His girl's got an Interpol red notice on her, and you're hiding from the suits, so you can't make a move."
Charlie nodded. "That's about the size of it, yeah."
"Okay."
The crowd cheered a home run, and then Fryman went on.
"What can I do?"
"Just like that? You're not going to rag on me for being too dumb to help my friends? Not going to say you won't risk your neck?" Given the acidic attitude he'd come to expect from the older man, Charlie was surprised by his sudden willingness to offer his aid, unprompted.
"Nope," Fryman shook his head. "I'm still breathing because of Sam Fisher. Him and his girl need something. If it's in my power, I'll get it for them."
Once again, Charlie found himself wondering what had happened back in 2011. Whatever transpired, it had been enough to engender this kind of loyalty. "I've lost contact with Sarah and the operator who was with her, Nomad. They made it to Seoul, but they've missed their check-ins, and if I try to run a hard search to track them, Oversight will know about it and shut me down."
"Nomad. He's one of those phantom dudes, right?"
"Ghosts," corrected Charlie.
"Maybe he's just doing what they do, staying off the radar."
"No," Charlie shook his head. "Something's rotten. I know it. I think someone inside the agency is involved." Fryman said what both of them were thinking.
"Lassiter?"
"I can't be sure. I'd need ironclad proof to go to Oversight with any suspicions, but they've cut off my access." Behind him, Fryman crunched thoughtfully on his food for a moment, as the kids on the field called out to one another.
"Okay," he said at length, around a mouthful. "Leave it with me, Cole. I'll see what I can do."
Another home run brought parents to their feet with shouts of encouragement, and Charlie waited patiently for the noise to die down. When things settled, he turned his head to speak again. "If I need to contact you—" He trailed off. Fryman was gone. The empty food carton sitting on the bleacher, the only sign he had ever been there. Charlie looked around, but saw no sign of the man in the bucket hat. For a doughy old guy, he thought, he's pretty stealthy. Charlie stayed until the final inning, losing himself among the families as they dispersed back to the parking lot in the aftermath of the game, deep in thought about Sarah and Sam. Both of them were in dark territory now, and it galled him that he could do nothing of substance to support them. He imagined a bleak scenario where Fisher and his daughter would just vanish, their existences deleted from the files of Fourth Echelon, and everyone who knew them would be forbidden to speak of them again. They would be swallowed up by the clandestine black world and lost forever. He shivered at the notion, and as he approached his car, a good-looking man in a casual jacket stepped out from behind a van that hadn't been there when Charlie arrived. "Cole," said Haddon, with his usual bland smile. "Here you are. Got a second?" Charlie froze, his hands tightening inside the pockets of his hoodie. "We've been looking for you." Haddon cocked his head like a curious dog. "Not going to make a scene, are you?" He nodded toward the moms and dads and kids walking by them. "Here, in front of everyone?" It was then that Charlie saw more men sitting in the front of the van, and others standing at the edges of the parking lot. He'd been so distracted, he'd let himself walk right into an ambush. "What do you want?" "Lassiter would like a word." Haddon's plastic smile never shifted. "You can't really refuse. You're kind of under arrest." He patted his jacket pocket. "I got the cuffs right here, if we have to go that way." Charlie stood his ground. "I haven't done anything wrong." "That's not true," and you know it. Haddon let out a grunt of amusement. You were warned, Cole. Yet you persisted. He stepped closer and put a firm hand on Charlie's arm. The constant smile didn't reach the hard glitter in his eyes. This is bullshit, snarled Charlie. He wanted to shout in the guy's face, yell that they couldn't do this to him, that he had his rights. But they could do it, and he couldn't stop them, and whatever rights he had meant nothing if the fifth freedom had been invoked. Haddon gave a non-committal shrug. Tell it to someone who cares. I follow orders. It's nothing personal, buddy. The bigger man put his hand on the small of Charlie's back and guided him forcefully toward the van. As the loading door in the side slid open, another of Lassiter's men was waiting for him inside the vehicle. Charlie balked, suddenly afraid of what would happen to him if he climbed in. The buried memories of his captive ordeal in Iran years before returning. What does Grimm have to say about this? If I were you, Haddon gave him a sideways look, and the flicker of a smirk. I'd be more worried about myself. Chapter 23. Gangseo District, Seoul, South Korea. Situated on the corner of narrow lanes off the heavily trafficked main street, the Hotel Zap was not the kind of place Sarah would have figured as a safe house, but still she walked around the building twice to be sure that the place was unoccupied. It was at the opposite end of the scale from nondescript, a chunky 5-story block painted in peeling pastel colors, stained by exhaust fumes and rain dirt. Tubes of dead neon coiled around banners dominated by buxom anime-style women who offered coy come-hither looks that promised adult fun inside. The Zap was a love hotel, where couples could rent rooms at cheap rates for some uninterrupted alone time, a lucrative moneymaker in a city where most people lived either in tiny apartments or homes with multiple occupants. But nobody was having fun at the Hotel Zap. The entrances were boarded up, sporting what looked like official eviction notices, and by Sarah's reckoning the place had been standing derelict for months, if not years. It wasn't what she would have expected Mikhail Loskov to choose as his bolt hole. But then, maybe that was the point, she reflected. Kestrel was hiding in plain sight. Businesses like the Zap were everywhere in Gangseo, crammed in next to basement nightclubs, casinos, and micro-malls, so if anything, the seedy look of the place was protective camouflage. Satisfied no one was tailing her, she found a back alley so small someone with broad shoulders would have to navigate it sideways on. Halfway down was a low wall that got her to the Zap's first-floor balcony. She pulled herself up, noting marks on the grimy tiles where another person had used the same handhold. Any doubt Sarah still had that this was the right place disappeared when she found a tripwire set up with a stun grenade. The munition was Warsaw-packed surplus. Kestrel had been using gear he was familiar with to trap the way in. She carefully crossed the wire without disarming it, slipping behind a sheet of corrugated iron and into the building through a missing window. There was a second trap waiting, this one a more sophisticated smoke mine with a proximity sensor. Sarah recognized it as fourth echelon issue, and this one she defused and pocketed. She noted that the service instructions on the walls were in 3 languages: Russian Cyrillic, Korean Hangul, and English script. That tracked with what Charlie had told her in the text message accompanying the Zap's street address. Technically, the hotel was owned by some émigrés from Moscow, but their business was a shell company for Voron. In the past, the private covert agency used the Love Hotel as a base in this part of Southeast Asia. She stood silently and listened, hearing only the creak of metal and a low mutter of wind. If Nomad got here first, he would have spotted her and made his presence clear. She frowned at the thought of the ghost getting himself in deep trouble on her behalf. After they split up, Sarah pulled the battery from her phone and went dark, so she had no way of knowing Nomad's situation. Dumping the stolen Audi in an underground car park, she lost herself in the crowds, purloining a hat and a pair of big sunglasses from an inattentive street vendor to alter her profile. She briefly considered reactivating the phone,
then dismissed the idea, recalling the intel file found in the Audi. If the people hunting them, these so-called dragons, had their names, that could mean their communications were compromised as well. Sarah drew her pistol and moved deeper into the building. For now, maybe for the duration, she was on her own. The layout of the Hotel Zap was identical on each floor, except for the street-level entrance. There, a computerized check-in desk allowed discrete assignations to be booked and door key cards to be distributed without ever having to talk to another human. Elevators and stairs led up to the rooms, each the same in dimensions, with a modular bathroom shower cube, a wide double bed, and a tiny porthole window with frosted glass. What differed from one room to another was their themes. The electronically controlled doors were open as Sarah walked past them, letting her peek in to see spaces decked out as a tropical beach, a forest, a ski lodge, a desert oasis. Once the decor would have looked cute, but neglect had turned the spaces into gloomy voids. As she went up floor by floor, the theming became less vanilla, moving from high school, subway car and lingerie store to sex dungeon, jail cell, and one, Sarah was pretty sure, was supposed to be a circle of hell. The only space that showed any recent signs of human occupation looked like something out of a John Wick movie. From floor to ceiling, racks of assault rifles and handguns were bolted to the sheet metal walls, but disappointingly, they were only realistic-looking plastic replicas. The room's contents had been rearranged to accommodate a folding table cluttered with equipment and a battered military specification laptop. A person had been living in here, and judging by the butts of Russian-branded cigarettes Sarah found in the trash, it was most likely Kestrel. She set about checking over the space, finding a go-bag with men's clothes, and having no luck rebooting the computer. After an hour of fruitless searching, Sarah sat heavily in the room's only chair and tried to put herself into Kestrel's mindset. It was then she noticed that the smoke alarm on the ceiling wasn't mounted straight. Following the impulse, she reached up and gave it a twist. The casing came away with a click, and taped inside was a brightly colored USB drive in the shape of a hot dog. Sarah raised an eyebrow at the choice of device, but pocketed it all the same. And then, echoing up the stairwell from the floors below, she heard the sudden crashing concussion of a stun grenade discharge and angry shouts. By the time Sarah reached the stairwell, men were on their way up, snapping at each other in what sounded more like Russian than Korean. She caught sight of a couple of them. Unlike the pair in the Audi, they were not locals. More minions of the dragons? Or someone else? She wasn't going to wait around to find out. Getting out the way she came in wasn't an option, so Sarah went up, but not before dropping a surprise package on her would-be pursuers. Reactivating the disarmed smoke mine, she let it drop down the stairwell, the proximity sensor activating as it fell. The device went off with a hollow thud, and a thick gray haze enveloped everything on the lower levels. With her gun out and ready, she took the stairs two at a time, up to the roof access. Sarah shouldered open the door and emerged back into bright day, shielding her eyes from the sudden change in light levels. She wasn't alone. The first thing she saw was another thug on the opposite side of the roof, stepping down from a broad plank that had been made into a makeshift bridge to cross from the neighboring apartment building. Clever, she thought. These creeps had come in from the top and bottom at the same time, hoping to catch her between them. Sarah heard a boot scrape on tar paper behind her and pivoted in time to see a second man coming at her with the heavy length of an axe handle. Before she could bring her pistol to bear, the wooden club hit Sarah across the shoulders, and fire ignited across her back. A second strike came while she was reacting to the first, and the force of it knocked her off her feet. She went down, losing her grip on the gun as she crashed against an air conditioner unit. Raising his club high, the second man came stomping in to deliver the coup de grace, and Sarah scrambled after the fallen pistol, fighting off the pain from the blows she had taken. She wouldn't make it before the next hit landed and broke something vital, so Sarah abandoned the pistol and threw out a scissor kick, her toe connecting with the soft target in her attacker's crotch.
He let out a high-pitched screech and crumpled, but his friends from the stairwell were arriving, and as she pitched to her feet, the two new arrivals came at her with murder in their eyes. Sarah went defensive, blocking a flurry of punches from both directions at once. She was aware of the fourth guy, the one by the plank, jabbering a mile a minute into a cell phone clamped to his ear. But at least he wasn't joining in. 3-on-1 was odds Sarah didn't want to face. She went on the attack, veering right to avoid a haymaker swing, popping up again to land a return strike in one man's ribs. He grunted but shook it off as his partner tried a showy spin kick aimed right at Sarah's head. But this was a brutal street fight, not a movie. She made him regret the display by returning a downward strike of her own, this one with her heel aimed at the man's shin. Sarah connected and felt bone snap. The kicker lost his balance and fell, arms spinning like windmills, over the edge of the roof. For a moment she wondered if he had fallen to his death, but then he groaned loudly, having dropped 1 story down to the 5th floor's balcony. Behind her, the guy she had punched swore in Russian and produced a butterfly knife, flicking it open one-handed. Sarah backed away, out of his reach, as the man who wielded the axe handle climbed back to his feet, red-faced and furious. The thug who had apparently been narrating the whole thing down the phone approached, bending to scoop up Sarah's pistol from where it had fallen. She shot a look over her shoulder and realized she was 3 steps away from another ledge. Beyond this one was a sheer drop down into an enclosed light well, the ground lost in shadows. "If I go over—" "Jump," spat the red-faced man in heavily accented English. "Jump, or I throw you." She could tell he wanted to rip her limb from limb, so that was something she could use to her advantage. "Eat shit and die, Igor," she goaded, and her words had the response she expected. He rushed her, spinning up the club for another blow, and Sarah braced herself to use his momentum against him. If she could knock this prick on his ass, there was a chance she could make a break for the apartment block. But then, in the next second, a new voice shouted across the roof, and the Russians halted, even red-faced Igor. A man in a loud shirt and linen jacket that had escaped from a Miami Vice wardrobe emerged from the roof access and pushed his way through the thugs. He had hair graying at the temples, and a mingled expression of surprise and alarm playing over his fox-like features. "Chort!" He shook his head, unwilling to believe his own eyes. "It is her. You have got to be fucking kidding me." Sarah's momentary fear swooped away, replaced by a surge of antipathy as she named the man she recognized. "Andrei Kopin? What rock did you crawl out from under?" "Shoot her?" The man holding Sarah's pistol gave Kopin a questioning look. "Oh, I want to say yes," he retorted with a heavy, weary sigh. "But this one, she's as bad as her old man. Fishers don't stay dead, no matter how hard everyone tries." Location unknown, Gangwon Province, North Korea. He was in the cold ocean again, fighting to stay alive. Fisher felt Dima Aslanov's iron-hard fingers around his throat, choking the life from him. He felt the warmth in his body flowing out of him as the ex-KGB assassin dragged him down into the black depths. "But Aslanov is dead. I killed him." It wasn't the Russian. Fisher blinked and found himself staring into the eyes of Douglas Shetland. Once they had been brothers in battle, but so much had changed since then. "Shetland is gone. I put a knife in his heart." His murderer wasn't the mercenary either. The harder he tried to see the person choking him to death, the more malleable and shifting they became. Moss, Sadiq, Zadono, Reed, Dufresne, and dozens more blurring into one. The litany of names and faces filled Fisher's thoughts, rising like bile. Every enemy he'd ever had. They were warring with one another to be the one to finally end him. He gasped for air, his hands grabbing at the constricting pressure around his throat. that would not cease. He awoke with a jolt. Fisher lay on a creaking camp bed in a drafty room, shivering despite the sweat beading his head and his back. A thin blanket had become caught around his neck in his unquiet sleep. He pulled it away, sucking in chilly air. Pain reasserted itself as the nightmare faded. He stole a breath that prickled his chest like needles and took stock of his situation. For the third time in as many days, Fisher had blacked out, this time in a collision as the truck he was driving crashed into the floor of a wooded valley. Part of him had never expected to wake up, but here he was, alive and intact, more or less. He probed the parts of his body where he had been wounded, finding a grubby field bandage over the bullet hit in his side. He peeled back a layer and grimaced at the ruddy mess of sutures beneath. Someone had sewn him back up. Someone with meatball surgeon skills and little consideration of the niceties. Moving made his head swim, but slowly Fisher sat up, and it was then he realized that a cannula line was in his arm. The tube extended away, and to his surprise, it ended in the arm of a middle-aged Korean man in shabby civilian clothes. He dozed in a threadbare chair at the head of the cot beside a wood-burning heater. Fisher was still processing this as a door creaked open, and he looked up to find an old guy standing before him, carrying a tray with cups, water, and a pot of black tea. The elderly man had to be in his 80s, and he gave Fisher a hard, judgmental stare. The American had the odd sense that he owed this person an apology for something. Dressed similarly to the dozing man, the old guy had the deep-lined face of one who had lived a punishing life. His build was diminished by age, but in his prime he would have had a prize-fighter's swagger and muscle to match.
"Where am I?"
Fisher's voice was raspy and barely audible. The old guy barked something in a dialect of Korean that Fisher didn't know, and the man in the chair stirred, fumbling for a pair of tiny oval spectacles.
"Ah,"
said the man with the glasses.
"You are awake."
He had a thick accent, his English careful and over-enunciated. The old man set up the tea things, muttering to himself as he poured water into a jerry can to heat up. For the first time, Fisher noted a family resemblance.
"My name is Park,"
said the man, picking up on his interest.
"This is my grandfather."
The old guy grunted but didn't acknowledge any further as Park set about removing the cannula. Fisher looked around, taking everything in. The room was on the ground floor of a house, and beyond the windows he saw the tiny, sparse acreage of a potato farm. The heavy rain outside gave everything a wintry, depressing cast. He spotted a pile of clothing and gear in the far corner of the room, half hidden beneath a Hessian sack. The barrel of the pistol he had taken from Salk was visible. Too far to reach it in less than a second, Fisher thought, and he wondered how his body would react to sudden movement. Wait and play this out, he decided.
"Where am I?"
He repeated the question.
"Grandfather and I live here," said Park. "We scratch out a living. It is his farm. The other man forced a smile. I am his guest. And now, so are you."
Taking his time over it, Fisher slid his legs off the cot.
"I have you to thank for patching me up?"
He tapped the bandage. Park nodded.
"I hope it was sufficient. My medical training is not for humans."
"You're a veterinarian?" Fisher pressed the wound again, frowning.
"Once," he said, "but not for some time. I was made to give up my position after certain issues arose. My dedication to the state came into question."
The old man added something, and Fisher saw Park glance at a family photo. The faded picture showed Park and his grandfather, along with a woman and another older man. Park's father, he guessed. Maybe a wife or sister. He wondered where they were now.
"I have to leave,"
Fisher moved to rise, and his head swam, making him stumble.
Please, sit.
Park guided him back down to the cot.
You have a concussion, and you lost a lot of blood. Fortunately, I am a universal donor.
Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the sewing and the top-up, said Fisher. But I need to keep moving, for your sakes as well as mine. Park gestured at the window.
The military do not send out patrols in bad weather like this, not into the farmland. Their vehicles get stuck in the mud, and we are quite away from the valley.
Off Fisher's look, he carried on.
We saw the truck crash this morning, grandfather and I. The soldiers on the motorcycles, they were already dead when we arrived. You lived, though. The truck was on fire. I pulled you out. We brought you here.
Why'd you do it? As much as he was grateful for this stranger's random act of compassion, Fisher couldn't grasp it. What he knew of North Korea's people was based on hearsay and half-truths, painting them as party loyalists through and through. He remembered what Major General Choi had said. You are in the hands of the North now, and you are the hated enemy of every man, woman, and child within it. But was that really true? Fisher noted 2 paintings of former Supreme leaders high up on a wall, opposite the family photo, surveying the room and everything in it. Why would an ordinary man like Park risk their wrath for a foreigner? Park's grandfather said something terse that demanded a reply, and the other man translated, answering Fisher with a question of his own.
He wants to know why you did not kill Lee Jong. That is what you were sent here for, is it not?
Park indicated an inert television set on a nearby table.
That is what the news says. An American assassin attempted to murder the vice president.
I didn't come here for that, Fisher replied. The old man spoke again, bitterness audible in every syllable he uttered.
He does not understand. He remembers the years before the communists, before the 2 Koreas.
Park translated.
Why does the West refuse to help us now, when they did so in the past? Why can you not end these men who make our lives a misery?
Fisher hesitated, searching for a read on this beaten-down pair. Trust wasn't something that came easily to him, but here and now it might be the only option he had. Those choices, he sighed, trying to frame an honest reply. They get made by people the likes of you and I have no influence over. The kind of men who never see the lives the rest of us have to live. Park's grandfather handed Fisher a small cup of steaming black tea and looked him in the eyes before speaking again. What did he say?
Grandfather says that if the government are hunting you, they fear you. They hate you as much as he hates them. And if they fear you, then that is all the reason we need to help you.
Chapter 24. Fort Meade, Maryland, United States of America. Grimm looked at the time zone clocks lined up on the wall of the briefing room, mentally ticking off the hour that had passed since Haddon had escorted her in and left her to wait. This was a ploy, of course. The summons from Lassiter that brought her here, whatever the reasoning behind it, could have been dealt with straight away, but the man was making her wait to prove a point, to show Grimm that her time was his to waste, and to assert his dominance. It might have worked on someone of weaker character, but if Lassiter thought the move would unsettle Anna Grimm's daughter, it only showed how little he knew her. Grimm turned her attention to the man in the black suit, standing by the room's only door, one of Haddon's boys. He had the flat-top haircut and bull-necked physique common to a certain kind of ex-military. The guard's head turned slightly. He knew she was staring at him.
"Former Army, I'm guessing,"
said Grimm.
"You've got that look."
Naturally, the man didn't reply, so she carried on.
"You served overseas. Probably in Afghanistan or the Gulf. But you never rose in rank. I wonder why." The slight stiffening of the man's jawline told her she was on target. "What would I find if I read your jacket?" She asked the question to the air. Disciplinary issues, most likely. Maybe even something serious, something that got you discharged. No pension, then. Just a bad choice that left you hanging. The guard stared at a point on the far wall and said nothing, but he couldn't stop a faint sneer forming on his lips. "That's how you got on Lassiter's radar. He likes men like you on his team," she said airily, as if bored with the conversation. "The ones who are willing to break the rules if it suits them, but not smart enough to do it for good reasons. He gives you a second chance in exchange for loyalty." Grimm looked away, finding the security camera watching them from the far corner of the ceiling. "But, knowing the kind of man he is, do you think that loyalty goes both ways?" The guard opened his mouth and took a breath, but whatever he was going to say went away when the door opened and Brent Lassiter entered the room. He jerked his thumb at the door and glared at the guard. "You! Out!" The guard did as he was told, as Lassiter took a seat across the briefing room table from Grimm, arranging himself like he was in a recliner, dropping his encrypted smartphone on the mahogany before him to keep it in his eyeline. Every inch of his carefully planned body language was meant to communicate indifference. Lassiter gave her a weary shake of the head. "Don't try to screw around with my men, Anna. It's unprofessional." "Well, you should know." She kept her own posture neutral and unthreatening. "Why am I here, Brent?" He ignored her question, continuing as if she had never spoken. "The cowboy way you've been running this outfit, did you not think that sooner or later someone might notice?" Lassiter made a looping movement with his index finger. "I mean, you're not stupid. You know why I am here." He didn't wait for her to reply, and answered his own question. "Oversight sent me in to give a thorough accounting of this agency's dynamics after your repeated failure to deliver. Gordian sword, Amherst's bioweapon, and all the other stuff." "Fourth Echelon is an agency for the proactive elimination of global threats," she replied. "We're not in the business of recovering weapons of mass destruction for whatever administration is currently in power." Lassiter snorted. "What, is that in the Splinter Cell oath or something?" He shook his head. "Your agency is whatever the President of the United States says it is. Don't pretend you don't understand that." Grimm tried to reply, but he held up his hands. "No, I'm not letting you draw me off into a pointless argument that's already been settled." He tapped a finger on the tabletop. "You are directly responsible for the shitfire of a situation we are in right now. You are acting director of this division. The buck stops at your desk. It was your failure to properly vet the intel from Voron that led us into an international incident with the North Koreans." "Remind me who brought us that intelligence in the first place?" Grimm said firmly. But once more Lassiter acted as if she had said nothing. "Tensions in the Pacific Rim are the worst they've been since the attack on the USS Walsh over a decade ago. We're at a heightened defense condition, not just us, but our allies and enemies, involved directly or not. And you are making it worse, for fuck's sake." The last words came out in an angry hiss. "Here it comes," she thought. "He's setting up the pieces on the board, so I'll take the blame for whatever goes wrong next." "Sarah Fisher is in the wind, but then you already knew that," said Lassiter. "I'd ask you to tell me where she is, but you'll plead ignorance." He lowered his voice. "I know you were in on getting her out of the country. I will prove that. Your boy Cole is in confinement, and I guarantee he'll crack soon enough. Nerds have no staying power." He leaned back in his chair. "As for the others, we'll have to see about Cade and Drew, but
Briggs will follow orders. He's a good soldier.
I find it hard to understand how men like you function, Grimm said coolly. You think you know the truth about everything, but you don't. You just tell the world what you want it to be and try to force it into that shape. Then you wonder why it pushes back.
He shrugged. Could be, but in the end, all that matters is that I am the one in charge. How we get there doesn't matter to me. And the shape of the world that I'm looking at? Lassiter shook his head. It doesn't have you in it, Anna.
Are you threatening me?
No. Threats are for things that might happen. This has happened. He glared at her. You're like your pet war dog, Fisher. Been comfortable for too long with too much power. Not a team player. You're not what is needed. Grimm made one last play, sensing an endgame fast approaching.
Has it occurred to you that Sarah Fisher might actually be right?
The Voron data was fake, and we were manipulated.
But what if that's not the end of it?
Lassiter smirked as if he sensed his victory. That's for people smarter than you to decide. He took a long breath, and his tone became formal. In light of recent events, I've had no other choice but to advise the President to enact Omega Protocol with immediate effect.
Grimm felt the color drain from her face. You can't be serious.
The order was a scorched earth procedure, the systematic and complete shutdown of Fourth Echelon, its agents, operations, networks, and safe houses. Once complete, the covert agency would cease to exist.
I can't just pull the plug. It would take weeks, months even to wind things down. We have active missions in progress, other Splinter Cell agents embedded, assets in place. Who will be left vulnerable?
Shut them down, Lassiter insisted. You have 24 hours. As for any collateral damage, well, perhaps you should have considered that before you started running this place like it's your own private Black Ops brigade. He shook his head again. Irving Lambert would be very disappointed in you, Anna. The mention of her late friend and mentor cut deep, and for a brief moment Grimm's icy facade cracked.
Lambert would never have let you in the building,
she growled, and leaned forward.
Before, you asked me if I knew why you were here at Fourth Echelon. I've known from the start, Brent. I know who you run with. You've been quietly looking for a way to neutralize the Splinter Cell program since you arrived.
For several months, Grimm had been hearing rumors from the dark corners of the American intelligence community about a group inside Washington, D.C., manipulating things. People with power from both extremes of the political spectrum quietly tinkering with the established order for their own ends. That sort of thing wasn't uncommon, of course, but this particular group seemed to be making inroads where the others had failed. Karen Bowman had warned her, "Watch that prick Lassiter like a hawk, Grimm. He might be part of it, and if he's not, he's their useful idiot." "This isn't up for debate," Lassiter was saying. "This is how it is. You will follow orders, Director Grimm's daughter, and perhaps you'll come out of this in one piece and save some of your precious assets along the way. Or you will be relieved of your post, and I'll do it myself. I can promise you it won't be gentle." He spread his hands, unable to stop a smirk appearing on his lips. "The call is yours to make." Itaewon District, Seoul, South Korea. It was a garage before Coben's people got a hold of it, but now the building was a different kind of workshop, one dedicated to the movement of illicit goods on and off the Korean peninsula. Situated out of sight in a back alley behind Seoul's famous Gyeongnin-gil Street, Coben's shabby little enterprise was in the heart of the foreign quarter, where men like his Eastern European thugs wouldn't look out of place among the tourists and the grifters. Sarah saw a legion of locals working at ranks of benches, transferring goods from one set of crates to another, Bottles of high-end American bourbon and Russian vodka were coming out of boxes marked baby formula and going into other containers labeled in Korean. It was an efficient process, but it didn't hold a candle to what Coben had once been in charge of. Formerly a top-tier arms dealer and broker to the world's criminal elite, he'd fallen a long way down to this level. Sarah knew it would needle him to be reminded, so that was exactly what she did. "Nice place, Coben. A little small time, though." Walking alongside her, flanked by his two largest men, Coben bristled. "It's not the best I've had, I'll admit," he replied. "But after you and your old man ruined my operation in Morocco, I was forced to rebrand." He eyed her, his teeth flashing. "I bet you never expected to run into me here, huh?" The two of them glared at one another with undisguised animosity. "It was my fervent hope," Sarah replied, "that I would never have to see your nasty face again." She shrugged. "Life is full of disappointments." Coben chuckled. "True, but there's also the occasional pleasure, like having one particular little fishy drop into my net." He leered at her. "What am I going to do with you? There's so many possibilities." "You're enjoying the notion," she noted. "Hell yes." The last time they met, Sarah and her father had forcibly extracted Coben from the middle of a raging gang war, along the way losing him a lucrative business and the mansion that had come with it. He had been the one with the gun to his head, the one out on his own, with nothing but desperation. "Every damn time I've crossed paths with a Splinter Cell, I've been on the receiving end of a metric shit-ton of grief. But not today." He clapped his hands, the heavy gold bracelets around his wrists jangling. "You're on my turf now, and today, Andrei Coben is holding the upper hand for once. I gotta say, I'm loving every second of it." Coben's problem was that he talked too much once you got him going, and Sarah wondered if she could use that to her advantage. Every moment she kept him blabbing was more time for Nomad to find her, if the soldier was still out there. "You didn't expect to see me either," she challenged. "You were looking for Kestrel." Coben gave a theatrical sigh, confirming her theory. "Shame the NKs killed him. He was a tough one, and no mistake. Loskov and me go a long way back, and all of it is bad. Did you know I shot the bastard once? It didn't take, though. So you can see, we had a very adversarial relationship. It didn't go well when we both washed up in the same city." He snorted dryly. "But Kestrel wasn't an idiot. We came to an understanding. He kept out of my way, and I kept out of his. At least until he was executed." Coben nodded. "Bad luck to speak ill of the departed, but good fucking riddance. So I put eyes on his safe house, just to be certain, because he's been dead before." "You were going to take it over. Maybe even wheedle your way back in with Voron, huh?" He nodded again. "And scoop up whatever contacts Kestrel had left behind. But then my man watching the place tells me someone is in the building, and who do I find? You." He whistled through his teeth. "Small world." Coben walked her around a truck that was being loaded, and Sarah noticed the vehicle had secret compartments in the back beneath the stacks of crates. "Smuggling," she noted. "Sticking with what you know." Coben's fox-like smile grew wider. "The thing about Korea is the whole country is like one big border zone, and where you have borders, there's people on both sides who want what's on the other." He jerked a thumb back at the crates of bottles. "The North's got sanctions on everything, so luxury imports are in high demand up there." Then he indicated the compartments in the truck. "And there are plenty of folks here in the South looking to buy passage for loved ones who want out." Once a trafficker, always a trafficker. She made it an insult, but Coben didn't seem to notice. "Goods go over the DMZ, defectors come back. For a generous fee, of course," he said. "I grease the wheels here, pay a cut to the bratva back home. The locals turn a blind eye. It's a win-win." "What about the people who can't afford the ticket?" She scanned the faces of the haggard workers. "If you can't find the money," Coben sniffed, "you're out of luck." He led her off the main floor and past a line of windows into another room, hazy with cigarette smoke. This space was packed with people busy at desktop computers, loud with the clatter of keyboards and the hum of fans. But this wasn't one of the PC bangs Sarah had seen throughout the city, where gamers played in online worlds around the clock. Each screen was partitioned with multiple windows linked to different social media accounts, and the workers were bashing out dozens of posts every minute. "I've got a few of these," said Coben. "Battery farms, I call them, except I'm keeping trolls, not chickens." He explained how one of his front companies took payments to deluge the feeds with certain key words or opinions to order, depending on what was wanted. Talk up political points, tank a new game release, hype some no-talent pop star, whatever the client wants. He chuckled. "Shit, it practically runs itself." Sarah grimaced. "And for a second there, I thought you might actually be showing some growth as a human being. But no, you just sink back to being a bottom feeder." He turned on her, his false good humor evaporating. "You need to watch how you talk to me, because right now, I'm the only thing keeping you alive. And let's be honest, I already have experience with killing you." Sarah's hands tightened into fists at the implied threat. There was no love lost between the young woman and the criminal. Years ago, when she was a civilian, just a college student, Coben had been part of a conspiracy that involved the faking of Sarah's death. The trauma of those harrowing events still lived with her every day of her life. "You got an international fugitive warrant on you," Coben gloated, knowing that he had her on the ropes. "And better than that, there's a substantial bounty being offered by certain parties." He lightly tapped a finger on her forehead. "Maybe I'll trade you to the suits in Pyongyang. I reckon the daughter of the man who tried to assassinate their vice president will score me some big points with the party faithful." "He wasn't sent to kill Lee," she told him. "He's been set up. Someone is trying to incite a war, and they use Kestrel and my dad to do it." Coben hesitated a moment, taking that in. But his feral smile never wavered. "That's a very sad story. Ask me if I care." She tried another tack. "Who's offering the bounty? The Dragons?" She threw the name out, and Coben failed to hide his reaction to it. "Who are they?" He made a face. "Just a bunch of local snobs with too much money and an inflated sense of their own worth. You know the type, backstabbers and politicians. Not your decent blue-collar crooks like me. But their money is good. Sometimes I move stuff for them or set the trolls on people they don't like." "What do they want with me?" "Who knows? But I could definitely make use of their favor. Know what I mean?" He trailed off as another of his men approached and spoke quietly into his ear. Coben listened intently, and his expression shifted into a quizzical frown. He turned back to Sarah. "Well, this is interesting. My guy tells me there's been some kind of incident downtown, outside the American embassy. Cops, guns, car chase, the whole bit. Apparently some big-beard operator-looking motherfucker fought off a few of the Dragon's people and disappeared inside." "Nomad," she thought. Sarah's blood ran cold. If he was forced to make a run for the embassy, that means I'm out here on my own. I can't count on any backup. "Friend of yours?" Coben prodded. "I'm guessing you don't have many in this part of the world." Her silence was answer enough, and he looked away, gesturing to his men. "Sorry, Sarah, but this is business. It's not personal." "Like hell it isn't," she shot back, before one of the thugs could put a hand on her. "I know how you tick, Coben. Every choice you've ever made is driven by what you're greedy for or what you're afraid of. You're going to hang me out to dry because you think it'll keep you safe and make you richer. But none of that will matter if World War III kicks off in your backyard." "It won't go that far. he said, but Sarah could hear the confidence ebbing from his words. She pushed on. If she couldn't talk her way out of this, there was no way she alone would be able to fight off Coben's men and escape. "Are you willing to take that risk? Because you know exactly what the stakes are." Sarah saw the hesitation again, and this time it didn't fade away. He knew what she was saying was right. He just didn't want to admit it. Coben stared at the floor and swore under his breath at length. "I should kill you and dump you in the ocean. For real this time." "Shit! I knew this would happen. Every time a Fisher appears in my life, it all comes apart." "I need your help, Andre," she said, showing him only honesty. "And so does my father." "If he's even still alive." Coben stalked away from her. "Why should I risk my neck, again, for an ungrateful son of a bitch like Sam Fisher?" "I could remind you of how he kept you breathing," she said, "and a dozen other reasons, but there's only one that matters. He would owe you, and you could definitely make use of his favor." Chapter 25. Park Homestead, Gangwon Province, North Korea. After the rain, Fisher refused to stay on the cot, and eventually Park relented, agreeing to accompany him outside. Park's grandfather took one look at Fisher's limping gait and offered him a walking stick, but he refused. Through the thick, sucking mud, they made the hike out of the farm's sparse fields to the gravelly track leading to the top of the highest hill for miles around. Park questioned Fisher's sanity in straining himself with the ascent so soon after being sewn back up, but he packed his wound tight and hoped like hell that his stitches wouldn't give out. "When I was working on you, I saw your scars," Park offered the statement as he walked alongside him. "You have many." "Yeah," Fisher agreed. "Inside and out." He shifted the weight of the drawstring sling bag over his shoulder, the contents moving to a more comfortable position. "The news reports, when the party said you are an assassin, was that true or a lie?" "I'm a lot of things," he replied. "But when I take a life, there's a reason." Park considered that. "How can you be sure, if you are following the orders of other men?" "Right now, the only orders I follow are my own code." He glanced at the Korean. "You don't need to come with me. Turn back." "No," Park shook his head. "You are my patient. I have to see you are well." Fisher patted the revolver in his belt. "I got that covered." "Perhaps, but the truth is, my grandfather would never let me hear the end of it if I abandoned you." Park smiled ruefully. "He is quite forthright." Fisher sensed that the other man was leaving him an opening, and he followed it. "What happened to you? To the people in the photograph?" Park's smile became brittle. "We are not supposed to keep that picture. The party say we must not acknowledge that they existed." "Your father?" "And my sister, yes." Park sighed. She was too outspoken for certain people to tolerate, you see. She objected to the conscription and brutalization of the workers in the cement factory." Park gestured in the direction of the compound where Fisher had caused so much chaos. "The man in charge of that place was greatly angered and wanted to make an example of her. She was to be sent to a kyohwaso. Do you know this word?" Fisher nodded grimly. He'd heard the term before in military briefings. "A re-education camp." "Indeed. We knew she would die there if they took her, so we paid to get her across the border, into the south." "Did she make it?" "I do not know. I have no idea if she is still alive." The other man looked away. "When the soldiers came and did not find her, my father..."
He swallowed a gulp of air, the painful memory gripping him. He was shot as punishment. Park pointed at the distant farmhouse. There, in front of my grandfather. I was not here. I lived in Wonsan, but they made sure I did not escape reprimand. I lost everything. My job, my home. My friends denounced me as the sibling of a traitor.
Salk was responsible for that?
Yes. Park looked up. You know who he is?
I do, said Fisher. And I can tell you, he'll never hurt anyone else again.
Park's pale features reddened as he took Fisher's implication, and he wiped away tears of anger and frustration with the heel of his hand. Good. I spit on him. He was a rat. He was vermin. After a few moments, the slight, gaunt man met Fisher's gaze again. I know you wonder why we are helping you, an American, our enemy. But I think you are not that. I think the enemy is men like Sok and the corrupt system that keeps them in power.
Not just in this country, Fisher added silently.
He halted as they reached the crown of the high hill.
You know that you and the old man, they'll execute both of you if you're found with me.
Park nodded again. That was always going to happen one day. They just need the right excuse. He paused. We are not anything special, he and I. We are not brave. Every common person in this province feels the same way we do. Each has lost someone in the same way, but they are afraid to speak of it aloud. Our lives are ruled by fear. Small acts of defiance are all we have.
You've done enough. Fisher found a low boulder and sat down on it, pulling open the sling bag containing his gear. Here, take this. He produced a wad of the money he'd taken from Sok's stash from the bottom of the bag and offered it to the other man. Park's eyes widened.
That is a substantial amount.
Take it, Fisher repeated. You got a vehicle, right? Get the old guy and start driving south. This'll be more than enough to pay someone to ferry you across the DMZ. Go find your sister.
But Park reached for it, then stopped himself. This is our home.
Make a new one. Fisher held out the money. A better one. If you like, you can consider this as me buying you out. Warily, Park accepted the payment, still uncertain of this sudden turn of events.
Come with us.
Fisher shook his head. Trust me, you're better off on your own. I've already put you at too much risk as it is.
What are you going to do?
He reached in the bag and came back with the satellite smartphone he'd stolen from Sok's safe cache. I'm going to call home. Got family of my own waiting on me.
The military will know the moment you use that, said Park. They listen for illegal communications.
Yeah, so you'd better move quick. He offered Park his hand. Thank you, and good luck.
Park accepted the handshake. You will need that more than I think.
From the hilltop, Fisher had a view of the whole surrounding area, and he waited until he saw Park's aging Sungri pickup lumbering onto the distant highway before he reinserted the smartphone's battery and went through the startup sequence. He'd been careful to keep it deactivated, but now he used the device's built-in camera to take snapshots of the papers he had liberated from Sok's office. That done, he took a deep breath and dialed a string of numbers. The phone showed a weak but steady satellite signal, and Fisher looked up into the high clouds overhead, willing the invisible connection to lock on. After a minute, a female voice answered, the words rendered metallic and machine-like.
Satcom 7.
On the far end of the globe, a covert communications link had been established. Fisher felt a wave of relief and gave the required response. North Korea, unsecured.
Designator.
Panther, Romeo, Sierra, 9-7.
Hold for clearance.
The elapsed time was only seconds, but to Fisher it felt like an eternity. Once this was done, he would be able to talk directly to Grimm and set about finding a way to deal with this mess. But then the voice returned with the worst response he could have expected.
Clearance denied.
The line cut immediately. The hell? Fisher stared at the phone, wondering if he had made some kind of error with his input, but that was impossible. He knew the protocol better than his own social security number. He redialed, but the response was a disconnected tone. Sock's words came back to him in a rush. You are dead to the world. Your own country has turned its back. The White House disavowed you. At the time, he'd dismissed the man's declaration as bluster, but now it seemed that Sock was right. And if that was true, then Fisher was more isolated and alone than he had ever been on any mission. Who else could he call? He had memorized emergency contact numbers for his daughter and Victor Coste, but the North Korean monitors would register those the moment he input them. Short of phoning the front desk at Fort Meade and asking to be put through to the black box, he was out of options. Without warning, the phone trilled in his hand. On the screen, instead of a number and caller identity, there was a string of asterisks. Fisher briefly considered throwing the device off the side of the hill, but then his curiosity got the better of him. He pressed the answer tab.
Sam?
A man's voice, an American.
Fisher, you there?
He recognized the speaker, but couldn't place him. I'm here, he ventured. Who is this?
Oh.
The man sounded crestfallen.
You don't remember? I guess it has been a while. It's me, Charlie, but not the kid, the other one.
Fryman? Fisher sat back on the boulder and tried to frame this new bit of information. He almost laughed, picturing the former third echelon technician on the other end of the line. Didn't you retire?
You know how it is. You can take the man out of the game, but you can't take the game out of the man.
He coughed self-consciously.
Listen, as much as I would love to catch up and all, this is a time-limited conversation, so let me be direct. Your boy Cole asked me to run cover for him on the down low. And as civilian life is dull as hell, I said yes. Do you trust me, Sam?
Like I have a choice? How are we even talking?
Long story short, I've been monitoring NSA's incoming SATCOM net, waiting for your designator to pop up. How, you may ask? Well, I did help to build the damn thing, so I know the system inside out.
He heard smug pride in the other man's voice. Right.
Once you coded in, it was just a case of hitting star 69, and here we are. Well, okay, more complicated than that, but never mind. Don't worry, you can speak freely. We're running under multiplexed encryption. The North Koreans won't be able to listen in, but they'll still be able to triangulate the transmission, so...
Enough, I'm convinced, said Fisher. I need to reach Grimm. I have intel she needs to see on this false flag mess. The setup to kill Lee Jong was just the tip of the iceberg.
Understood. Drop the data here.
Fryman sent a link to a server where Fisher could dump the photos of Sock's files, and soon the information was uploading.
Okay, it's coming through. Geez, that's a lot. But listen, Sam, you've got to know there's been some developments back here. The kid was detained, and I'm getting unconfirmed reports that fourth echelon operations are suspended. I can try to push this data to Grimm, but there's no telling what good it'll do.
A chill settled on Fisher's skin. Bad enough that he was on his own, but if what Fryman said was right, it looked like fourth echelon was collapsing around him. All right, I need you to contact Sarah. Tell her to get off the grid, and...
About that, Fryman interrupted. Sam, your girl is already in country. She's over there right now, searching for you.
Fisher went stone rigid as two simultaneous surges of emotion roared through his mind at once. The first was a furious wave of frustration directed at his daughter, at her impulsiveness. How could she have done something so goddamn reckless? He thought. He was in the jaws of the lion, and her first instinct had been to throw herself right into the same danger, putting the only thing that mattered to Sam Fisher in harm's way. The second was a mix of amazement, and if he was honest with himself, pride. Despite the hard words they had shared the last time they were in the same room, despite the things he had done wrong as a father, Sarah hadn't hesitated to put her life on the line for him, to reach into the fire when he needed her. She won't let anything stop her, he thought. She's fearless, like her mother. He wanted to yell at the sky, but Fisher buried that energy deep, taking command of it. Centering himself with a breath, he came back to the moment. "Can you reach her?" "Maybe. What do you want me to say?" A million different things went through his thoughts in that split second. He knew that any entreaty telling Sarah to stand down would fall on deaf ears. She'd made her mind up, and that self-same tenacity he had taught her, and the independence she'd learned from his wife Regan, would not let her do anything else. "Tell her I love her, and I'll see her again soon. The rest we'll figure out as we go." "Just like the old days, huh?" said Fryman. "Time's up, Sam. We gotta kill this call, and you gotta move. The boys from Pyongyang will be on their way." "I know," he replied. "I'm counting on it." Fisher tapped the end call tab. He pulled out the smartphone's battery and sat there for a long while, holding his silence, listening to the wind over the hillside. Faintly, Fisher heard the distant sound of diesel engines drawing closer. M.Y. Kumiho, off the coast of Incheon, South Korea. "There have been additional complications." Pai bowed his head, contrite and fearful, unwilling to look her in the eye. He stared down at the richly carpeted deck of the yacht, awaiting the tide of invective he knew was coming. But Jin wasn't going to let him off with a tongue-lashing, not this time. She gave a low whistle, and the panting bull terrier, settled next to her on the lounge's sofa, leapt off and stalked toward him, baring its teeth. Pai retreated a step, and the dog let out a rumbling growl, a warning not to move again. Jin had her animals trained well. With the right command, they would rip out a man's throat. "So much more trustworthy than a human bodyguard," she always said. "I am aware," she told him, carefully putting down the flute of wine in her hand. Her tone was ice-cold and judgmental. "Chue compounded his failure to terminate the American. Now we are forced to adapt and deal with these new obstacles." "In his defense," Pai offered, "the situation was quite difficult." Jin's lip curled at his attempt to defend the Major General, and the dog snarled, as if it were echoing the anger of its mistress. "Do you know why I had you brought to me?" She rose and approached him. Pai risked a look up at her. "I imagine because you wanted there to be full clarity between us." He had been leaving a restaurant when his own security detail had been effortlessly neutralized by mercenaries in the employ of the billionaire heiress, and before he could utter a word of protest, the men had put him on a speedboat out to the Kumiho. Anyone else might have been furious at such an imposition. It was a kidnapping. But Pai knew well enough not to resist. Jin was more than capable of making men disappear, and despite their shared public status as politicians, he doubted the cold-hearted woman would make an exception for him. "I wanted to make certain you were not about to cut and run," she replied. "My people tell me your private jet was being fueled for departure. Is that correct?" Pai smothered his reaction before it could form. How did she know? He thought. "I am sure that is just routine maintenance, nothing of consequence, no ulterior motive." Of course it was, he thought.
If I have learned anything in my rise to power, it is that one should always have an escape route."
"Liar!" Jin snapped the word, and the dog barked in a harsh echo.
"Coward! You think I would allow you to flee at the first hint of complications?"
For a moment, Pai's mask of bland docility slipped, and he indicated the yacht they were aboard.
"I wonder how quickly this vessel could get you to a nation with a non-extradition treaty." "I will never turn my back on Korea."
She glared at him, affronted by his accusation.
"For you, this is a political gambit. For me, it is—"
Jin paused, searching for the right words.
"A destiny."
Pai reined back his emotions. She was right about him. This plot was his means to an end. Unlike his esteemed member of the opposition, Pai saw the world in simple terms of profit and loss. Jin's problem was that she lived in a narrative where she was some great heroine of the people. She imagined herself like a deposed princess, struck down by lesser souls, on a quest to take the throne in a blaze of glory.
"A fairy story for a sad, bitter little girl," he thought. "One she has never grown out of."
Pai pledged himself to this plan for the power it would garner if it was a success. But he was a pragmatist, and the situation with their allies in the north was in danger of making failure the more likely option. Her next words shook what little confidence he had even more.
"Sok Jehua is dead."
"What?" Pai's eyes bugged. "How?"
"An intruder entered his compound, tortured and murdered him. My sources among his staff tell me it was the American."
Pai sat heavily on the arm of one of the lounge's chairs, briefly forgetting the threat of the snarling terrier. His mind raced. The last message from his northern ally had been that Chue's soldiers were hunting the American assassin, that his recapture was imminent. But if the man had sought Sok out, if he had deliberately gone after their co-conspirator, that could only mean one thing.
"We have underestimated this American. He has gone on the offensive."
Pai blinked as another terrible thought occurred to him.
"What did he get from Sok?"
He shot Jin a worried look.
"Sok was more of a coward than you," she said. "He would not hesitate to give us up if he thought it might save his life."
Pai bolted back to his feet, panic flooding into him.
"We must—"
The terrier barked loudly, and he froze.
"Run?"
Jin looked at him with loathing.
"We have spent years and blood and treasure assembling this conspiracy. We cannot abandon it."
"But if our names are revealed—"
"This was never going to happen without personal risk."
She spat the words back at him, her eyes alight with fervor.
"Now we each have something to lose. The only way to win it back is to succeed."
Jin whistled again, and the dog padded back to her side.
"Sok's death is unfortunate, but the project can still meet our goals. Chue has informed me that his intelligence officers located the American a short time ago."
She glanced at a delicate diamond-encrusted watch about her wrist, and for the first time Pai noted several healed cuts on her palm.
"Chue has taken personal command of the capture team. He's eager to make up for his earlier error."
"What about the other ones, the other Americans?" Pai changed tack, searching for something to deflect the blame. "Your men were supposed to deal with them."
"There were complications,"
she replied, tight-lipped. Jin never revealed how she knew about the bearded man and the younger woman who had illegally entered the country, nor who had supplied her with their descriptions. But Pai suspected she had contacts inside the United States government, someone who, like him, valued coin over country.
"One of them was forced to retreat to the embassy, and he is untouchable there."
Jin scowled. She did not take well to accepting anything but perfection.
"As for the woman, she disappeared into the city. But she is of no consequence. She has no friends in Korea, no protection. Seoul will spit her out soon enough."
Pai accepted that with a nod.
And what will be done about the North's vice president? None of our efforts will matter if Li Jong does not die.
He will. Jin said it as if it were an immutable fact.
But it is clear to me our allies from the North need direct supervision.
I do not understand. Pai reached up to wipe a patina of sweat from his brow.
You will travel across the border, she told him. Rendezvous with Chui. I want you there when Li is assassinated. Make sure it happens.
You want me to go? Pai spluttered out the question. Personally?
It won't be difficult to organize, Jin said airily. Ask your trafficker friends to help.
Off his silence, she went on.
Did you really think I didn't know about your illegal shipments over the DMZ? All the luxuries you sell them through your shell companies? The drugs? The women?
Pai's expression became stony. Each time he thought he had the measure of Jin Hyo-ri, she surprised him again with her insight and ruthlessness. He would figure out how she had learned of his illicit dealings once this was over, but for now, she had backed Pai into a corner from which he could not escape.
I will make the arrangements,
he said at length.
It will be worth it,
she told him, settling back down to stroke the blunt head of her terrier.
So try to dredge up some courage in the hours ahead.
Chapter 26. Park Homestead, Gangwon Province, North Korea. The vehicles rolled down the uneven track to the farmhouse, halting a few hundred meters distant with a crunch of gears. The tailgate of the FAW utility truck in the lead dropped open with a bang, and a group of soldiers in army camouflage scrambled out to the muddy ground. They moved with their rifles up, alert for any sound or movement. They had been warned in no uncertain terms about the man they were hunting. The mud-splashed UAZ 4x4 that had followed behind the truck hummed at idle, and presently Major General Choi Kyung climbed out, standing on the running board to look out over the farm's ragged rows of potato crops. Choi had exchanged his cover for a helmet and wore a plate carrier with armor inserts, affording himself far better protection than his men. He raised a bulky handheld radio to his lips and spoke into it. "We are on site. Remain on station." "Understood," replied a garbled voice. "Standing by." Choi drew his pistol and used it to point, dividing up the troops with quick, cutting gestures. "Spread out and check the area," he ordered, sending half the men into the fields and the rest toward the ramshackle farmhouse. "Be on your guard." He shouted out the warning at their backs. "Our quarry is a very dangerous animal." He glanced down at his adjutant, a skinny young officer with glasses who stared intently at a paper map. Sensing his attention, the other man looked up. "This is the correct area, sir," he offered, knowing Chui's question before he asked it, tapping a marked zone. "Triangulation of the satellite communications signal is confirmed. He made the call from up there." The officer pointed at the tall hill overlooking the farm. Chui's lip curled. He wasn't convinced, and his seething annoyance at the American's continued survival gnawed at him. "I should have shot him dead when I had the chance." One of the soldiers called out, drawing Chui's attention. In a fire pit near the house there were remnants of bloody bandages amongst what had recently been burned. "Records show one of the men living here has medical training," said the adjutant, checking papers in a file folder. "There is also a notation of disloyal activity in his records." "Once a traitor, always a traitor," murmured Chui, as he checked the action on his pistol. He had intended to execute whomever he found at the farm as a matter of course, and now he had an excuse. Not that he would have hesitated without it. Kicking open the door, two soldiers disappeared inside the farmhouse, and Chui heard the crash and rattle as they turned the place over, searching for the fugitive. Warily, he walked up the track in the footsteps of his men, the gun in his hand held out in front of him, his adjutant trailing behind. The soldiers emerged from the farmhouse. the first of them saluting as he saw his commander. "Sir, there is no one inside, but there is blood on the floor. An injured person was here." The second soldier dithered on the threshold, squinting back into the darkened building as if he had seen something. "You," called Chui. "What is it?" The second man never had a chance to respond. Chui saw a flash of movement as a loop of fencing wire flicked over the soldier's head and snapped tight around his neck. Before the general shock could fade, the man was dragged back into the farmhouse by an unseen assailant, the door slamming shut behind him. Chui fired his semi-automatic at the wooden door, and the men loitering outside did the same, bracketing the front of the farmhouse with bursts of fire. As the paroxysm of shots faded, he barked an order. "Get in there!" This time the ruined door collapsed off its hinges and fell inward under the impact of a forceful kick, and Chui followed his men inside. The luckless soldier dangled from a support beam holding up the roof, a snare made of heavy-gauge wire cutting into his flesh. His neck had been broken, and his eyes were lifeless. Chui cast around, his blood running cold in his veins. The American was here, and he had been lying in wait. The men who entered first had missed him in the shadows of the low roof over their heads. The speed and ruthlessness of the assassin's kill was terrifying. "His rifle is gone," said Chui's adjutant. "Idiots!" spat Chui. "You gave the enemy a gift." As he spoke, the general glimpsed a shadow, moving past another door leading to one of the farmhouse's rooms. It slammed shut with a crash. He grinned. The American had revealed himself. "Open fire!" Chui pointed at the door, and his men obeyed, opening up with their assault rifles on full automatic. The wood shredded under the brutal hail of bullets, destroying everything on the far side, including, Chui hoped, the American. His orders were to take the assassin alive, if possible, but his intentions were otherwise. This man had made a fool of him by surviving, and Chui would only be satisfied if he could repay that with murder. Glass shattered on the other side of the door, and Chui heard shouting outside. The assassin had gone through the window and escaped. He took a breath to call out for the shooting to stop, and a foul chemical stink filled his nostrils. Gas. He could smell gas. The odorous reek from a split canister, like those used to fuel common cooking stoves. "Seize!" Chui's order came too late to prevent his eager soldiers from firing hot rounds into the other room, and a random ricochet lit off a spark of combustion. The gas from the metal tank ignited with a rolling chug, and a ball of fire bloomed inside the farmhouse. Overpressure rammed Chui off his feet and into a dining table, as the brief blast blew out a piece of the farmhouse's roof and collapsed part of the exterior wall. His ears ringing, Chui struggled back to his feet as licks of flame took root around the inside of the room. The two men closest to the American's improvised trap, his adjutant and one of the riflemen, lay unmoving, dead alongside the body of their garroted comrade, their faces and torsos ruined by inch-long splinters of wood and metal. Chui lurched out of the smoking, half-collapsed house and back into the daylight, swinging his pistol at the end of one arm, shouting to the rest of his men. Out in the potato fields, Chui heard the loud, distinctive crack of an assault rifle, twice, in swift succession. Two soldiers fell before the echo of the first round faded, vanishing into the undergrowth. He aimed his gun in the vague direction of the sound, but with the ringing in his ears, it was hard to be certain where the shots originated. "Where is that coming from?" Chui's voice sounded too loud in his own ears, a shout cutting through the smoky air. "He is in the fields. Find him!" At his back, the spreading fire was already eating through the broken shell of the farmhouse, sending a thick column of black smoke into the sky. Chui winced and moved away, staying close to the truck. "The American knew we were going to come," he thought. "He waited for us, laid a trap." But he was still only one man, and Chui had the might of the North Korean army on his side. He banged a fist on the side of the truck, calling to the last soldier waiting inside. "Yun, deploy now. Flush out this animal." The truck rocked as weight shifted in the flatbed, and a large figure,
A bull of a man, easily twice the size of his comrades, dropped to the ground. Trooper Yun wore a heavy coat of ballistic armor padding and a helmet with a visor like a welder's mask. Cradled in his big hands was a DP-27 machine gun, a long, heavy-caliber weapon with a saucer-shaped ammunition carousel atop it. Veterans called it the record player, on account of how the carousel turned as it fired, and the thunderous noise it produced was familiar music to the general. "There!" Choi aimed in the direction where the American had to be hiding, and Yun's armored head bobbed. Advancing through the thick mud, each footstep sucking noisily at his boots, Yun cranked the DP-27's fluted muzzle around and opened fire. Brilliant red tracers shredded the lines of potato crops, blasting up divots of dirt and greenery. Fumes from bullet discharges and the smoke from the burning building darkened the air as Yun panned his gun back and forth in a slow arc. Choi peered into the haze, looking for movement, waiting for the American to break cover. He had to be out there, cowering in a gully, pinned in place by the machine gun's withering fire. Then the DP-27 fell silent, the magazine empty. Yun stood his ground, methodically detaching the carousel to replace it with another hanging off a loop on his tunic. "There!" A dark form, cat-like and fast, flickered into sight at the edge of Choi's vision. Through the smoke he saw a glimpse of a pale, craggy face streaked with mud, a man with a silver revolver in one hand. Choi fired, but the American's attention was only for the heavy gunner. The revolver barked, and a bullet rebounded off Yun's faceplate, with a sound like a stone hitting a tin can. The gunner recoiled under the impact, staggering as the sludgy ground pulled at his legs. The second shot came in the wake of the first, and it hit the same mark. But this time, Yun's visor shattered, and the gunner reeled back. He collapsed to his knees, the DP-27 falling into the mud and forgotten as he clapped his hands to his head, blood gushing from between his gloved fingers. "There he is!" Choi bellowed across the field to the other soldiers. "The man who brings him to me will be rewarded." Ignoring the stricken gunner, who mewled in agony as he tried to peel off his damaged helmet, Choi strode through the rows of crops, closing the noose around the American's last visible position. Another soldier reached the point first and stooped to gather something from the ground. He held it up, the empty revolver, its round spent. "Gone," he said. "Impossible," Choi snarled. "He was right there. Search every gully." A cry from his right made the general spin around. Another soldier had collapsed, caught by a snare of fencing wire hidden in the undergrowth. Choi dropped into a crouch and found an identical loop of metal cord pressed into the mud near his feet. The American had seeded the field with traps, deliberately drawing them in. But he was just one man with a stolen rifle, Choi thought. Even if he picked off a few of them, he couldn't hope to take them all, not in broad daylight. What did he hope to achieve? New bursts of gunfire cracked around him, muzzle flare jerking at the edge of a low stone wall bordering the crops. Choi threw himself into the closest gully, blind firing his pistol in the direction of the incoming rounds. The shots hummed over his head, droning like hornets, and he heard the rifles of his men open up, as bursts of fire zeroed in on the American's position. Then silence. Choi scrambled out of his cover, angrily batting away a soldier who offered him a hand up. Laboring through the thick mud, he reached the source of the muzzle flashes and stopped dead. Where Choi had expected to find his quarry dead or dying, there was only the Type 88 rifle he had taken from the soldier at the farmhouse, tied to a makeshift tripwire to make it fire on its own. Another trick. A scream of pain drew Choi's attention back to the farmhouse. There he saw the soldier left by the FAW truck slumped against the hood, and the noise of the UAZ 4x4's engine reached him as it revved loudly. A shadow in dark clothes was behind the wheel, grinding the gears to get the vehicle moving. That was the plan. Suddenly Choi understood. Draw us away. Sow confusion, steal the vehicle, and flee. He stumbled toward the burning house,
but it was hard going through the black, waterlogged mire. He fired until his pistol was dry, the K5 slide locking back, but the rounds went wide. Shots from his soldiers blew out the UAZ's rear window and punched holes in the bodywork. But the vehicle was accelerating away down the trail, heading for the closest highway. "He cannot escape!" cried one of the men. "He won't," said Chue, holstering his gun and recovering his radio. "Crocodile, respond." The general growled into the handset. "Crocodile here." "The target is on the move. Cut his legs out from under him." "Yes, sir." The North Korean Jeep handled like a tractor, but once Fisher had nursed it up the gears, the UAZ started to pick up speed. He risked a look over his shoulder, spotting movement around the stalled utility truck. The squad sent to capture him wouldn't be able to use it to follow. The trench knife had made short work of the tires. Wincing at a stab of pain from the stitches in his back, Fisher slewed around a deep pothole in the highway and pressed the accelerator pedal into the floor. A sudden squall of wind beat at the thin trees lining the road, whipping up dirt and loose leaves. In the same instant, the deep drumming of rotor blades sounded to his right, and Fisher's eyes widened as something monstrous and deadly slid over the tree line to hover above the highway. Olive drab from its barbed nose to the flickering blades at its tail, the Mi-24 helicopter gunship was an ugly beast. Laden with missile racks and rocket pods, a long multi-barrel cannon on its chin, twitching like a lizard's tongue. Russian-made, known by NATO forces as the Hind D, it was a fearsome machine usually deployed against tank divisions. That the Hind had been called in to hunt Fisher, well, that was almost flattering. He yanked the steering wheel to the right just as the Hind's gunner opened up with the cannon, marching tracer rounds up the asphalt. Even at this distance, the low, droning note of the guns made Fisher's teeth rattle, and he deflected the UAZ off a strip of highway barrier, swerving back the other way. It was too little too late. Fisher rocked forward in his seat as the heavy caliber shells punched through the vehicle's hood and cracked the engine block. The windshield shattered, a torrent of glass fragments scratching at his face, and he lost control of the UAZ as the front axle gave way. Bleeding oil and gasoline, the vehicle juddered to a skidding stop, just 10 meters short of the hovering Hind. Fisher fell back in the driver's seat, the reek of scorched metal and hot fuel making him cough, the roar of the rotor blades beating at the air. Through the broken remains of the windshield, he could clearly see the helmeted heads of the North Korean crew inside the Hind's bubble canopy. Another salvo of cannon fire would reduce the UAZ to wreckage and leave little of Sam Fisher that would be identifiable. A trench knife and another stolen Type 88 rifle were no threat to the gunship, but he still dragged them with him as he bailed out of the stricken vehicle. Is this it? Fisher had cause to ask that question many times before today, and each moment had felt like it could be his last. He gripped the big knife tightly, remembering something that Grimm had once told him, a piece of Norse myth from her Icelandic heritage. If you want to go to Valhalla, you must have a sword in your hand when you die. But then, from out of nowhere, a heavy blow landed on his back, and Fisher went down onto the road, pain shocking through him. He rolled over to find a half-dozen soldiers aiming rifles at his chest, and among them a mud-flecked Major General Chue with a face like thunder. Chue waved at the Hind, and the helicopter pivoted away, extruding its undercarriage as it moved to touch down further along the roadway. He glared at his quarry, his gloved hands clenching and unclenching. "No more running, assassin!" Fisher sat up, still holding the trench knife. "Doesn't matter what you do to me," he told Chue. "Your plan is in the open. That guy Salk kept good records. His intel is with my government now. I figure you and the rest of your dragons got a day, maybe two, before the whole world knows exactly what you were planning." "A day?" Chue forced a humorless smile. "In a day,
No one will care what America says about anything. In a day, our nations will be at war, and you will be responsible for it."
Chui shouted a command at his soldiers, and they came in together, clubbing Fisher down with the butts of their rifles, kicking away his weapons. Reeling from the blows, he was dragged up and force-marched toward the waiting helicopter, with Chui following on behind.
"Killing you will be a pleasure," said Chui. "But first, there is some work for you to do."
Itaewon District, Seoul, South Korea. "This," said Kobin, with a wave of the hand, "is what we call a rush order, so it's going to cost extra." The politician shifted uncomfortably, flanked by his 2 sumo-sized bodyguards. Pai Dong-sun was clearly unhappy, slumming it at Kobin's place, and the gunrunner sensed that the man was under pressure from someone higher up the food chain. 25% on your usual fee," he replied. "I need to move the merchandise immediately. Not tomorrow, not in a few hours, right now." Kobin leaned against the wall, watching his workers on the lower level of the converted garage. From up on the catwalk, he could see the whole operation ticking along, from goods coming in at one end to repackaged stuff loading onto trucks at the other.
"That could be a problem." "An aircraft is ready,"
Pai snapped, anticipating his next words.
"I have transport. What I need is the grease."
Kobin smiled at Pai's use of the word, something the Korean had picked up from his dealings with the smuggler. Grease, as in what makes the wheels turn. In this case, crates of expensive cognac, some beluga caviar, Swiss watches, and a few girls. Kobin had all that ready to go. He handed off the order to an assistant and told him to set it up. Kobin smiled widely.
"Pai, brother, you're my best client. I know what you need. I know you value discretion." "You know nothing,"
Pai muttered in Korean, and Kobin acted like he didn't understand. "Before I sign off, I do have some concerns," he told him. "Like if this shit gets grabbed by customs down here or the military up there." Kobin jabbed his finger in a northerly direction. "I'm on the hook." Pai forced a smile of his own.
"Do not worry. I have a permit to enter North Korean airspace, personally validated by a senior party official."
He switched to the voice he used whenever he was making a speech.
"Despite our differences, the 2 Koreas understand that business can flourish between them."
"Don't have to convince me," Kobin chuckled, and cast his eye toward the items being assembled for Pai's journey across the DMZ. "North or south, money is money." He watched as a group of young women was guided toward a waiting van. They were dressed provocatively, and all but one had experience entertaining the wealthy older men who moved in Korea's elite circles. The one Kobin had his eye on passed beneath the catwalk. In a snow-white wig and a crimson evening dress, she was more athletic than the waif-like types he usually employed, with a wary manner in her step. His false grin stiffened. "If this goes wrong," he thought, "the whole thing is going to blow up in my face." "Kobin!" Pai called his name, and he realized that the other man had been speaking.
"Your activities are tolerated because you are of use to the dragons. If there is reason to believe that is no longer true—"
"Pai, never!" Kobin walked back and clapped a hand on his shoulder, causing the politician's bodyguards to stir. "You ask, I deliver, even on short notice." He leaned in, as if to share confidence. "I want you to look good. I know who that merch is for. Lee, right?" Pai failed to hide his surprise, and Kobin pressed on. "It's okay. I won't spill. Discretion. But it's pretty clear who you keep sending party favors to up there. The VP has expensive tastes." Kobin had pieced it together over the past months. The dragons in the south, Pai and his ilk, regularly dispatched goodies north to keep their co-conspirators sweet, using Kobin's network as their illicit candy store. He nodded at his own thugs, and his voice dropped to a whisper. Should I send some chaperones? I mean, I heard what happened with the, He made a finger gun gesture. Assassination attempt.
You have done enough,
sneered Pi, and he stalked away.
Your fee will be transferred presently.
Pleasure doing business. Coben threw out the words, but his attention shifted back to the woman in the wig. She was the last to board the van, and she looked back and caught his eye before she climbed in. Coben gave her a faint nod, and Sarah Fisher returned it. Chapter 27. 1C Mongdae Base, North Hwanghae Province, North Korea. The name of the military facility meant Far-Sighted Lookout, and it had been built around the pillar of a narrow, broken-tooth hill to be exactly that. With a runway and a complex of buildings at the bottom of the bare tor, the base's dominating feature was a thick disk of concrete and glass built into one face of the hill, like a stone wheel growing out of the gray-brown rock. A spindly orchard of radio and microwave antennae protruded from the top of the complex, and inside the disk there were ranks of telescopes, listening devices, and sensors. Everything aimed south, in the direction of the DMZ, and on clear days the most powerful lenses could look right across the border and into the territory of the North's eternal enemy. Heavily fortified, the base was a vital element in the DPRK's constant surveillance of South Korea. It was a jewel in the crown of iron that ringed the hermit nation's defenses, and it was also 10 miles away from the town where Lee Jong was born, so the vice president had a special affection for the site. It had been his personal project early in his tenure, and in truth, it was somewhere he felt safe. Not that such a thing would ever have been publicly stated, of course. The leaders of North Korea were not allowed to show even the smallest iota of vulnerability, and as the most important man in the second rank of the Republic's rulers, Lee was no exception. This evening there would be a public ceremony at the base, and then a private celebration, partly funded by those cousins in the South, who respected the strength and the Juche spirit of the North. Lee saw the value in such people and such connections, not as equals, of course, but as tools useful to the regime. In time they would be discarded, but for now they were able to bring pleasing distractions across the DMZ that the vice president and his staff might enjoy. Among those distractions were the handful of women who would give comfort and amusement to Lee's cadre. They were of Eastern European extraction, with the supple build of dancers and gymnasts, both exotic and demure in the eyes of men who rarely met women of ethnicities other than their own. The group was led into the base away from the Gulfstream private jet that had carried them there, escorted by Captain Kang, a severe officer from Lee's personal guard. He listened to them whispering in Russian, glaring at them like an irritable schoolmaster.
"What is this for?"
A girl in a blood-red coat quietly pitched the question at her friend, a lissom sort in a fur-lined jacket.
"A presentation, I think,"
said the other woman.
"Medals or something. A big deal for them. Their vice president will be there."
Behind the chattering pair, another of their number listened carefully. Eyes downturned beneath her white wig, she observed everything around her without making it apparent. Her Russian was passable, good enough for her to blend in and decode the slang-filled conversation of the others.
"Didn't someone try to, kill him?"
The girl in red blinked.
"Are we safe here?"
The DPRK officer had clearly heard enough, and Kang stepped in, addressing them in the stiff accent of someone who had learned his Russian through textbooks and not conversations.
"Despite the cowardly attempt on his life by the South's treacherous allies in the United States and your unenlightened nation, our honorable vice president goes about his duties undeterred. Tonight will be no exception. He will present a series of awards to senior officers at this base. Decorations for their meritorious service as the fatherland's unflinching sentinels."
"Oh," said the girl,
intimidated by the forcefulness of the man's retort.
To postpone this event, to hide away from his duties, that is something that a Westerner would do.
Kang jabbed a finger in the air.
It is important for the people to know that their leaders are fearless, that they are bold.
He made no mention of the fact that an additional company of troops had been deployed to the area, as that might be seen as a sign of weakness. The vice president had granted Major General Choi the honor of commanding those men, as a reward for successfully hunting down and executing the American assassin, who had escaped in Kangwon.
There is nothing to fear. Both of the killers who made their foolish attempt on the life of Vice President Lee are now dead, said Kang.
Both? The woman in the white wig spoke before she could stop herself, her tone sharp and challenging.
Buried in unmarked graves, he replied with relish. A suitable death for such disreputable enemies.
The woman in the fur-lined jacket was less impressed with the officer's insistent manner.
We did not come here to be put in danger. That was not part of the deal. No threat remains.
Kang's voice became strident.
Vice President Lee is afraid of nothing, and you would do well to remember that tonight.
Before anyone could reply, he held up a hand.
No more talking. You will all remain silent until you reach the waiting area.
The waiting area turned out to be a section off the base's dining hall for senior officers, little better than some high school backstage changing room. Sarah had flashbacks to her teens and the interminable hours of band practice her grandmother had forced her to take. That was a lifetime ago and thousands of miles away, but this room had the exact same institutional walls, painted a sickly mint green, the same kind of sparse wooden furniture and dull layout. Sarah found a spot where she could sit alone and pretend to prepare herself for the events to come. She had no intention of playing nice with a gang of handsy older men for the next few hours. Blending in with Kobin's hostesses was her ticket across the border and into the heart of enemy territory. The next step would mean using her cover to get to her objective, an unguarded computer terminal on the DPRK military network. In a hidden pocket inside her handbag, Sarah was carrying the tiny USB drive she'd taken from Kestrel's hideout, no larger than a North Korean 100 won coin, and hidden on it among a few Moscow-flavored Euro pop MP3s was an invisible file containing a Trojan program. The digital tool was a gift from Charlie Fryman, and once she got it into the DPRK's system, it would open a virtual window through which the aging hacker could sneak in. If the odds were in their favor, Fryman would be able to covertly search the network for any reference to the whereabouts of Sarah's father. And then I find him, she thought. Their escort had been adamant that both the Splinter Cell agents who went into North Korea were dead, but Sarah couldn't allow herself to believe that. It was Fryman who had brought her the first real thread of hope since she had arrived in Korea. At first, she had been suspicious of the anonymous message on her burner phone. But once she had initiated contact, that turned to relief. The former third echelon technician told her what she knew in her heart.
Sam is out there, doing his lone wolf thing. He's piecing this sorry mess together.
Typical Dad, she thought with a rueful smile. He couldn't just get the hell out of Dodge like any sane person. He's taking on the whole damn conspiracy on his own. But then Sarah was guilty of the same thing, bearing the full weight of this ordeal on her shoulders, risking her neck in the face of grave odds. Perhaps someone else might have been able to stand back from that, but not her. For better or worse, she was a Fisher. She was her father's daughter, and to do nothing would eat her alive from the inside out. Even if this all falls apart, she vowed, I tried. I had to do something. Hey! Sarah became aware of the woman with the fur-lined jacket standing over her. The woman kicked her foot when she didn't immediately look up. I am talking to you.
Sarah schooled her expression into something bland and returned a blank-eyed stare. Fur Jacket leaned forward, her hands on her hips, and her friend Red Coat hovered nearby, peering suspiciously in Sarah's direction. On the flight north, these two had been the most talkative of the group, and she sensed that they considered themselves the top girls.
"This is your first time across the border, Sestra,"
said Fur Jacket, cocking her head. Sarah said nothing, continuing to play dumb.
"So, you need to know the rules. New meat keeps to the back when the clients come around. Do not talk to them unless they talk to you first. They give you gifts, you split them with the rest of us."
That hardly seems fair, she thought. She didn't like the tall woman's attitude, but this wasn't an argument she needed to have. So Sarah nodded.
"Okay."
Red Coat prodded her with a long, pale finger.
"Know your place. Keep your mouth shut."
"Okay," she repeated, willing them to go away. Fur Jacket eyed her, clearly unconvinced by the submissive act.
"Where did Corbin find you?"
"Perm." Sarah offered up her cover legend's hometown, and Redcoat sneered, as if that explained everything.
"You do not sound like someone from Perm."
Fur Jacket kept staring at her. The woman's feral eyes and the pelt around her neck made Sarah think of a hyena. She put her hand on Sarah's shoulder and pressed down. She clearly wanted to assert her dominance, and was using the newcomer to do it.
"What else are you lying about?"
Sarah's patience thinned, and she leaned in close so her voice wouldn't carry.
"If you don't take that hand off me, Sestra, I'll snap your pretty fingers like twigs." "Just look nice and stay quiet,"
said Fur Jacket, losing interest in the conversation.
"Do not do anything to piss them off, or we will all end up buried,"
she added as she walked away.
Too late for that,
thought Sarah. She waited until the rest of the group were distracted as they got ready for the party and slipped out to a cramped washroom on the other side of the corridor. Making his rounds, the escort passed Sarah on the way, sparing her a dismissive glare. "Do not leave this area," he snapped.
"Yes, sir,"
she said shyly, and that seemed to satisfy him. Once inside, Sarah blocked the door with a small waste bin, and she cast around, finding a small window up high over one of the toilet cisterns. Peering through on tiptoe, she saw it opened out into an empty courtyard. Across a square of piebald grass, there was a long, low structure that could have been administration offices. She'd need to get closer to be sure, but it was a good bet for what she needed, judging by the number of telephone cables leading to the building. A patrol, a soldier with a mean-looking dog, strode past beneath the window, and Sarah shrank back out of sight until they passed around a corner. Holding her breath, she pushed the window all the way open and squeezed through the gap. With the sun dropping, there were shadows she could use. It was 20 meters to the admin building with no cover, so she moved low and quick, staying to the edges of the square until she was beneath the ledge of an open office window. She held her breath and listened for voices. Nothing. The room beyond was empty. The patrol was already on its way back, so Sarah scrambled inside and pulled the window shut behind her. She crouched on the floor near a desk piled with papers, taking the lay of the land. The room was a long bullpen of cubicles, none of which were occupied. This late in the day, the place was unmanned, and while she spotted security cameras up in the corners of the ceiling, nothing else looked problematic. The base's security was lacking, she decided. From the window of the Gulfstream, as it had come in to land, Sarah had noted the defenses were geared toward repelling an aerial attack, and it seemed that no one had seriously contemplated the threat from someone who was already inside the perimeter. She had the USB drive in her fist, but there was nowhere to insert it. None of the desks had a terminal, all of them stacked with ledgers and paperwork. Everything was analog, not digital. Sarah risked peering up over the desk. Across the room was an enclosed office space, most likely the domain of whomever ran this particular section of the base. If anyone was going to have a computer, it would be the senior officer. She took a deep breath and waited for the closest security camera to turn away on its sweep, counting the seconds she would have to make the run before she was spotted. The door to the waiting area banged open without warning, and Captain Kang strode into the room. He ignored the cries of alarm from the women, some of whom were still half-dressed, changing into their clothes for the evening ahead. He thrust a box into the hand of the girl in the red coat. "You will each wear these," he demanded. "Do not dishonor it." "What are they?" She opened the box, revealing a dozen metal pin badges inside, each one sporting a tiny North Korean flag. "Oh." As the women grudgingly lined up to take one, the escort scanned their faces, and his expression soured as the count came up short. "The one with white hair. Where is she?" "She went for a piss." The woman with the fur jacket took her badge and gave the officer a look. Then she lowered her voice, as if sharing confidence. "At least, that is what she said. I do not trust her. I think she is a problem." The computer in the office looked like something left over from the 1990s, with a bulky monitor and a whirring tower unit, but it had an unsecured USB port and a wired router blinking next to it, signifying an online connection. Sarah inserted the tiny solid-state drive and the machine woke up, displaying what looked like a password login screen. For a moment she was afraid that the plan wouldn't work, but then the digital tool Charlie Fryman had sent her began its work, and the screen flickered, becoming a torrent of complex code that flashed by too fast for her to read. Whatever was on the little drive, it was infiltrating the base's computer network like the virtual equivalent of a Splinter Cell agent. Sarah gave a low whistle. She had to admit she was impressed. Fourth Echelon trained its active staff in the basics of cyber warfare, but this kind of plug-and-play battle hacking was leagues above that. In his day, Fryman had been one of the NSA's alpha geeks, and it seemed that he hadn't lost his touch. As a loading bar began to fill, Sarah heard the harsh sound of a barking dog, and she spun toward the door at the far end of the office as it burst open. The soldier from the quad outside rushed in, hauling back on the leash in his hand as the mastiff spotted Sarah, and its barking intensified. He shouted a command in Korean, and the dog halted, still baring its teeth and growling. She made a split-second decision to leave the USB drive where it was and meet the new arrival, to distract him before he could get too close. If the device was found before the upload completed, this whole infiltration would be blown. Sarah threw up her hands, forcing herself to look tearful and terrified. Sorry, she cried. "I was just trying to find a—" "Silence!" Red-faced with anger, Captain Kang shoved his way into the room, past the soldier, and jabbed a finger in the air. "Whatever lie you are about to utter, I will not believe it. You were told not to leave that room, but still you did. There is only one explanation. You are a spy." Sarah looked at the ground, shoulders shaking. "No," she begged. "Please, sir, that is not true. They said we could not smoke in there, and I was just looking for some cigarettes." It was a weak excuse, but if she could sell it with body language and the tone of her voice, there was still a chance she could make it out of here in one piece. Kang said something to the soldier in Korean, and the man sneered. The dog handler swung up a wooden baton from out of nowhere, and Sarah reacted without thinking as the weapon came at her. She caught it with one hand and applied a fierce Krav Maga technique her father had taught her, twisting it away, turning the soldier's blow back on him with enough force that the bones in his wrists dislocated. He yelled in shock, and the dog began barking again. Wrong move. She knew it even as it was happening. The smart choice would have been to let him hit her, knock her down, and play into being the helpless victim. But long ago, Sarah Fisher decided she'd had her fill of victimhood, to the point that defending herself had become pure reflex. "Stop!" King tore a pistol from the holster on his belt and aimed it at her. "I will kill you where you stand." "No, you won't," she said, letting the false mask slip from her features. "You're just like him." Sarah nodded at the snarling mastiff.
a little dog making a loud noise. She was willing him to come closer, near enough that she could try to lunge for the gun and disarm the man. But he was smarter than he looked, and he kept his distance.
Move!
He jerked the pistol toward the doorway.
We will find out who you are and what you are doing here. And when we are done, you will beg for death.
With her hands on her head, Captain Kang marched the spy deeper into the building, keeping his pistol aimed squarely at a point between her shoulder blades. Kang hated this duty, playing watchdog to a bunch of Russian streetwalkers. It was beneath an officer of the People's Army, and he loathed the loud, uncouth foreigners, whose company the vice president and his cadre seemed to enjoy. He would never dare voice his disgust publicly, so he turned it on the women, berating them at every opportunity. And secretly, he had hoped one of them would make a misstep to justify a reason for escalating toward violence. But he had never dreamed that one of them might actually be an enemy agent. A criminal, of course, but a spy for the FSB or the GRU. Kang's thoughts raced at how he might be able to use this to his advantage. In the next section of the building, a service elevator led down to the base's lower levels, where the detention center was located. But instead of finding regular troops on duty, Kang was momentarily surprised to come across a squad of hard-faced men in full battle rigs, their eyes hidden behind dark glasses. Loitering round the elevator, their conversations stilled as Kang entered with his prisoner. He knew exactly who they were, commandos of the elite Special Operations Force, the toughest and most lethal soldiers the North could produce.
Are they here to protect Li Jiang? He wondered. They must have arrived in secret. What is this?
Kang turned and immediately snapped a sharp salute as Major General Cui emerged from among the ranks of the commandos. Unlike them, he wore a full-dress uniform decked with medals and decorations.
I captured this spy attempting to gain access to classified areas,
Kang replied crisply. He outlined his arrest of the woman as Cui listened intently.
Excellent work, Captain.
Cui spoke quietly to one of his subordinates, and a trio of commandos rushed off, back toward the offices.
My men will sweep the area, he went on. I commend you for your vigilance. Thank you, sir.
Kang suddenly had the sense that he was losing control of the situation. What if Cui takes the credit for my actions? He needed to make sure that didn't happen.
Sir, the woman. I am concerned she may represent a threat to the life of the vice president. She could be another assassin. He should be informed immediately. Of course.
Cui studied the woman, and he reached up to pull the white wig off her head, tossing it away.
Bring her.
The general stepped into the service elevator, beckoning Kang to follow. He shoved the spy forward, and once the three of them were inside, the lift car began to descend. Kang stared at the woman, her expression blank and emotionless.
Who else knows about this captive?
Cui was asking.
A soldier was with me when I apprehended her. I was about to put her in detention and raise the alarm. The vice president should be evacuated. I would prefer not, said Cui.
Kang heard the click of a safety catch flicking off, and he turned back toward the general to find a pistol pointed at his face. Then there was a roar of sound, and then nothing. Chapter 28. Wonsi Mangdae Base, North Hwanghae Province, North Korea. Cold and clammy, the underground sublevel stank of damp and human fear. With ragged walls hammered out of the rock, the North Koreans had bolted grids of metal bars into place, with doors secured by electromagnetic locks, turning the cave-like space into a series of holding pens, better suited to a zoo than a prison. The cool darkness of the space was heavy with shadows, the only weak illumination coming from a string of flickering light bulbs in the open walkway between the cells. The ill-lit path led away into the gloom, toward muffled echoes of indistinct sound. Fisher's cell, the latest in a line of equally unpleasant places of captivity, was furnished with nothing but a reeking bucket
and a worn, blood-stained camp bed. The cells around him might have been occupied, but it was hard to see clearly in the dimness. If there were fellow prisoners, none of them responded when he called out to them. A sickly, throbbing pain made his bones ache, as if an invisible vice was around his head and turning tighter with every hour that passed. Concussion, he thought, recalling what Park had said to him. Fisher had weathered head trauma before, but through the course of this damned mess, the shots to his skull had come one after another, and he could feel the fuzzy edge of the after effects clinging to him, slowing him down. He grimaced at the notion. As good as he was for a veteran of his years, Fisher's age weighed against him in moments like this. Hits he could have shaken off 10 years ago, now they took days to get over. He felt worn out and hollow, but he forced the bleakness back. For better or worse, Major General Choi had brought Fisher to exactly where he wanted to be, within reach of Lee Jong. But unless he could get to the North Korean vice president, the struggles of the past few days would be meaningless. He had no way to be sure that the information on the dragons and their conspiracy would reach the right people back home. And that meant he needed to get it to someone in power here, in the North as well. There would be the matter of convincing Lee it was genuine, but the data was damning, and even if Fisher didn't make it past the end of the day, he had to do all he could to bring the truth to light. Or else there might not be a tomorrow for either of the two Koreas. There will be a moment, he told himself. There always is, when action can be taken. You just need to see it and be ready for it. Away down the tunnels, Fisher heard the clank of an armored door opening, followed by the rasp of footsteps, and then a voice, one he had come to recognize, speaking in accented English.
An American!
Chue's words carried, echoing off the walls, and for a moment Fisher was confused. Was the Korean talking to him?
I did not think your government would have the audacity to send another. But here you are. Did you really believe that flimsy cover would protect you?
Now he could see a jumble of shadows framed by the lights. Chue, followed by some of his commandos as they marched a slight figure toward the cells. The general threw a smug look in Fisher's direction and spoke into a handheld radio, switching seamlessly to Korean. Fisher heard him mention a name he knew, Pai, one of the conspirators from the south, and give a summons, but the rest of it was lost to him. Then the cell next to Fisher's was opened, and the new prisoner was shoved inside. It was a woman, dark-haired and swamped in a fashionable jacket, ruined by rips and tears. She stumbled and fell on the hard floor, spitting out a curse as she went down. "Asshole!" Chue slammed the cage door closed and strode away, continuing his string of commands into the radio. But Fisher wasn't listening to him anymore. He went to the bars separating the cells and gripped them so hard his arms trembled. Fisher knew fear. A man could not have done all that he had, fought through the battles that he had, without becoming intimate with that emotion. But what gripped him now was something far beyond the adrenaline rush that came when the bullets were flying, or when an enemy was inches away from killing him. It was the worst kind of dread, pure and undiluted, the abject terror that only a parent could know. The fear for the life of his child, because he knew the voice of the woman in the other cell, and it could only belong to one person.
Sarah?
More than anything, Fisher wanted to be wrong. He wanted it to be some mistake of his concussion-struck brain. But then she answered back, and he felt like the ground would open up to swallow him. "Dad?" She came into the light, and his heart hammered in his chest when he saw blood on her face and jacket. "It's not mine," she said, seeing his reaction. "The guy who brought me down, he executed one of his own men right in front of me."
You can't be here.
Fisher shook his head, feeling sick inside.
This doesn't...
He faltered, words failing him.
Sarah, you should never have come.
His daughter reached out and put her fingers on his, where they coiled around the bars.
You gonna ground me?"
She forced a brittle smile. He was glad to see her, but he was furious to see her. Shaking his head, Fisher stepped back. "Fryman told me you were in Seoul, but I never thought... Damn it to hell, kid. You've signed your own death warrant coming after me." Sarah gave a nod as she wiped her face with a sleeve.
"Yeah, I admit it's not going as well as I hoped."
She sighed.
"But an hour ago I had no idea where you were. And now I do."
"The dragons. They'll kill us both. You realize that?" He rubbed a hand over his brow, massaging the places where the aches had collected. "It's why Chui brought me here. They take their second shot at Li Jong, make it look like we did it."
"We're alive," she told him. "And if we're alive, we can fight. If we can fight, we can—"
"Enough!" Fisher held up a hand.
"I'm just repeating what my dad once told me," she retorted.
He shook his head, his bones feeling leaden. "I have been shot, stabbed, beaten, blown up, near drowned. I've gone right to the edge of death more times than I can remember. But this..." He waved a hand at the air. "You, right here? This is my worst fucking nightmare." Sarah blinked. Her father seldom cursed so vehemently. "Why did you come?" he shouted at her, his frustration boiling over. She stood her ground, refusing to be daunted.
"In what world did you think I wouldn't? How could I not?"
Sarah came back to the bars and glared at him.
"I may not be you, the goddamn Splinter Cell super spy, but I had to try. There was a chance I could save you, so I took it."
She blew out the rest of an exasperated breath.
"No one else was going to come for you."
He looked away. "This is my fault," he murmured. "You got too much of me in you, too much of your mom."
"I'm sorry I'm not the scared little girl I used to be."
She folded her arms across her chest.
"That Sarah was prey for any predator that came along. She had no power of her own. I'm not her anymore. You may not like it, but it's a fact. I took control of my life."
Fisher searched for the right words, but they kept slipping from his grasp. He couldn't argue with anything Sarah said. For every wound and scar inside and out that he had survived, his daughter had suffered the echo of it. His life in the black world of covert operations had bled over into hers, putting her in danger time and again. Was it any wonder that she had become the woman he saw before him now? Conflicted, but still defiant? "I never wanted to deny you that," he said. "I just want you to be protected. I don't want you to have this life. But here you are, right in the thick of it."
"I know."
Sarah pressed a hand over her cheek, smearing the dirt and blood.
"But I made the choice I wanted. I came because I didn't want the last words I said to you to be angry ones. I couldn't live with that."
Fisher let out a long, slow breath. "All those years ago, after we lost your mom, I should have left you with your grandmother, stayed away, never come back."
"I would have hated you for that."
"Yeah, you would have," he admitted, his regret there in every word. "But you'd be thousands of miles from this, and you'd be safe." Sarah tried to answer, but the sorrow she heard from her father robbed her of her voice. She had never seen him like this, with his armor gone, his vulnerability open to the air. And then a sound came out of the shadows, 2 hands clapping together, one slow repeat after another. A well-dressed Korean man appeared, straightening the jacket of his expensive suit, and he reached up to adjust his spectacles.
"Oh!"
He made a mocking gesture, fanning himself with his hand.
"That was quite moving."
He spoke English with the lilt Sarah had come to associate with people educated in the South.
"You Americans, you do this sort of family drama so well. Not like us, with our stoicism."
He grinned, as if he were the lone audience member at a play being performed for his amusement.
I suppose it must come from being brought up in a culture that pretends everything you do is like a movie. I know you. Ice formed on Fisher's words as he studied the man. I saw you in Sark's files. You're Pai Dong-sun, one of the dragons. Guilty as charged. Pai gave a small bow. Sarah recognized him as the same man who had been talking to Coben back at the warehouse in Itaewon. He'd been on the Gulf Stream as they flew north, but the man had never left his private cabin. I am pleased I could grant you this moment to clear the air, Pai continued. I admit I was concerned that the presence of the girl would jeopardize our plans, but I see there was little to worry about. This is all some ill-advised adventure on her part, he chuckled. Father and daughter assassins. It is remarkable. It will make a fine story to tell the rest of the world when you are gunned down after murdering our dear Vice President Lee. You'll start a war, her father retorted. You'll destroy both Koreas. We will unite them, Pai shot back. Then he made a dismissive gesture. How could I expect a foreigner to understand? You don't know us. Your country never has. The West forced partition on us, and you've held us in that state for decades. We've had our fill of it. He shook his head. There will be no nuclear war, no new invasion, but the threat of that will be more than enough for our needs. Sarah watched Pai carefully, and a jolt of insight struck her. He believes that, she said. No, he knows it. She shot a look at her father. All through this, the only thing that didn't add up is the risk. Taking the whole region to the edge of nation-state conflict, it's too big a gamble. Unless it isn't. Pai laughed and clapped his hands. She is a clever one, isn't she? Does she get it from her mother's side? He smirked. No one really wants a war. It's terrible for business. The dragons want control, not ashes. At least some of your people understand that. Our people. Sarah's father pulled the words from Pai's reply. The Korean glanced at him. Collaborators. The word has such negative connotations to it. Do you not think? But partners, much better. And in return for ensuring a slothful response from the United States government to this crisis, our partners will profit from the rise of the new Korea, and we will help them be rid of some problems of their own in the process. Major General Choi checked his watch, noting the time. The vice president would soon be arriving at the hall set aside for the award ceremony, and the moment to strike would be at hand. He looked up as Captain Moon approached and snapped off a brisk salute. The officer was a bear of a man, heavy-set and muscular, with a pock-marked face. Choi had once seen him kill a dissident by crushing his skull between the palms of his thick-fingered hands, and he had known then and there the value of such a killer. The team is ready, said Moon. His voice had a whispering, broken quality that one had to strain to hear. He nodded in the direction of his companions, standing at attention nearby. Lieutenant Kai was taller than average, with a permanently haughty expression that made him seem disdainful of everything around him. By contrast, Lieutenant Chu, with his blank countenance, was so ordinary and unremarkable that one's gaze seemed to slip right off him. Like Moon, the other men were dressed in commando uniforms, but each had an additional collar flash, designating them as part of a detached unit under Chui's direct command. He'd had them flown in from Pyongyang for tonight's work, taking it upon himself to ensure that the Dragon's plan wouldn't fail a second time. Moon, Kai, and Chu were utterly loyal to the general, and they had served in ridding him of impediments and enemies many times. They hadn't even flinched when he gave them the orders to terminate Li Zhong. Chui had trained them well. Take your positions, he ordered. Proceed as planned. Moon saluted, and as he led the others away, the civilian from the south emerged from the cells. Pai seemed briefly cowed by the menacing aura of the soldiers. Then he fixed his falsely affable smile back in place
and approached the general.
Did you enjoy the show?
Chui looked away. He found Pai Dong-sun's fake manners tiresome.
Did you learn what you needed to learn?
Oh, I did. Pai nodded briskly, waving in the direction of the cells.
The woman, she's his daughter. If only we had known that pertinent detail ahead of time. Ah, well. Amusing,
said Chui, in a way that made it clear he thought it was anything but that.
I do not share your delight in such games. If I were in charge, Li would have been dead days ago. You military men are so direct, said Pai. Some things require a different approach. You speak, but I hear Jin Yori's words leaving your mouth,
Chui retorted.
Does she work you like a puppet?
Pai's smile turned brittle.
Jin is gifted with a uniquely ruthless mind. Her intelligence is quite remarkable.
Chui grunted.
Does that fact make it easier for you to be her handmaiden? The dragons are equals.
Pai's manner cooled.
Keep telling yourself that,
said Chui.
With Sok's death, the weight that was on 4 of us is now borne by 3. And you and I are here, at the moment of the deed. But where is she? Far away on her opulent yacht, safe and sound.
There was a flicker of irritation in Pai's eyes, and Chui knew that despite the other man's words, he resented the woman from Seoul. He pressed his point.
Those who take the most risk deserve the greater reward, yes? I don't disagree, allowed Pai. As for Sok Jae-hwa, he won't be missed. He was a coarse man, a jackal, who would have happily betrayed us to save himself. Agreed.
Chui had already sent men to seize the holdings in Zone 526 and destroy anything that might blow back on the plans of the dragons. The papers he had recovered after capturing the American, Sok's obsessively detailed notes on their plans, those he had burned in the base's furnace. All that remained of his comrade's duplicity was the satellite phone the American had used in his attempts to contact his people. Chui had the device on him, buried in a pocket of his jacket. He saw no reason to make Pai or Jin aware of it. There was some merit to Sok's paranoia, after all, and there might come a moment when Chui could use what was in the phone's memory to his own benefit. But that was a matter for later.
It is imperative that Vice President Li remains convinced he is in no danger here.
Chui went on.
You must stay close to him.
Pai's dismissal was inherent in the general's words. The other man eyed him.
And while I am doing that, what will you be doing?
Chui drew his pistol and checked the firearm.
I am going to kill the Americans.
He paused, then offered the gun to the politician.
Unless, of course, you wish to handle it.
His tone was mild, but he was goading the man to see if there really was any steel beneath his insipid facade. Pai gave an arch sniff and walked away, refusing to look at the weapon.
Carry on, he said.
The American was on his feet as Chui marched up to the cell's barred door, glancing from the older man to the younger woman in the next cage. Chui searched for a family resemblance, but found nothing. Westerners looked alike to him, their faces bland and characterless.
I want to make a deal, said the man.
Chui halted, holding his pistol at his side. He was disappointed. His impression had been that the American was a warrior, a worthy adversary, even if he was an avowed enemy. The general had expected him to meet death as Chui believed he would, with impassive strength. But instead the man was trying to bargain.
The girl, he said, nodding at the other prisoner. You let her go free, I'll do what you wanted me to do all along. I'll kill Li for you.
Dad, no! The woman started to argue, but Chui silenced her with a look.
How selfless, he said. If I had any doubts that she was truly your child, this dispels them.
He paused, considering the offer.
How desperate you must be. How pathetic.
The general came right up to the bars and tapped them with the barrel of the pistol.
If our places were reversed, I would rather die than be a willing tool of my adversaries. That is why the West will destroy itself long before we do. Your bleeding heart morality, your obsessive need to see yourselves as the hero of every story. He gestured at the woman. Attachments make you vulnerable, weak. If you were strong, you would have killed her and then yourself to deny me my victory. He aimed the gun away, pointing it at the daughter, and her father swore, trying to put himself between them. The lights behind him briefly dimmed and wavered, throwing jumping shadows. What would be the source of the most pain, I wonder? Chui shifted his aim back and forth. The father dies first, and his last conscious thought is of his daughter weeping, knowing that she will be next. Or should he watch her die, knowing he can do nothing to save her? Which cruelty would you prefer? You're an animal, said the woman, her eyes full of loathing. Yes, it helps you to think of us like that, doesn't it? So your government can come into our countries and do as they wish and disrespect us at every turn. He smiled to himself. From today, that will change. A new power will rise in the East, and we will be rightly feared. So do it then. Kill me. The older man came up to the bars, daring Chui to pull the trigger. Better men than you have tried and failed. Still playing the hero, even at the end, he sneered, deliberately taking aim through the bars at the woman, shifting his angle for a clear line of fire. But this story won't end the way you hope. As Chui's finger tightened on the trigger, he heard a metallic buzz, and in the next second, the lights flickered again, and the underground space was abruptly plunged into darkness. Chapter 29. 1C Mongdae Base, North Hwanghae Province, North Korea. There will be a moment. Fisher's thoughts came back to him in a rush. There always is when action can be taken. You just need to see it and be ready for it. As the lights went out in the cells, he bolted forward and shouted out, "Sarah, get down!" Fisher spun away as Chui pulled the trigger twice in quick succession, lighting up the darkness with yellow flares of muzzle flash, and the bullets ricocheted off the stone walls. He slammed into the barred cell door, hoping that his instincts were on the money. And he was right. The door crashed open, its electromagnetic lock as dead as the overhead lights. Fisher stormed through, colliding with Chui, as the general floundered in the near darkness. The faintest spill of emergency illumination from way off down the cavern was all they had, but for Fisher it was ample. After hours of being stuck in the gloom, his eyes were far better dark-adapted than Chui's. He saw fuzzy, indistinct shapes where his opponent would be virtually blind, and he threw brutal, iron-hard blows at the man's torso, driving him off balance and back toward the cages. Chui fired again, and this time the muzzle flare was dangerously close to Fisher's face, the burn of aerosolized gunpowder searing his nostrils. He grunted in pain as Chui struck his head in a glancing blow with the butt of the semi-automatic, and a sickening wave of nausea welled up. Fisher fought off a bout of dizziness and recovered his balance. Reacting with violence, he shoved Chui back against the bars of the cages and landed another punch, scrambling to grab the general's gun hand before he could bring the pistol to bear. The light bulbs flickered again, and Fisher saw a flash of Sarah on the far side of the bars, snaking her hands around Chui's throat, trying to hold him in place. The general snarled and jammed a backward elbow strike into her chest, pushing her back, but it gave Fisher the opening he needed. He was dimly aware of Sarah's cell door creaking open as he and Chui wrestled over control of the pistol. The lights dimmed, and Chui jerked the trigger, firing shots into the rough-hewn ceiling, sending brass shell casings clattering down around them. Chui's bulk was misleading. Fisher had pegged him as an out-of-shape desk officer with delusions of grandeur, but now he was learning the hard way that the Major General carried more muscle than expected. But this fight could only end two ways, with Fisher on the ground or Chui in his place.
The pistol's slide locked open as the last bullet was spent, and Chui gave a furious bellow, forcing the empty gun down against Fisher's face. The hot metal burned like a brand, and he cried out, recoiling. Chui took the moment and used the gun like a club, pistol whipping it across Fisher's face. He staggered back, trying to block the blows, his skull ringing as he went on the defensive. Then the reek of stale piss choked the air, and he saw the dim shape of a slop bucket collide with the back of Chui's head. The hit knocked the general off his pace, as dregs of sour human waste splashed down the back of his immaculately pressed uniform. Sarah's throw had been brute force and artless, but it did the trick, giving her father the chance to reverse the pace of the fight. He wrenched the empty gun out of Chui's hand, breaking fingers as he did, and the general cried out. Fisher swung the weapon back at him in a savage arc, and the heavy, wood-inlaid butt of the K5 pistol hit Chui in the throat with enough force to crush his trachea. Chui's hands clapped to his neck in abject panic, and he clawed at his collar as he collapsed to his knees. The flickering lights brightened, and in that moment Fisher met the dying man's gaze. Chui's expression was one of shock and surprise, as if he had never contemplated it might end this way for him. Reeking of urine and choking to death was an ignoble fate, but he deserved no better. The general fell back, and his breaths came in quick, brittle rasps, and then abruptly stopped. "Asshole," repeated Sarah as she stepped around the fallen man. She looked up at her father and flinched at the sight of him, as the light revealed the mask of blood from the cuts left by Chui's vicious attack. "Dad!" She reached out to him, but he deflected her hand away. "It's not as bad as it looks," Fisher said automatically. "You can't see how it looks," Sarah shot back. "You need to get patched up." "No time." He dropped into a crouch, searching Chui's body for anything of use. "We have to get out of this rat hole and find Li Zhong." He found 2 spare magazines for the K5, handing them and the empty pistol to Sarah. "Take this. Watch the corridor." "Okay." Sarah didn't argue, snapping immediately into operational mode. She reloaded the weapon and advanced a few steps, covering the far entrance to the cell block. "Is there another way out?" "Air shafts," he told her. "Saw them when they dragged me in. Should be able to get us back up to ground level at least." Fisher patted Chui's jacket and discovered a bulky shape tucked inside. Retrieving it, he turned it over in his hands. "What's that?" said Sarah. "Watch the door," he admonished, holding the phone up to the weak light. It was the same satellite phone he had removed from Sok Jae-hwa's safe, and to his relief the images he had taken with its tiny camera were still in the memory. Still, being this deep underground meant the device had no bars to indicate connection, so for the moment it went into Fisher's pocket for safekeeping. "I don't think that power cut was just a lucky coincidence," Sarah went on. "I did wonder," admitted Fisher, wincing as he stood up. Sarah told him about the USB drive and the Trojan software she had been uploading into the base's computer network when she was captured. "At first I wasn't sure it had worked, but now I'm thinking it did. I think we have your old friend to thank for getting us out of here." She indicated a CCTV camera on the far wall, which now hung inert and inactive. "Fryman came good." Fisher raised an eyebrow. "How about that?" "He's a big fan of yours," she noted. "Right now, I'll take all the help I can get." Fisher moved to a metal grill fitted into a column of metal ducting at the other end of the cells, running his hand around the edges. "Got fresh air coming in here. This is our escape route." Grunting with effort, he levered off the grill and stuck his head through the gap. "It's a tight squeeze. You go first." Sarah stuffed the pistol in her waistband and hesitated before climbing into the air shaft. Even in the half-dark, he knew she was giving him a severe look. "Tell me you have a plan? That you're not just making it up as you go?" Fisher gave a rare, crooked smile, despite the aches it caused him. I prefer to think of it as on-site mission adaptability.
That's such a dad answer.
Only one you're gonna get, he replied.
Where the base's uppermost tier met the cliff face, there was a split-level atrium dominated by concrete pillars and a mosaic on the far wall that depicted a shining sunrise over the slopes of Mount Pictou, the national mountain of North Korea. Captain Moon had visited the actual site in his youth, on a winter trip to look over the countryside and the expanse of Heaven Lake in the summit's caldera. Mountains had significance in the martial culture of the DPRK, representing the indomitable endurance of the party and the revolutionary essence of the people. Moon believed in that without an iota of doubt. He believed that, like the mountain, a soldier needed the spiritual strength of rock in order to accomplish the hardest tasks put before them, tasks where weaker souls would falter. Moon and his team had never faltered, never once failed to carry out their orders, no matter how ruthless or brutal they might seem. Today would be no different. He crossed the atrium with Lieutenant Kai at his side, striding with purpose toward the men who had been posted on guard as the first layer of the Vice President's security detail. There were 5 of them, 3 soldiers and a second lieutenant on the lower level of the atrium, and another man with a radio pack up above, looking down. The second lieutenant stiffened as he caught sight of Moon's approach, and the young man eyed the angular rifle the captain carried. It was not standard DPRK issue, but a futuristic construct of black anodized steel. Moon would have liked more opportunity to familiarize himself with the weapon, but there had not been time. Fortunately, he was a fine marksman, and he anticipated few issues with it. Unlike the Russian or Chinese-derived firearms he was used to, the weapon Moon carried was American-made, the custom, designated marksman's rifle that had been captured along with the 2 assassins on Yua Island. By express command of Major General Choi, the enemy weapons had been transferred to the control of his personal unit for evaluation. The rifle's smaller sibling, a semi-automatic pistol with an integral suppressor, was in Kai's hands, concealed behind his back out of sight of the soldiers. The lieutenant was an accomplished shot with small arms, so it was logical that the gun be given to him. When he was just a few meters from the soldiers, the second lieutenant screwed up his courage and raised a hand in a halting gesture. "There is to be no admission," he said, looking between them. "On the orders of the Vice President." Unexpectedly, the lights in the atrium flickered for a few moments, and the soldiers stirred. Moon said nothing. He glanced at the radio man up above, then down at the other soldiers. "What kind of rifle is that?" The second lieutenant's curiosity got the better of him. "Begin," Moon spoke quietly, but his voice still carried. Kai moved lightning fast, whipping up the SCIS pistol, to put his first bullet through the second lieutenant's head, and the next into the belly of the man by his side. Moon didn't bother to raise the rifle to his shoulder and fired from the hip, aiming by dead reckoning. His shots struck both his targets in their torso, blowing the other soldiers back and down, before either one could bring his own gun to bear. The sound-suppressed shots from the weapons clattered like dice in a cup. He heard the man up above cry out in shock, saw him snatch at the radio microphone clipped to his lapel as he tried to raise the alarm. But before the radio man could utter a word, a figure came out of the shadows, and a wickedly curved karambit knife flashed. Moon watched Lieutenant Chu kill the guard with a flurry of slashing blows, before tipping his body over the balcony to tumble to the atrium floor. 5 flawless strikes in as many seconds. Moon nodded to himself, pleased with the result. This theater of murder was part of the plan. When the mission was complete, and when the Supreme Leader's men came to investigate its aftermath, they would find indisputable proof that an American assassin's weapons had been used. Moon walked to a window that looked out along the side of the complex to where a helipad extended out from the building. The Vice President's personal helicopter was visible there, the Mi-8's rotor blades flexing slightly in the steady wind.
Moon glanced at Chu as the other man approached him.
"You will cut off the escape route,"
he ordered, nodding toward the helipad.
"We will deal with the others. Leave no one alive."
Others might have questioned the murder of their own comrades, but Moon's soldiers acted without hesitation. Pai maintained his air of happy comradeship among the Northerners in the hall, smiling blandly as the vice president and his staff talked and joked with the base's senior officers. Many of the jokes were at Pai's expense, and he endured them in silence, letting the crude sneers and asides roll off him. It was easy to do, knowing that soon they would be dead. Pai mentally rehearsed what he would say when the reinforcements arrived. Tragically too late to save the life of Li Zhong. "I can't believe I alone survived. Oh, the horror!" Yes, that would work, if he sold the lie with some tears and whimpering. These cousins in the north like to think of their southern counterparts as soft, irresolute cowards, and he would use that to his advantage. "Let them underestimate me." They would be so alarmed by Li's assassination that it would blind them to any other possibility. He cast around, considering the men surrounding him, and the imported Russian call girls who served them drinks, lit their cigars, and let themselves be pawed. Pai loathed them, but he hid it well. "The American!" He would cry out the words when Cui and his soldiers came. "The American assassin murdered them in cold blood!" He would have to cut himself with a blade or some such, of course. It would be suspicious for Pai to be found completely unharmed after the fact. Cui would have the assassin's corpse ready by then, along with the story of how he alone had killed the man. The perfect setup for heroic narrative, Pai thought. Each of us will play our part. One of the senior officers, a colonel newly decorated with a Medal of Dedication, sauntered over to Pai's side and slapped him on the back. "You like it up here, don't you?" he chortled. "You want to come live here? We have plenty of room for your sort." His amusement became a guffaw. "Holiday camps." Pai ignored the insinuation. The only camps the North had were places where those who displeased the regime were sent, never to be seen again. "Perhaps you would like to visit us in Seoul." He offered the comment without weight, and the colonel's amusement faded. The North Korean officer couldn't be seen to show interest in the enticements of the decadent South, and he colored. "Never," he shot back. "It smells like rat piss." "I am sure you would know," allowed Pai, but before the colonel could reply, an insistent chime sounded from his smartphone. "Please excuse me," he said, grateful for the opportunity to walk away. "I must take this." Pai went to the window and looked out, finding the dart shape of his private jet down on the runway apron below. He tapped the phone's answer tab, knowing whose voice he would hear next. "How are the waters of Incheon Bay this evening?" "Calm," said Jin. "One would never know that a war is brewing." She gave a sigh. Pai frowned. "Was there something you wanted?" Jin Hyo-ri was notoriously controlling, so it didn't strike him as odd that she would call up to check on him, even as the operation was about to reach its most critical phase. "I am in position to observe. When it is done, I will contact you." "Your sacrifice is appreciated, Dong-san." Pai's blood ran cold. Jin had never called him by his given name before, and the implication in her words was chilling. He tried to laugh it off. "Playing the docile fool with these uncultured thugs is wearing, but hardly a sacrifice." "Li's murder alone will not be enough," she said coolly. "The seeds of unity must grow from losses on both sides, my friend, North and South." "No." All too clearly, Pai saw the shape of the trap he had blithely sauntered into. He shot a look in the vice president's direction as Lee laughed at a joke and clinked his glass with another army officer.
"That is not what we agreed."
Pai felt the color drain from his face and slumped against the window.
Lee's killing stirs Pyongyang to action. But who would care on the other side of the DMZ? No one, unless—
He heard a smile in her voice.
Unless a well-liked but unremarkable politician from the South also dies. Then the people will be affronted. They will want justice for poor Pai Dong-son. I promise I will shed some tears at your memorial service.
"You cannot. I am leaving."
Pai lurched away from the window, dithering as he tried to decide which way to go.
"I refuse this."
His hissed reply caught the attention of the bellicose colonel, who eyed him warily.
Too late for that. The ship has already sailed.
Jin sighed again, and beneath her voice Pai could hear the faint slap of the waves against the side of her yacht.
You should thank me, she told him. In death, you would become a hero to your nation, something you would never be capable of in life.
"Hateful witch!"
He spat the retort back at her, and Jin chuckled as she cut the call. "What is the matter with you?" The colonel prodded him with a thick finger. "Did you see a ghost, weakling?"
"We have to get out of here."
Pai's voice rose as he spoke, but his words were engulfed by the shriek of an explosion from the helipad outside. Windows shattered, and women screamed as the vice president's helicopter collapsed in on itself, cored out by grenade detonations. Alarms blared, and Pai saw one of Lee's personal guard produce his gun and race to the nearest door. But before he could open it, a bullet crashed through the wood and took off the top of the man's head in a welter of pinkish fluid. Panic erupted inside the hall as weapons were drawn, but gunfire was already coming in down the corridor beyond, knocking down soldiers, officers, and civilians alike. Pai saw more of Lee's black-suited guards suffer fatal hits before grenades clattered through the blood-stained wreck of the doorway and rolled under the tables. He threw himself behind the cover of a lectern as the charges detonated with an ear-splitting blast and clouds of thickening smoke.
"They are going to kill everyone,"
he thought. The mere fact seemed impossible for Pai to grasp. All his life he had lived in the protected cocoon of the South's richest class. And arrogantly, he had assumed that protection would follow him wherever he went.
"But it means nothing here,"
he thought.
"That ugly sow betrayed me, and Chui must have known from the start."
With the general's help, Jin would remove a political rival and cement her control of the situation in a single act. Half-deafened and terrified, Pai scrambled toward the back of the hall as the lights faded. He'd seen doors there leading to a kitchen, and perhaps there could be a way out. The gunfire became chaotic, and through the haze, Pai saw the jumping flames from the burning helicopter and the yellow flashes of muzzle flare as soldiers fired at their unseen attackers. He stumbled in the direction of the kitchens and suddenly collided with another person. Pai flailed, wishing he had taken the pistol Chui had offered him, but his eyes widened as he saw the face of the man who had tripped into him. "You," said Li Zhong, grabbing him by the arm. The freshly healed cut on the politician's face had reopened, sending lines of blood down his cheek.
"They are here for me."
Li's fingers gripped Pai tightly.
"You have an aircraft, yes? Get me out of here, and you will be rewarded."
Another man might have shaken him off and told Li to fend for himself, but Pai Dong-sun had made a career out of seizing opportunities when they presented themselves. He instinctively knew this was such a moment. He nodded and gestured for the other man to follow.
"Come with me, Mr. Vice President," he said. "I will help you."
Chapter 30. Wonsi Mongdae Base, North Hwanghae Province, North Korea. "Wait, one." Fisher cracked open the door from the stairwell and peered into the gloom of the open atrium, holding up a hand.
"No targets,"
he whispered, after a moment.
Are we too late?
Behind him, Sarah held the K5 pistol close to her chest, her eyes wide in the dimness. The bray of automatic weapons fire and a woman's scream answered the question. "We're close," said Fisher. "Be careful. We don't know what we're up against."
Copy that.
Sarah took a breath and steeled herself.
Let's keep moving.
Fisher eased open the door and they threaded through the gap, going low and quiet across the open space from one support pillar to another. Out past the overlook window, the burning shell of a helicopter threw shimmering flickers of firelight from the helipad, suggesting movement where there was none, and he saw the bodies of dead men in uniform left where they had fallen, in pools of spilled blood. Sarah saw them too.
What the hell happened here?
Someone was thorough, he noted. Chui doesn't want any witnesses.
Oh my God.
Sarah went pale as a thought occurred to her.
Coben's girls. The ones who came with me.
Another chug of gunfire from the hall across the way sounded out, and she hesitated.
I should have warned them or something.
No way you could have. Fisher was cut off before he could finish by a sudden movement from what he had assumed was a corpse. The man lying on the stone floor flailed and grabbed Fisher's ankle, wheezing as he desperately tried to speak. The North Korean soldier had taken a shot in the head at close quarters, a dense pistol round, ruining the right side of his face, and it was astonishing he was still alive. But not for much longer, thought Fisher. The man's grip was already slackening, but he had time for one final breathy whisper before the light went out in his undamaged eye, and he let go. Sarah looked at her father.
What did he say?
The Northerner's local dialect was thick, but Fisher got the gist. 3 of them.
Chui sent a kill squad?
Sarah grimaced at the notion. Yeah. Fisher crouched, spotting the dead man's Type 88 rifle where it had fallen. The safety was still on. The DPRK soldier hadn't been able to get off a single shot, taken down with the kind of speed and efficiency that the Splinter Cell would have used himself.
Dad!
Sarah called out in caution as the double doors leading to the hall swung open, and an older man in officer's garb came limping out into the atrium. He was wounded, blood visible in the firelight as a dark, wet patch down the leg of his uniform trousers. He didn't see them, instead aiming a pistol back the way he had come, firing blindly. Fisher pushed Sarah back into the shadows, cast from one of the pillars, just as a high-pitched discharge rang in the air. The fleeing officer was hit by a subsonic round, the shot ripping into his back, a puff of red bursting from a ragged exit wound in his chest. He gave a faltering cry and tumbled to the floor. There was movement by the doors, and Fisher grabbed the dead soldier's Type 88, cursing silently as the weapon scraped on the stone as he pulled it to him. A stocky figure cradling a rifle in a hunter's carry emerged into the atrium, reaching up to put something over his face. And then Fisher heard a sound he knew so well that for a second he thought he had imagined it. A metallic click followed by the high-pitched whine of advanced electronics charging to power. 3/4 concealed behind the pillar, he risked a look. He had to be sure. The man with the rifle had grown 3 glowing green eyes that tracked around the room and snapped to a stop, staring in Fisher's direction. "Here you are," he said, his voice a papery rasp. The rifle came up and Fisher ducked into cover as another shot rang out, the bullet cracking a lump of broken concrete out of the pillar. "That's your gear," said Sarah. "Try goggles, and the rifle too." When Chui and his men had taken Fisher captive on Yua Island, they had stripped him of everything, but he hadn't expected to find himself on the wrong end of his own hardware. Still, it made sense. If the Dragons planned to frame Fourth Echelon for the assassination of Li Zhong, using a Splinter Cell's gun would help to sell the lie. His jaw set, Fisher pulled Sarah close and spoke urgently. "I'll get this guy's attention. Draw him away from the hall. You get in there and find Li. Understood?" Sarah hesitated for a split second,
and Fisher knew his daughter was thinking the same thing as him. Lee may already be dead. She nodded. Right. He wanted to tell her to turn tail and run, to get away from this madness as fast as she could. But with the after effect of a concussion still fogging his reactions, and no one else to rely on, Fisher's daughter was the only support he had. Go. He shoved her away and burst out of cover, moving in the opposite direction, clutching the Type 88 to his chest. The man wearing the tri-goggles spotted him instantly and opened fire. Bullets hummed past Fisher's head as he sprinted past the next pillar and the next. The tempo and pitch of the gunshots were familiar, too. The shooter was using the SCIS marksman rifle, but the fact that he missed his target told Fisher he didn't know it well. That gave him an advantage, tiny though it was. The marksman rifle was an intermediate to long-range weapon, and the shooter hadn't been trained to work the bolt as quickly and efficiently as Fisher could. As lethal as it was, the rifle was the wrong tool for a fight like this one. By contrast, the Type 88 Fisher had salvaged was able to blast a burst of bullets in the direction of the enemy in the time it took him to cycle the bolt and put a single round in the chamber. Que c'est? Fisher knew enough Korean to know when someone was cursing him out, and he saw the burly shooter dodge away as the assault rifle's rounds zeroed in, all his attention now on his target. On the far side of the atrium, Fisher glimpsed a flash of movement by the doors as Sarah vanished into the hall and out of sight. Gripping her pistol tightly, Sarah pushed into the dining gallery and came to a sudden, shocked halt as her eyes adjusted to the weak spill of light across the room. A grisly tableau was laid out before her. DPRK soldiers in their fatigues and officers in dress uniforms lay dead. Some on the floor shot down as they tried to run. Others slumped over tables or collapsed against the walls. The reek of gunpowder smoke, blood, and spilled liquor hung heavy in the air. The hall was a slaughterhouse, and those who had been cut down in here had never seen it coming. Sickened to her core, Sarah moved from table to table, searching for any sign of Li Zhong and finding nothing. Behind a long, low bench, she came across two faces she recognized, and her hand went to her mouth. Oh no. She could see that red coat and fur jacket, the bossy pair from the jet, had been holding one another for protection when they were gunned down. The expressions of terror on their faces were fixed in place, and Sarah felt a stab of guilt for her uncharitable thoughts toward them. She couldn't escape the feeling that she was responsible for this, even if the reality was that they would have perished here in the course of General Chui's plans, with or without Sarah's presence. A foot scraped on the floor off in a shadowed corner, and Sarah whipped around in the direction of the sound, aiming the K5. "Doa juseo," a man spoke, his young voice loaded with pain, and Sarah saw a soldier limping painfully toward her, into the light. He was dragging his leg behind him, his head drooping. "Juseo." Then he repeated the words in English. "Help me, please." Sarah's instinctive impulse was to step closer and offer her hand, but she fought that reaction and stood her ground, the pistol wavering in her grip. Thin and drawn, the soldier reminded her of an undernourished alley cat. He appeared unarmed and seemed barely old enough to be in uniform. "He's just a kid," she thought. "There's nothing to him." "Help me," he repeated, raising a hand, drawing out the words into a whimper. But then Sarah met his gaze and saw nothing in those dead eyes. No pain, no fear, just a glassy, empty void. His hand moved suddenly, snake-fast, pulling up the pistol concealed behind him. Sarah fired on reflex and dove away, the K5 barking as she threw herself into cover, silenced shots pinging off the wall behind her as the soldier threw off his lie and attacked. Fisher pressed himself flat to the pillar and weighed the assault rifle in his hands, trying to gauge how much ammunition remained in the sickle-shaped magazine. He guessed it had been full when he grabbed it from the dead soldier,
but in the first engagements of suppressing fire, he had to have burned off at least 2/3 of the rounds.
Need to make everyone count, he thought.
Fisher flicked the Type 88's fire selector to single shot and drew the rifle's butt close into his shoulder. The gun only had iron sights, but that would have to be enough. His opponent had the technical advantage by leaps and bounds, not just the Splinter Cell's tri-goggles turning the near darkness of the atrium daylight bright, but the highly accurate rifle loaded with hollow point rounds that could rip open an unarmored body with a single hit.
He tags me, I'm done,
Fisher thought. The equation was as simple and as lethal as that. The way the bigger man had moved made it clear to Fisher the shooter had a plate carrier vest, so even if he got rounds on target, at center mass, there was no guarantee Chui's man would go down and stay down.
Get it in gear,
Fisher admonished himself, shaking off the drag in his thoughts.
He's got my kit, but no one knows the limitations of that hardware better than I do.
In the middle distance, he heard the scrape of boots moving over the tiled floor. The shooter was stalking him like a hunter, waiting for Fisher to break cover. He took a breath and looked away, toward the overlook window and the landing platform outside. The shell of the ruined Mi-8 collapsed across the pad, was wreathed in ripples of orange fuel fire and hot black smoke. Metal spitting and cracking, its rotor blade sagging. There was nothing out there but the helicopter's funeral pyre. Then he heard shots coming from the hall, and he knew he had no more time. Sarah bolted out from behind a table, kicking it aside as she went. Bottles, plates, and glasses slid onto the floor in a cascade, putting the mess of it into the path of the man with a pistol to throw him off, to slow him down. The gun in his hand was, like the rifle being used by the other shooter, a fourth-echelon firearm, and that meant Sarah had been trained to know exactly how many bullets it held. Even as she sought new cover, she was counting off the shots. The K5 semi-automatic in her hand was spent, the slide locked back, so she tossed the thing and searched for a replacement. Sarah caught sight of a dead man lying over the frame of a stubby PPSH submachine gun and scrambled toward him. If she could get it, she could even the odds. Keep fighting back. Once, such an action would have been beyond her. I'm not a killer, she told herself. But she had killed. She had fought enemies who wanted to erase her from the world, when the only way to meet them was with force against force. She felt the memory of a moment aboard an out-of-control train racing through the Alps, the gun her father had given her in her hand, with no way to survive but to end someone's life. Not for the first time, a bleak sense of recognition coursed through her. This is what it's like for him, she thought. For Dad. Fight or die. Kill or be killed. But she wasn't her father. Sarah never could be, even if she wanted to. She hadn't come here ready to hurt the people who had taken him, but to rescue him, to pull Sam Fisher away from all this brutality. And now she was deep in it. Sarah grabbed at the SMG, but the dead man held it tightly. She yanked it toward her, letting out a grunt of effort. But before she could fire it, a savage flare of agony raced across her shoulders. Wood splintering as the man with the pistol broke a chair across her back. She lost her footing and went down hard to the floor, striking her head on the tiles, and for a moment Sarah's vision was full of spirals of light and jagged pain. "You will not," said the man, in laborious, studied English. He kicked the SMG out of her reach and stared down at her. "Who sent you?" "The Ice Queen, who lives in the Black Castle." Briefly dazed, Sarah said the first thing that came into her head, blood in her mouth making the words taste metallic. "And she's very angry. With everyone." Fisher rocked on his heels, and then, like a sprinter at the starter's pistol, he burst out of the shadows and stormed across the atrium, away from the man with his rifle. The thick-set soldier tracked Fisher with the weapon, leading his target, firing and missing. but close enough that the buzz of the bullet seemed to go right through Fisher's hearing. The soldier flinched and cursed as Fisher's path took him straight in front of the hot plume of fire from the burning helicopter. Fisher had counted on the man with the rifle being too fixated on his objective to see it coming. And his gamble paid off. He kited the shooter into staring right at the flames through the tri-goggles, giving him a shock like someone looking straight into the midday sun. Briefly dazzled, the shooter reached up and tore the goggles from his head and threw them aside, backing away, one hand rubbing at his eyes. With the rumbling fire glow behind him, Fisher stood out as a black silhouette, but the light falling past illuminated the atrium and gave him the exact position of his attacker. The other man knew what was coming and dropped down to one knee, reducing his profile as he fumbled along the side of the marksman's rifle to ratchet another bullet into the breech. With zero cover between them, even half-blinded, the shooter would not miss this time. Fisher ran at him, firing the last 3 rounds from the Type 88, hearing the dull clack as the breech locked open and the magazine emptied. The first and second shots flashed off the tiled floor in yellow sparks of impact, but the third hit meat and bone, striking the shooter in the thigh with enough shock force to throw him backward. The SCIS semi-automatic loomed large in front of Sarah, the ducted muzzle of the pistol's integral silencer becoming a black tunnel promising death. The lean, whipcord-thin soldier was stronger than he looked, grabbing a fistful of her jacket and hauling her up off the ground, ignoring the reports of rifle shots out in the atrium. "Who are you?" He made a meal of the question, over-enunciating each word. He looked down at her clothes. As part of her disguise, Coben had supplied her with a designer outfit out of a top-end Cheongdam boutique, expensive enough that it would have covered the rent on her apartment back home for months. But now it was torn and ruined, streaked with dirt, grease, and blood. "You are a mess," he said, answering himself. "You Mechambu?" He shook his head. "No, you are something else." He pressed the gun against her temple, and Sarah steeled herself, knowing that she would only get one shot at disarming him before he killed her. But then he asked a different question, one she hadn't been expecting. "Where is Li Jong?" Blood jetted from the ugly wound in the soldier's leg, and Fisher knew it was a death sentence. The tumbling round from the Type 88 had ripped through the man's thigh and opened his femoral artery on the way out. He'd have minutes at best before he bled out on the cold floor. But rather than surrender to it, the assassin was still desperately trying to work the bolt of the marksman rifle, even as Fisher walked up to him. The weapon had jammed in his inexpert hands, a shell casing glittering where it had caught in the ejector port. Growling like a dog, the soldier saw Fisher coming and let the gun drop, grabbing at a battle knife sheathed at his hip. "No!" Fisher dropped his boot heel on the man's hand, grinding it against the tiles, then glanced at the fallen rifle. "That doesn't belong to you."
"This changes nothing,"
said the soldier, his rasping voice like stone on stone.
"The dragons will write the future. Lee's death is set."
Fisher grimaced, suddenly tired of the whole damnable lie he had been dragged into. "Yours too," he said, and with a heavy downward stroke, he slammed his weapon's wooden butt across the soldier's head and finished him, not as a mercy, but as a necessity. Tossing the spent Type 88 aside, Fisher recovered the discarded tri-goggles and his Splinter Cell rifle, clearing the jam with a deft flick of the wrist. It sat easily in his grip, familiar and lethal. "Time to end this," he told himself, marching away toward the hall beyond.
"Tell me where you have taken Li Jong."
The man with the pistol punctuated each word by jabbing Sarah in the head with the muzzle of the gun. He let her drop to the floor to slump against an overturned serving trolley and the disorder of fallen plates, Food spilled out around it.
"He is not here," the man went on. "What have you done with him?"
Sarah knew that if she told him the truth, that she was as clueless about the vice president's location as he was, the next thing coming her way would be a fatal bullet. She played for time.
"Lee is safe. Safe from his own countrymen like you who are trying to kill him."
Sarah feigned a shrug.
"What's that all about?"
The thin-faced assassin scowled, as if he had trouble following her meaning.
"He is a target. He dies. You will, too."
He held up the gun.
"Not exactly selling me on the whole confession bit."
She shot back, glaring at him, maintaining eye contact as her hand explored the debris beside her, fingers finding the edge of a heavy dinner plate.
"There are many ways to die."
For the first time, a hint of emotion crossed the killer's face, in anticipation of the violence he was picturing. It was an unlovely sight. Whatever was going on behind those dead eyes, Sarah was repulsed by it. She turned that energy into an attack, knocking the pistol away. Sarah dragged up the dinner plate in her other hand and smashed it across the assassin's head, the ceramic splintering and cutting his face. She clutched at the biggest broken piece and jabbed him with a sharp point, drawing blood. But he was already reeling back, clipping her with a downward blow from the pistol that struck Sarah's collarbone. Stumbling against the fallen server cart, almost losing her balance, Sarah knew she was on the ropes, seconds away from going out altogether, but she refused to roll over and die. Not after all this, not after all she had done to fight through and get here. If this was her end, she would go out kicking and screaming, battling for every last second. Then a muffled rifle shot sounded with a crack like breaking wood, and the soldier spun as if he had been hit by an invisible hammer. A flower of wet crimson bloomed across his chest, and he sank to his knees, briefly touching the exit wound. His dead eyes registered confusion, and then nothing. Breathing hard, Sarah hauled herself up from a crouch to find a figure advancing from the atrium, a rifle in his hands. Her father worked the slide, ejecting the shell case and catching it before it fell. "You all right, kid?" In spite of the grimness of their circumstances, Sarah let out a brittle laugh.
"You only ever call me kid when you're worried about me."
"Not true," said Fisher, kicking over the dead man's body. "I'm worried about you all of the time."
"That makes two of us."
She looked around.
"The other guy?"
"He's not going to be a problem."
"That's not all of them?"
Sarah made it a question, but she knew the answer.
"The man we found on the way in, he said—"
"He said 3. Her father gave a nod, crouching by the gunman's body to search it for ammo. "We got 2 up here. Where's the 3rd?
"And where's Lee Jong?"
She jerked her chin at the dead man.
"He didn't know either."
"Then maybe we can still lock this thing down before it gets out of control." Fisher found a spare clip for the SCIS pistol and reloaded the handgun, checking it over. That done, he offered Sarah the rifle. "Take this. I've seen your range scores. You'll do better with it." Sarah examined the marksman rifle and carried it over to the windows, raising the scope to her eye to sweep over the airstrip below them.
"Lot of movement at the eastern side of the base. You think Lee is there?"
"Maybe. No doubt Chui and his cronies planned this hit in detail. I'm guessing he set up distractions to keep the base garrison busy while his kill team did their thing." She looked back at him.
"What makes you say that?"
"It's what I would do."
"Right."
Sarah went back to the scope, and a flicker of motion at the far end of the runway grabbed her attention. She aimed the rifle and saw the shape of the private jet. Lights were on in the Gulfstream's cockpit, and the wingtip indicators were flashing.
"Dad, the plane."
She pointed toward it. He nodded. "Preparing for takeoff. Lee's gonna make a run for it." Chapter 31. Wonsi Mongdae Base, North Hwanghae Province, North Korea. Pai had to keep stopping every few moments as he ran, for fear of leaving Li Zhang behind. The other man was out of condition, panting and stumbling as they fled across the runway. He carried too much weight for someone of his size, a clear difference Pai had observed between the well-fed vice president and the majority of his fellow countrymen, who were largely thin and poorly nourished. He heard the man give a smoker's wheeze and wondered how many of the expensive Cuban cigars shipped across the DMZ had ended up in Li's hands.
"Sir, try to keep up," he said.
He pointed to the Gulfstream jet parked on the apron, its engines turning over at a low idle.
"We are almost to safety." "Yes, yes."
Li pushed him away as Pai held out a hand to help, shoving him aside as he got a new burst of speed. Pai went after Li, throwing a worried look back toward the base proper as he went. The wrecked helicopter on the landing pad was still burning fiercely, throwing a tower of black smoke into the darkening sky, and lights inside the main building flickered sporadically as the main's power struggled to restart. He couldn't escape the sense that someone was pursuing them, even though he saw nothing in the shadows at their backs.
"Just because you see no enemies, it does not mean you are free of them," he thought.
Pai hurried along, fear churning in his belly, jogging after Li as the other man finally reached the jet's gangway and climbed inside. Pai's anxiety surged as he scrambled aboard the Gulfstream and found the passenger cabin in semi-darkness. Only a few lights along the walkway between the comfortable leather seats were illuminated. But it was enough for him to see a man in a suit slumped against one of the oval windows, resting there as if fast asleep. Pai went to the man's side. Li ignored him and wrenched open the door to the cockpit, calling out for the pilot. The man in the chair was quite dead, and his end had come very recently. Pai recognized him as a Lithuanian ex-soldier who worked for Andrei Kobin as a bodyguard. The Lithuanian had been with them on the flight from Seoul, spending most of it reading a magazine or staring out of the window. His flesh was still warm to the touch, and the white shirt he wore glistened crimson with a spill of dark, arterial blood from a second mouth that had been cut in his throat. Pai gasped, swallowing acidic bile, and he fought down the impulse to back away. His hand shaking, he reached inside the dead man's jacket and found a Makarov pistol still tucked in the bodyguard's shoulder holster. Pai yanked it out, and the motion made the dead man fall forward, collapsing against the seat in front. "Murdered," said Li, lurching back through the vestibule leading to the cockpit. His face was pale in the weak light as he gestured to his neck.
"The pilots gutted like animals."
Then Li saw the gun in Pai's hand, and his breath caught.
"What are you doing with that?"
"I thought—" Pai's words trailed off. He didn't have an answer. He had taken the weapon in an instinctive act of self-protection, and now it wavered between them as if it had a mind of its own. A slow, creeping shock came over Li's features.
"Are you part of this?"
He backed away, eyes widening in sudden understanding.
"You are. You and Cui, yes? Of course he was the one who vouched for you. All those illicit gifts from the South, just to entice me to accept your presence." "Sir, please." Pai forced a smile. "You are agitated. I am your ally. I cannot speak for General Cui."
"Cui is dead."
"They said so on the radio. He was killed by the American."
The new voice came out of the shadows at the rear of the passenger cabin, and Pai jumped with fright, turning toward the sound. A rangy man, in the camouflage fatigues of a Special Operations Force soldier, came forward, out of the rear compartment. Pai could see flecks of fresh blood on his tunic, and curled in one hand, he held a curved, talon-like blade made from black anodized steel. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, the outline of another of Kobin's men became faintly visible behind the soldier, the body lying across the deck.
"Attention!"
Li aimed a finger at the soldier with the knife.
"You will stand down. That is a direct order from the Vice President. I carry the authority of the supreme leader of our nation."
"The general's final order remains in effect," said the soldier, glancing at Pi and the gun in his hand. He didn't seem to consider the politician or the weapon to be a threat. "Step aside. I will conclude this."
"Shoot him!"
Lee bellowed the words at Pi, jabbing at the air.
"Before he kills us both!"
"My orders are to neutralize Li Jong," offered the soldier, ignoring the vice president's words. "Step aside, or I will be forced to adapt." Pi's heart beat so fast he feared it would hammer its way out of his chest. His entire body was trembling, and his thoughts ran at a wild pace. He knew that if he so much as twitched the muzzle of the Makarov in the soldier's direction, that wicked knife would open his throat just as it had those of Kobin's luckless thugs. He wasn't a hero, not in any way a fighter. Pai Dong-sun was an opportunist and a sycophant, whose skills were in flattery and self-preservation. Wilting where he stood, Pai stepped aside and let the soldier pass.
Lee shouted a gutter profanity at odds with the man's supposedly educated persona, cursing Pai, his misbegotten family, and all of the South combined, stumbling backward into the vestibule as the man with the knife came at him. Lee threw a panicked look at the open doorway, but he was too far away to reach it before the soldier was on him. The curved knife came up, only to hesitate at the peak of its killing arc. Something had caught the soldier's attention out on the runway, and for an instant Pai thought he saw a glittering mote of green light moving over the man's blood-marked tunic. Then a thumb-sized hole burst through one of the passenger cabin windows, and half of the soldier's head instantly became gobbets of ragged meat and aerosolized fluid. Pai reeled back from the bloody mess as the man's body crumpled short of Lee and fell to the carpeted floor. Terrified and spattered with hot gore, Lee bolted from the cabin and half ran, half fell down the gangway, back out into the open air. His reaction jerked Pai from his own moment of shock, and the politician went after him. Lee had tripped over his own feet and was pulling himself up beside the Gulfstream's wing. Pai reached out to him. He was still holding the Makarov in his other hand. Gripping it so tightly his knuckles had turned white.
"Sir, we cannot be out here."
He waved in the direction of the base, in the direction the killing shot had come from.
"There must be a sniper. We will be shot." "You will be shot,"
Lee roared back at him.
"Treacherous son of a whore."
He shook his head, rubbing the dead man's blood from his face.
"Traitors surround me. I never trusted that running dog Chue. His jealousy of my position was obvious." "No, no."
Pai shook his head, desperately searching for a way to pull the collapsing threads of this plan back to something that would keep him alive.
"Sir, please, you can trust me."
But Lee wasn't listening to him anymore. The vice president stiffened as a tall man in a ragged, dark coverall approached them across the asphalt. Battle-worn and weather-beaten, the American assassin had eyes as hard as obsidian. And for all the harm he had endured, the cold fire Pai glimpsed that first time he had seen the foreigner had not diminished. "Drop the gun," the American told him, "or you die right there." He held a blocky gray pistol out ahead of him in a two-handed grip, the muzzle rock steady.
"It is all right,"
Pai cried out in English, blinking wildly. Sickly dread engulfed him, and in a moment of abject panic he grabbed violently at the first thing he thought might save his life. Pai snatched Lee and dragged the vice president to him in a chokehold, hauling the other man close, using him like a human shield.
"It is not just the American out here,"
his mind shouted at him.
"There is a sniper, too."
He shifted left and right, moving randomly, trying to keep Lee between him and the threats from the shadows. Pai drove the muzzle of the Makarov into Lee's belly and warned him not to struggle.
"I am so sorry, sir," he whimpered. "This is not supposed to happen. I will fix this. You will see."
The American looked over his shoulder and signaled to someone unseen, making a throat-cutting gesture. "Easy now," he said, meeting Pye's gaze again. "Lose the gun and let him go."
"So you can kill him yourself?"
"Not why I'm here. Never was." The older man shook his head. "Listen to me. You make the wrong choice now, and it ends in war. Millions die, starting with you." The American took careful aim with his pistol. "We can still walk away from this, if you do what I say."
"No!"
Pye shook his head, shouting the word, his legs quaking.
"We will never submit. You are the enemy, and we will not—"
Before Pye could finish the terrified thought, the American pulled the trigger and put a single 5.7mm bullet through his right eye and into his skull. He fell back and away, crashing off the side of the jet's wing and down to the black asphalt. Lee cried out in fright, and his hands came up to protect his head. But when another killing shot didn't come, he straightened, and Fisher watched him dig deep for some scraps of composure. Lee gave Pai Dong's son's body a savage kick, and then hesitated, catching sight of the Makarov that had fallen beside the idling jet. "Don't," Fisher told him, moving up. He warned Lee away from the weapon and kicked it well out of reach. The vice president stiffened and pulled his jacket straight, making an attempt to appear formal. "I am not afraid to die," he said, his English slow and steady. "I will not beg for my life." "Like I said," Fisher replied, "you were never my target." He let the pistol drop, and Lee's expression shifted toward confusion as the American dug in a pocket and found the satellite smartphone. "This belonged to someone you might know. Sok Jehua." Despite himself, Lee's lip curled. "I remember him. Another rat." He threw a look at Pye's corpse. "They are everywhere, it seems." "Here." Fisher tossed the phone and Lee caught it awkwardly. "Screen's unlocked. Take a look at the pictures in the memory. They'll explain the facts." Warily, the other man used his fingers to swipe and pluck at the images, holding the phone close to his face to examine the photos Fisher had taken of Sok's trove of files. Gradually, Lee's expression changed, going from caution to surprise and then to anger. He heard the rapid padding of footsteps as Sarah came running across the airstrip, the marksman rifle slung across her shoulder. She met her father's gaze and gave him a curt nod. Sarah's eyes were haunted, but she would have hidden it from anyone who didn't know her like her father did. He watched her look toward the hole in the Gulfstream's window, where the round she had fired hit home. "You saved his life," Fisher told her, nodding toward Lee. "Is he grateful?" Whatever emotional reaction she might have had over killing a man, with those words, Sarah boxed it up and buried it. "Doesn't seem like it." "Figures."
"What is this dog shit?"
Lee called out, waving the sat phone in the air.
"You expect me to believe these lies?"
"You do believe it," corrected Fisher, "because on some level I'm betting you already knew that someone wanted you out of the picture. Vice President, that's a job with short prospects in North Korea."
"They call themselves the Dragons," said Sarah. "People from the North and the South, screwing with the balance of power for their own benefit."
"You got the proof right there." Fisher gestured at the sat phone. "Sok was meticulous with his records. I'm sure if you look hard, you'll find more to corroborate that."
"You tried to assassinate me."
Lee's bluster faded, his tone evening out.
"You and the Russian."
"We were duped," said Fisher. "The Dragons set us up. You're lucky I'm quick. Someone slower off the mark would have put that bullet right through your head instead of into the balcony." Lee's hand went to his face, to the still healing cuts on his face where splinters of stone had slashed his cheek.
Sok Jehua, a ranked party member and government official. Major General Che Kyung of the People's Army. I am to understand these men, together with this—
he sneered at Pai's body—
this person, hatched a scheme to use foreign assets to murder me. And the intent was to force my country to the brink of war once again.
That's the whole thing, yeah. Sarah nodded, glancing in the direction of the base. Dad, she added, we're exposed out here.
I know.
Fisher kept his focus on Lee.
Mr. Vice President, I'm not going to insult your intelligence by pretending your people and mine can come out of this changed. But I'm willing to bet you don't want to go to a war footing over this. Everyone remembers what happened before. Everybody has an itchy trigger finger.
Indeed.
Lee snorted with grim amusement at the idiom.
There only needs to be one overzealous fool on either side, and the skies will fall.
He paused, mulling it over.
I believe you. But consider this. Why should we stand down? My nation despises weakness more than yours, American.
Lee gritted his teeth.
We will not be seen as something to be mocked by the other powers of the world.
Because if you don't convince your supreme leader to back off, everything you just looked at there will go out for the world to see.
Fisher gestured at the air. It was a bluff, of course. He had no way to know if he could even make that happen, but all he needed was for Lee to think it was possible. Sarah saw an opening and took it.
That'd be bad for you, right? Exposed as the man at the heart of a conspiracy, the fool who was going to take the fall for everything? How would that make you look in the eyes of the party?
Weak, said Fisher. And from what I hear, your boss has a very low tolerance for men who lack the juche spirit.
Lee paled.
You make a compelling argument.
Sarah grabbed Fisher's arm, pointing down the runway. A truck was approaching at speed, and soldiers from the base garrison were visible standing in the flatbed.
We have to go.
Fisher shook his head.
We run, we won't make it 20 meters.
He looked back at Lee.
You say one word, and those men will gun us down. But I tell you right now, if we're not back across the DMZ by sunrise— he nodded toward the phone— most likely, you won't live to see the next one.
Lee studied the two of them coldly. Now their survival came down to the choice of a sworn enemy, and Fisher couldn't read his intentions. It would be easy for the man to make them vanish, just as thousands of enemies of the DPRK had disappeared into unmarked graves and prison camps from which there could be no escape. Fisher looked to his daughter, suddenly afraid that this might be the last time he would see her. Before them, the truck rocked to a skidding halt and disgorged a squad of shouting soldiers. Lee walked out, deliberately putting himself between them and Fisher and Sarah. He gave a stern order, and the men reluctantly put up their guns. Lee was back in his commanding mode now, officious and haughty as he strode back toward Fisher.
Living in the North teaches many lessons, he said. Self-reliance, endurance, and the price of one's principles. But most of all, it teaches a man to be pragmatic.
He weighed the thick, glassy tile of the sat phone in his hand, and then it disappeared into his pocket.
I grant your leave. I will not be the cause of needless bloodshed. There will be no war today.
He turned his back on them and began to walk away, offering one last comment over his shoulder.
But in the future, you and the rest of our enemies would do well to respect us, or you will come to regret it.
Chapter 32. M.Y. Kumiho, 400 kilometers northwest of Shanghai, Yellow Sea. In the end, Jin Hyo-ri remained unmoved when the captain of her yacht begged her to let him sail a different course, and despite his repeated insistence that the Kumiho was ill-suited to these sea conditions, she refused to alter their heading. Now the sharp prow of the trident-shaped vessel knifed through gray, churning waves, rising and falling through a lurching swell that set everything in the room rocking. Glasses in the drinks cabinet chimed off one another. Hard gusts of spray bounced off the lounge's panoramic windows, and Jin's dogs hid beneath the legs of her chair, quietly whining. She glared out at the driving rain. The Kumiho was still hours away from safe port in Shanghai, where contacts were waiting for her. If the plan went as it was supposed to, they would whisk her away into the city, and she would be beyond the reach of her enemies. Some details had not yet been confirmed, however, and the further the yacht sailed from Korea, the more apprehensive she became. The plan was going to cost her dearly. A good 2/3 of her family holdings in Korea would suddenly become the property of a particular Chinese conglomerate, but she would be safe and untouchable. No one from the south or the north would dare to come after her in Beijing's backyard. Her options in China would be limited, and she would never be able to leave the country, but not as limited as those of a convict or a corpse. One of the dogs licked worriedly at her ankle, and she shoved the animal away with a jerk of her foot, rising to stand. Jin crossed the lounge and helped herself to a heavy pour of brandy, staring into the amber fluid. "I should never have put my trust in others," she thought. She sank half the glass in one pull, angrily devouring the burn of the liquor. "Men are weak and flawed, and now their failure is mine to carry." Jin knew what it was like to flee from those who wished her ill, but she hadn't run from a fight in decades, not since the days of being a bullied child. That she had been forced into absconding because of the mistakes of the other dragons, the ignominy of it, seared her more than the kiss of the brandy. She had come so close to having her hands on the reins of the great beast of her nation, only for it to be torn away at the ultimate moment. She went to the metal sculpture of the twin dragons and rested her hand on it, feeling the sharp edges pricking her flesh. The pain gave her focus, and she relived the moment when she knew it had gone horribly wrong. Seeing Li Zheng's grinning face on DPRK state media, as he spun a story about how the enemies of his people had failed once again to end his life. She knew then and there that the project was dead, and she had to flee. Everything she had worked toward, destroyed because she had allied herself with overconfident fools. With a shout of rage, Jin picked up the sculpture and threw it across the room with all her might, where it smashed a mirrored panel into jagged shards. In the echo of the crash, a two-tone fanfare sounded from the screen on the wall. An icon of a bell moved back and forth, signaling an incoming video transmission from an unknown source. Jin straightened her jacket and returned to her seat, expectant to hear word of the final arrangements from her contacts in China. "Answer call," she said, addressing a hidden sensor in the nearby table. But the face that appeared on the screen wasn't one Jin recognized. It belonged to a white woman with Nordic features and calculating eyes that studied her from behind a pair of rimless spectacles. "Good evening," began the woman in a colorless American accent. "You have proven quite hard to locate, Miss Jin." "End call." Jin snapped out the command, and the screen answered with a desultory beep. The woman remained impassive. "That won't work. I'm afraid that the computer systems aboard the Kumiho are no longer under your control. The crew will be discovering that fact right about now." Jin felt a rocking motion pass along the length of the deck beneath her feet. The yacht was losing speed. She matched her gaze with the woman's. "Who are you?" The pale woman ignored the demand. "The problem with having a vessel loaded with the latest technology is that someone smarter can always outthink it. And I have a lot of smart people working for me." A cold trickle of true fear started its way down Jin's spine, but she suppressed it. At once she understood who it was she was talking to.
Ah, of course. You are the one who held the dog's leash. The co-opted assassin. He was yours?
You and your friends made a very grave mistake, Miss Jin. You thought you could manipulate us to do your dirty work for you. But we are not anyone's tool. Jin snorted in derision.
Oh, please spare me. Dirty work is all your kind knows. What we did would have made the world a safer place.
She saw no need to deny anything. In a way, it was refreshing to speak openly.
But then the West has always been short-sighted when it comes to the two Koreas. We are the victims of your prejudice.
I'm not interested in debating geopolitics with a traitor to her country, came the reply. The way the woman said it gave Jin pause, and she continued on. Yes, that's right. You see, while you've been begging your friends in Beijing to ride to your rescue, the truth about your plans is coming out. She paused, cocking her head. I say truth, but really it's the version that works best for the stability of the region.
Arrogant as always,
Jin spat, her temper peeking through her stony mien.
Assuming you know what is best for our country.
In a day or so, it will all be out there. The woman adjusted her spectacles. The truth of how the firebrand politician and heiress Jin Yo-ri collaborated with renegade officers of the North Korean military to assassinate a head of state. The media will report how you used your wealth to hire mercenaries in an attempt to murder Lee Jong and frame the United States of America for the crime.
No one will believe that,
she retorted, with more conviction than she actually felt. Your misguided attempt to stoke an international incident is dead in the water. Just like your boat. Jin couldn't stop herself from throwing a look out at the sea. She saw crewmen running past along the deck outside, their voices raised in alarm. This way, all sides save face, and they can back down without looking like the loser. The woman glanced off-screen and nodded to someone Jin couldn't see. And as for you, right now you're the most wanted person in the North and the South. The growing note of panic from the crewmen drew Jin to the window, and finally she saw what was causing it. A few 100 meters off the starboard side of the Kumiho, a black metal sail had emerged from the gray waves. The submarine's conning tower bore an identity code in Hangul text, and a small South Korean flag painted on the dark, anechoic hull. She went to the drinks cabinet and reached into the back, finding a hidden drawer with her fingertips. It popped open at a touch, and inside was a small frame AMT backup pistol. Jin pulled the gun and checked it was ready to fire. By now you must realize you'll never make it to China. But there might be another option, if you're willing to cooperate.
You mean if I sing your song?
Jin sneered.
If I play the American tune? The same one we have been singing along to since the rest of the world carved up our nation?
Outside she saw movement as inflatable boats deployed from the submarine, bringing boarding parties toward the stalled yacht.
You actually think I would agree to that?
Jin shook her head, cold rage seething through her.
Your government has pulled the strings of mine for decades, but still you know nothing about us. About me.
She raised the tiny pistol and fired into the screen, webbing the display with flickering lines of rainbow color. The sound of gunfire terrified the dogs, the animals yowling loudly.
I do not fail,
Jin said to the air. She would not allow herself to be shamed once again, to suffer the ignominy of prison or of servitude to another. Raising the pistol, she pressed the hot muzzle against her head.
I choose how this ends. I defy you all.
The final shot set the dogs into a frenzy of barking. Baltimore-Washington International Airport, Maryland, United States of America. The sun was starting to haze the horizon as a cold wind up from Chesapeake Bay pulled at Brent Lassiter's overcoat. He scowled as he climbed out of the shuttle bus from BWI and walked toward the parking structure without looking back. Dawn would be breaking soon, and he needed to be long gone before that. The burner phone he had used to book the rental car, he broke in two and dumped in a trash bin outside the building. Then he removed a second phone, this one a hyper-encrypted black device, and let it scan his thumbprint and face. As the phone went through its startup sequence, Lassiter pulled the day pack hanging over his shoulder a little tighter and marched through the building without stopping, out into the gloomy confines of the covered parking lot. His vehicle was waiting for him a short distance away, a silver Toyota Avalon he'd picked deliberately because of its averageness. Anyone looking into the details of the person who had rented the car would find they had opened up a complex nest of shell companies and false identities, one that would take weeks to sort through. Once he was on the freeway, the car would melt into the early morning traffic, and Lassiter would vanish. Exactly where and how he surfaced again would be something to deal with tomorrow, but today Lassiter had to get the hell out of Maryland, and as far from Fourth Echelon as possible. Once he was in the clear, he would rendezvous with Haddon and make his next move. There were digital records he had hidden of the clandestine discussions that had taken place over the last few months, and if need be, he would use them as leverage to secure his safety. The secure phone chimed, and he pressed it to his ear. "I'm on the move," he said, without preamble. "You'd better be ready for me." "Is that a note of panic I detect? It's not a flattering color on you." The voice on the other end of the line was electronically masked, but Lassiter knew full well who he was speaking to. He could imagine them a few miles south of him in D.C., strolling around the bare halls of an office at the Department of Defense, gloating over his predicament. "Screw you," he retorted. "I did everything I was told to. I'm not going to be hung out to dry for this." "Of course not," came the reply. "I didn't mean to suggest otherwise." "You need to talk to McManus for me. Tell him that The voice on the line made a negative noise. "Think before you speak. Don't say his name. For God's sake, man, that's Tradecraft 101. Lassiter held the phone away and cursed quietly at his own mistake, hesitating a few meters short of the car, pulling the key from his pocket. His well-honed sense of self-preservation nagged at him. "The blowback on this is going to be considerable," he said urgently. The only way to make sure he would be protected would be to make sure the others knew they couldn't just cut him loose and be done with it. "This is not on me. I warned you that Fisher was a bad option. We should have stuck with Loskov." The Russian's profile was too erratic. It had to be Fisher, you know that. He's inextricably linked to the Splinter Cell program. He had to be at the heart of it. There are better ways to cross off one old man, even if he is a Tier 1 operator. Lassiter moved the phone to his other ear and felt for the small frame revolver buried in another of his jacket pockets. It's not just about terminating him or giving the Dragons what they needed. This was meant to benefit all of us. Fourth Echelon have too much autonomy. They've already been an obstacle to our plans, even if they don't know it yet. You were supposed to give us the ammunition we needed to shut them down. He heard a low sigh. Never mind. What's done is done. Lassiter threw a worried look over his shoulder, fearful of being followed. No one was there. Setting his jaw, Lassiter walked faster, using the key fob to unlock the Toyota's doors. "We'll find another way," concluded the voice on the phone. "Best of luck, Brent." "What the fuck is that supposed to mean?" Lassiter snarled, but the line had already been cut. Swearing again, he climbed into the car, throwing the phone onto the seat beside him. Keying the ignition, the digital dashboard blinked to life, and the radio, still set on the whatever station the last person to drive the car had been listening to, began to burble. Lassiter revved the engine and pushed down on the fears building in him, digging for the reserves of bottomless self-confidence he relied on every day of his life. "I'm getting through this," he said aloud. "I'll do it my way." Without warning, a metallic shape, an object no bigger than a hockey puck, came out of nowhere and clattered across the Toyota's hood, locking in place with solid, magnetic thud. Lassiter rocked forward in his seat, shocked by the sound, and in the next second he cried out in surprise as an ear-splitting blast of static shrieked through the car's speakers. Flickers of bright, actinic blue sparks flared and died around the puck, and at the same moment the dashboard and radio went dead. The engine gave off strangled, choking sounds and fell silent. Lassiter flicked urgently at the ignition, but nothing worked. Every electronic system in the Toyota was useless. He looked out of the windshield and saw that the fluorescent strip lights on the low ceiling had also gone dark. "Electromagnetic pulse," he thought. Lassiter knew the effect of an EMP device when he saw it. The technology had been one of the first things to catch his eye during his introductory briefing on the offensive capabilities of 4th Echelon Splinter Cells. The car was nothing but a cage of dead metal now, and Lassiter pulled the revolver, kicking open the driver's side door with one foot. He rolled out onto the concrete floor, dragging his day pack with him, coming up on one knee with the pistol out before him. A figure in black tactical gear stood a few meters away, the blocky shape of a silenced semi-automatic in their hand. For one terrible moment, Lassiter thought it was Fisher himself. But then the man spoke, talking into a radio mic at his throat. "This is Blackheart. I have him." "Briggs!" Lassiter blinked, his mind racing as he assimilated his diminishing options. He rose up, careful not to make any sudden moves. "It's you. Good." "Toss the iron into the car," said the operative. "Do it slowly." Sure. The last thing Lassiter wanted to do was lose the only protection he had, but he was under no illusions that Isaac Briggs would be able to double-tap him between the eyes if he so much as sneezed. The gun went away, and he raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. "What are you doing, man? You are pointing a weapon at your superior." "You run, I will put you down," Briggs told him, hard and matter-of-fact. "I'm not running," insisted Lassiter. "I'm withdrawing. Did Grimm's daughter put you up to this? You know she has been relieved of her post, don't you?" He kept up the bombardment of questions before Briggs could answer any one of them. "You and I both understand the importance of the rules, right? She's been running 4th Echelon like it was her own little queendom, letting that nerd Cole and the Fisher woman buck the rules. I know you think that, too. Changes have to be made, don't you agree?" Briggs had questions of his own. "Where exactly do you think you were going? And who were you talking to on that secure phone?" Lassiter stiffened. "That is need to know, soldier. What I am doing is for the greater good of these United States." "Uh-huh." Briggs remained stone-faced and unimpressed. "Heard that before." He could sense things slipping away from him. If Lassiter couldn't convince Briggs to look the other way and let him go, he would have to do something risky. "Whatever Grimm's daughter has been telling you, it's bullshit. She's using you to hold on to her power. Surely you can see that. 4th Echelon was created for the good of the nation, not for one person to decide what is wrong or right." But what Briggs said next sucked all the wind from Lassiter's sails. "We found the dark web server you were using to communicate with the Koreans. Cole called in a favor with some guy from the old 3rd Echelon outfit. He led us right to it. Your deal with them is blown wide open. You're burned." The blood drained from Lassiter's face, and he suddenly felt dizzy. "What?" "Right about one thing, though," said Briggs. "Grimm is in charge, and she really doesn't like it when someone fucks with her team." Listen to me. Lassiter's burst of panic expressed itself in an abrupt torrent of shouting, his strident voice echoing off the concrete walls. I am ordering you to stand down right now. I am your superior, and I have the authority. Anna Grimsdottir has gone completely off book. Maybe she has, said Briggs, and he raised his pistol to aim it right at Lassiter's face. But not as far as you. Chapter 33. Songdo-jin-ri, Gangwon Province, South Korea. How much longer are we gonna have to wait out here? Victor Coste glanced at his wristwatch before directing a pointed look in Coben's direction. Why, you got somewhere else to be, buddy? The smuggler sat on the open tailgate at the back of the cargo truck, pouring himself a hot coffee from a flask. He gave a toothy grin and saluted with a steaming cup. I'm not your buddy, pal, Coste replied, and deftly snatched the mug from Coben's hand to drink it himself. The coffee was bad, but at least it was hot, and given the cold and drizzly day surrounding them, he was glad for the extra warmth. Manners, said Coben, with a sniff, digging out another mug for himself. Don't you operator types know how to say please and thank you? Be pleased I'm here and not Nomad, he replied. That guy would have just stolen your truck and dumped you somewhere. Coste turned his back on Coben and surveyed the trees around them, out past the edges of the clearing beside the gray dirt track road. There was precious little shelter from the thin rain, as Coste pulled up the hood of his rain slicker. Charming, said Coben. Remind me again why I'm helping you? I'm pretty sure I'm helping you, noted Coste. He looked off into the distance toward the mountainous north. How far from the border are we, anyhow? Stone's throw. Coben dropped off the tailgate, and to illustrate his point, he picked up a rock and pitched it into the tree line. You walk that way for a minute, you'll find yourself right up against the DMZ. That's if a sniper don't pick you off first. They get bored watching nothing all day. The drive north from Seoul had taken hours, the countryside closing in, becoming more sparsely populated and less hospitable with each passing kilometer. Civilian vehicles on the road gave way to military ones, and Coste wondered what connections Coben had that meant they didn't get stopped along the route. Now here they were, barely a mile from the razor wire and minefield border with North Korea, waiting in the spot where the gun runner's contacts had told him to be. If they wanted to kill us, we'd be dead already, said Coben, latching on to Coste's unspoken concerns. Probably been scoping us for the last hour from one of the watchtowers out there. Part of the deal had been an agreement that only the two of them would come, meaning that Coben had been forced to leave his muscle behind in the city, just as Coste's team from Paladin 9 Security were now cooling their heels at the Millennium Hilton and hoping their boss wouldn't wind up disappeared. I'm not concerned they'll shoot us, Coste told him. More that they'll drag us over the border and throw us down a dark hole. He sipped the unpleasant coffee again and made a face. The NK's got a habit of renditioning people they don't like. What have you ever done to piss them off? There was a new note of worry in the gun runner's tone. Nothing I'd tell you about. Huh. Coben paled slightly. But you won't let anything happen, right? You're a SEAL. You're a tough bastard. Ex-SEAL, Coste corrected. Strictly private sector these days. He took a breath and added with a mutter, and far too old for the John Wayne shit. Coben opened his mouth to say something more, but then he stiffened and shot a look toward the trees. Coste heard the sound of a vehicle approaching, as the other man pointed and spoke. Here we go. A dull green Jeep-like vehicle came into sight, bouncing down the track as it slowed. It reminded Coste of something from the 1940s, with a bullet nose and narrow tires that kicked up spurts of mud, as it slewed into the clearing. The vehicle's number plate was taped over, as was the insignia on the doors. He guessed that if he looked, he would see the red and blue bars of a North Korean flag hidden beneath. "Don't do anything to spook them," said Coste. "Relax, pal," Coben shot back. "I know how this works." He raised a hand and said something friendly-sounding, in Korean, as two men climbed out of the jeep. The new arrivals carried Kalashnikov knockoffs, and, like their vehicle, they were in military fatigues denuded of all insignia and identifying patches. One of them went to the tarp-covered rear of the jeep, while the other waved his rifle in a clear gesture to keep away. The other soldier, shouted a command into the back of the jeep, and two figures stumbled blindly out onto the mud. Both of them were dirty and disheveled, their heads hidden under black sacks, leaning on one another for support. Their job done, the armed men climbed back in the vehicle. But Coste saw Coben's face fall. The smuggler called out in Korean, then in English, "Wait! Where's the rest of them?" The driver sneered and spat back a reply before jamming the jeep in gear and hitting the gas. The vehicle's wheels bit and it roared away, back down the track and into the trees. Coste pulled a K-bar knife from his jacket and set to work cutting the zip cuffs holding the captives' wrists behind their backs. The first of them reached up and angrily tore the hood from their head, revealing a familiar face. Sam Fisher looked beat up and weary, but when he met his old friend's gaze, his expression shifted. "Vic," he said, "you're a welcome sight." "Good to see you still in one piece, Sam." The other captive pulled her hood away. Sarah Fisher tilted back her head to the sky and closed her eyes for a moment, letting the rain kiss her skin. "Not dead," she said aloud, as if saying the words made it certain. "Lee kept his promise." "Sarah?" Coben came to her, his face pale. "Where are the others? Is there another jeep?" Fisher's daughter gave her father a bleak look, then shook her head. "Andrei, I'm sorry. They're not coming back." Coste knew that Coben had sent 6 women across the border as part of his trade with his contacts in North Korea, and whatever had happened over there, it had taken their lives. Coben's usual brashness evaporated. "That wasn't supposed to happen." He looked away, grim-faced. "It's cold comfort," added Sarah, "but the men who killed them are dead." "Right." Coben accepted that numbly and stood against one of the trees, staring into nothing. "How did you know where we'd be?" Fisher threw the question to Coste. "Back channels got the info to Coben," he said, "soon after I arrived in country. And for that, you can thank your buddy Nomad. He pulled some strings, got me in, and made folks look the other way." "Solid work," noted Fisher. "He around?" Coste shook his head. "Considering the guy is supposed to be a ghost, he's real good at being visible when he needs to." He explained how Nomad had torn up half of Seoul, getting the thugs in the employ of the Dragons to hunt him and distract them from picking up Sarah's trail. In the end, the operator had been forced to take refuge in the U.S. Embassy. "Damn near caused a diplomatic incident," he concluded. "He put himself in the firing line to keep the target off my back," said Sarah. "Yup." Coste gave her a nod. "When he heard you went over the border, he wanted to follow, but his boss Bowman refused. She had his ass on the next bird home. He was not happy." "Another one I owe him," noted Fisher. "Not that I'm counting." Fisher took the bottles of tepid water Coste offered him, handing one to his daughter and draining the other in one long pull. Vic had thought ahead, bringing a medical kit and fresh clothing for both of them. Sarah climbed into the back of the truck to get changed, and Fisher dressed the contusions and cuts on his chest and got into the dry gear. He was grateful to be rid of the itchy, uncomfortable prison fatigues that he'd been wearing for what seemed like forever. His mind drifted back to Park, wondering if the veterinarian and his aging grandfather had managed to slip safely across the border to the south. The man had helped him without expectation of being repaid, despite the fact that Fisher was an enemy of the state, acting out of pure humanitarian instinct. He hoped the pair of them had made it, if only so that some tiny measure of good might come out of this whole damned mess. Fisher watched Coben in silence. Usually the smuggler had all the angles and an answer for everything, but here and now he looked strung out, almost lost. "I know how he feels," he thought. "We're alive and we're here, and that counts for something. But I got no map for what comes next." Sam Fisher was disavowed, no longer considered a Splinter Cell operative by his command and his government. Sarah had resigned her post, putting her in pretty much the same boat as her father. For the first time in a very long while, Fisher had no idea where he would go from here. Once, when he had been an angry, directionless teenager, struggling to find a purpose in his life, Fisher had found a path in military service, and that had been his existence for decades since, fighting America's secret wars in the shadows. He'd never needed to think about where the next day would take him, because someone always had an assignment for him. There would always be a mission. But what orders did he have now? Survive? There was a part of Sam Fisher that had never expected to make it out of North Korea alive. And if he was honest, he'd never expected to live long enough to worry about what came after Fourth Echelon. But here I am, he thought. Here we are. Sarah jumped down from the back of the truck and walked over to him. "I'm sorry," she began. "About everything." "You got nothing to be sorry for," he insisted. "I tried to run your life for you, and I don't have the right. I'm the one who's wrong." "That's true," Sarah cut him off. "But back at Fort Meade, before you took off for Ewa Island, the last thing I said to you—" She trailed off, and Fisher recalled the anger and animosity he had seen in her eyes. "I couldn't let that be the end of it between us. When I thought about losing you—" "And you came all the way out to one of the most dangerous places on Earth to find me and tell me that." Fisher eyed her. Sarah showed a crooked smile. "Yeah, guess I did." He drew her into an embrace. "Appreciate it, kid, but don't ever do anything that dumb again." They held the silence for a moment before Fisher went on. "I'm sorry for what you had to endure." He didn't say more than that, but they both understood what he meant. "All the things we went through," she told him, "as bad as it got, I'd rather have survived that and seen your world up close than not." She broke away. "But one hug's not going to mend it all, Dad. We still got a way to go." "I know." She looked toward Coste, who gave them both a nod. "Uncle Vic just made me an offer. He says he's got a job for me at Paladin 9 if I want it. Close protection, kidnap and recovery." Fisher automatically stiffened at the thought of that, but then he walked back the reaction. "Safer than being a Splinter Cell? Better paid, too." She eyed him. "You're not going to give me a speech about taking risks?" "No." He smiled thinly. "'Cause Vic knows if anything bad happens to you, I'll gut him like a fish." Sarah started to return the smile, but it froze halfway, and she looked up into the sky. "You hear that?" "Chopper!" Coben called out the warning, pulling a pistol from his belt. "Oh, shit! Did they double-cross us?" Anything Fisher would have said next was lost in the roaring downwash of heavy rotor blades as the sleek shape of an HH-60 Pavehawk came in over their heads, the helicopter's undercarriage barely missing the treetops. He pulled Sarah back toward the truck as the Pavehawk eased into a spot in the middle of the clearing and pivoted. A blast of wind threw up water haze and loose blades of damp grass, and the helicopter came down in a point-perfect landing, disgorging a squad of soldiers before it took off again to orbit away above them. Aiming their rifles in every direction, the armed men took up covering positions, revealing an additional figure in their midst. Anna Grimsdottir wore a khaki jumpsuit and an armor vest, and Fisher noted the holstered pistol on her hip. Grim seldom carried a firearm, and the fact she had one now put him on alert. She approached, scanning the faces of Coste, Coben, and Sarah, ultimately ending with Fisher. "I'm glad you made it out," she said, her tone as matter-of-fact as ever. "After everything that happened, I hope there are no hard feelings."
"There's some," Fisher said tersely. "Fourth Echelon were willing to let me rot in a North Korean gulag for the rest of my life."
"Don't be naive, Sam. You know how this works," she retorted. "You're not the first Splinter Cell agent to be burned."
"How'd you find us?" demanded Coben, reluctantly pocketing his gun in the face of the armed rifleman.
"You should have learned this lesson by now, Andre," Grim told him. "You're not as smart as you think you are."
Fisher spread his hands so the soldiers could see he was unarmed. "So, why the hell are you here, Grim? Still reporting to that prick Lassiter?"
"Brent Lassiter has been arrested for treason," Grim said flatly. "A friend of yours by the name of Fryman? He supplied some very compelling information to us. Charlie's going through it right now at the Black Box."
"Two alpha nerds with axes to grind," noted Coste. "Well, that Lassiter guy is toast."
Sarah spoke up. "Have you come to take us in?"
Grim pointed at Sarah and Coste.
"Just the pair of you. It seems the director of the NSA wants a personal briefing." Then she glanced at Fisher, and the tension in the clearing tightened, almost to breaking point. "As for Sam, that's another matter entirely. No one in Washington expected you to survive this."
"Glad I could disappoint."
How far would she take this? Fisher's thoughts raced. Grim was one of the most pragmatic and, if he was honest, cold-blooded people he had ever worked with. If there ever came a moment when she believed Sam Fisher was a threat to the status quo, Grim would order him put down, and they both knew it. "I'm here to cut you loose," she said with finality. "I came to say it to your face. I figure I owe you that, if nothing else." It took Fisher a second to catch up to what Grim was telling him. There wasn't going to be any reinstatement this time, no reversal of his disavowed status. He was done. Strangely, he felt like a weight had suddenly lifted off his back, one Fisher had never known he was carrying. When he didn't reply, Grim went on. "The president wants to wash their hands of you. The incident with Lee, that's not something that can be walked back. I explained the situation to the White House and the Joint Chiefs, but it was decided that removing you from the equation is contingent to getting Fourth Echelon back on active status."
"The agency is more important than the agent," Fisher said quietly.
"Think yourself lucky," said Grim, watching him carefully. "You get to walk away. I talked them out of a bullet." "No!" The words exploded out of Sarah. "You can't expect us to—"
"Sarah!"
Fisher stepped between Grim and his daughter before she did something violent.
"It's done. You and Vic go with her. Don't drag yourselves down with me."
He turned to face Grim.
"They play along. I want your word they won't end up in Guantanamo or some other black site."
Grim gave a curt nod. "I won't allow that." She turned away and signaled to one of the soldiers, who reached for a radio mic to call back the Pavehawk. As the helicopter rolled in over the trees once again, Sarah approached her father and pulled him back into an embrace. "Come find me," she said, as the noise of the engines and rotors grew louder.
"Sure, kid."
It was a lie, but he made it seem real and pushed his daughter away from him, fixing a rueful smile to his face. For all the freedom he had now, off the leash of Fourth Echelon, Fisher knew that the protection he had been afforded by anonymity and the agency would soon evaporate. Every adversary he'd fought, who wasn't dead in the ground, would be a threat to him all over again. Fisher had made a lot of enemies during his career as a Splinter Cell, and it would only be a matter of time before they found out he was on his own and came looking. He had a target on his back now, enough that he would put Sarah and anyone else in danger just by being around them. Coste came over to shake his hand, and Fisher knew immediately that his old friend could see the lie that his daughter hadn't. "You gonna retire, Sam?" Fisher shook his head and let Coste's hand drop. "People like you and me, Vic, we don't get to choose when the game ends." Coste gave a solemn nod, then ducked low, walking Sarah to the helicopter. Grimm and the soldiers climbed back aboard, and as the Pavehawk's door slid shut, the last sight Fisher had of his daughter was of her pale face at the window. He watched the helicopter rise away and disappear out of sight, becoming lost in the rain. Fisher stood there until the only sound was the rush of the downpour through the trees. Behind him, the truck's motor coughed and turned over with a throaty grumble. Fisher turned and found Coben behind the steering wheel. You, need a lift? You got somewhere to go?" "Got somewhere to go?" The question echoed in Fisher's thoughts, and he realized that he didn't have an answer. "I'll figure it out on the way," he said, the old and familiar steel rising in him. Sam Fisher was alive, and that was enough. "Move over," he told Coben, shoving him across to the passenger seat. "I'll drive."
The end. This is Graham Winton. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Dragonfire, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, by James Swallow. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.